They weren't afraid of losing you until they realized the silence had more power than their presence ever did. That's what happens when a real one walks away. Suddenly, the whole room gets quiet. The people who once laughed behind your back stop laughing, because now they're looking over their shoulder. That's what happens when a chosen one stops playing along. Imagine a chessboard. You were the king. You didn't move often, but when you did, the whole board shifted, and now you made one move, one silent, sharp, unapologetic move, and the universe responded like thunder. They thought you were just another piece. They were wrong. You were the strategy. Here's a fact for you. Most people can't handle someone who knows their worth, because control dies the moment you realize you never needed them. And that's exactly what happened. You woke up, you looked around, you saw through the games, the masks, the fake concern, and you stood up. Not loud, not angry, just done. And that moment flipped everything, not just for you, but for everyone watching. And thank you, chosen one. Thank you for having the strength to keep listening, for not turning away from what's meant for you. Don't forget to pay this message forward. Like, subscribe, and help this message find more souls who need this light. We don't do this for attention. We do this because it's a mission. You are not just a listener. You're part of a force that's waking up, a force that the world tried to bury, but they forgot. You're a seed. Now let's get back to it. See, the title wasn't written for just anyone. It was written for the ones who were underestimated, the ones who were mocked for being quiet, loyal, and deep, the ones who were told, "You're too sensitive," when in reality, you were just too aware. That awareness, it scared them, because you didn't fall for the distractions, you didn't follow the crowd, you paid attention, you saw the energy shift, you watched people's actions, not their words. And you never forgot who changed when they thought you had nothing left to give. Let's make one thing clear. You didn't ask for this role. Being chosen isn't something you signed up for. It's something the universe handed you because it knew you could carry it, even if it broke you first. They threw betrayal at you like knives, thinking you'd bleed out. But you didn't. You evolved. You studied pain like a textbook. You turned heartbreak into fuel. You didn't collapse. You calculated. Now they're nervous. And they should be. Because the one they called too soft just became untouchable. The one they doubted is now the blueprint. You didn't turn bitter. You turned bulletproof. Your silence became louder than their noise. And the way you carry yourself now, that's not arrogance. That's clarity. They regret every breath they wasted doubting you. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about the power of turning away without warning. There's something terrifying about a person who stops explaining, who stops defending themselves, who stops reacting, because silence is not weakness, it's strategy. When you stop playing the emotional tug-of-war, the game ends. And when the game ends, they lose their control. They're used to pulling strings, but now there's nothing to pull. You've cut the cord, and they're left standing there, trying to figure out when the puppet became the puppeteer. Let's break a fact down. Emotionally intelligent people are seen as threats in emotionally immature environments. That's you. You're not cold. You're clear. You're not cruel. You just stopped rescuing people who were committed to sinking. And the truth is, people don't like when the person they took for granted finally acts like they matter. Now they're watching, quietly, secretly, wondering if you'll come back. But they don't realize you're not who you were. You're not coming back to fix anything, because nothing broke on your end. What broke was the illusion that you needed them. What shattered was their comfort zone. Chosen one, this isn't revenge. This is rebalance. This is the universe realigning what was stolen from you. Your peace, your time, your attention. And now every breath you take is a problem for the ones who counted on your silence. You see, they didn't just lose a person, they lost access. And access is everything. Once you took it away, the illusion collapsed. Their power wasn't real. It was borrowed. It only worked while you believed in it. Let me say it again so the ones in the back hear it. They didn't fear losing you until you stopped explaining yourself. And now, every post you make, every time your name comes up, every move you make in peace, it haunts them, because deep down they know, if you're gone and they're still thinking about you, you were never the problem. That's the sting. You were the real thing in a world full of copies, and now that you're gone, they're drowning in people who don't even come close, and it's hitting them, not all at once, but slowly, late at night, in the quiet moments, in the silence that echoes back everything they tried to ignore. Chosen one, this isn't just a comeback. It's a warning, not to others, but to the version of you that once settled, that once tolerated fake love, half-truths, and convenient friendships. That version, gone. And in its place is someone who doesn't chase, doesn't beg, doesn't prove. You listen now, you observe, you let people show you who they are, and when they do, you act accordingly. This message isn't just here to make you feel better, it's here to wake you up deeper. Because the more awake you are, the more dangerous you become to everything that tried to keep you asleep. You were never meant to fit in. You were never meant to play small. You were built different for a reason. That pain, it wasn't random. That betrayal, it wasn't an accident. It was the universe sharpening your edges, teaching you what fake feels like, so you'd never settle again. And now they want your energy back, after mocking it, after draining it, after doubting it? No. They don't get to tap into your power now that you've figured out how rare it is. So breathe easy, chosen one. You're not the same, and you're not going back, not because you're mad, but because the place you were in no longer exists. You've outgrown the cage they tried to keep you in. Let them miss you. Let them wonder. Let them regret every breath they wasted trying to shrink you. Because now, every breath you take is a reminder. You were the light they couldn't dim. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, that's not an accident. That's alignment. The truth in this message was meant for your ears. And what's coming next? It hits even deeper, so don't blink, don't scroll, don't turn away. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you can feel the universe shifting as you listen. And if this message is waking something up in you, help keep this light alive. Your support, no matter how small, fuels this mission. Whether it's a like, a comment, or a super thanks, it all matters, because what we're building here, it's not content, it's a movement, a rebellion against everything that tried to bury the real ones. So, take a breath and stay locked in, because what's coming next? It's the part you really don't want to miss. This is where everything starts to shift. Let's dive in, step by step. And if you're truly the chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay to the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1. When the universe starts whispering, it's already too late for your enemies. They laughed while you bled, now they flinch when you breathe. That's the shift. That's the moment your silence stopped being ignored and started being feared. While they thought they got away with it, while they moved recklessly thinking you were still asleep, the universe was already moving. Not loud, not flashy, just quietly rearranging everything behind the scenes. Because when the real chosen ones stop explaining themselves, it isn't peace. It's the calm before something breaks. Let's get this straight. You're not paranoid. That strange tension in the air, that feeling that something is watching, tracking, waiting. You're not imagining it. The universe is sounding the alarm, not to scare you, but to sharpen you. Because something's coming. Something twisted is being built behind your back. The kind of trap they set when they think you've lowered your guard. But here's the problem. They forgot who you are now. They forgot the version of you they're dealing with isn't the one they broke before. They're setting traps for someone who doesn't exist anymore. You see, when you were quiet, they assumed you were weak. But silence has layers. Silence listens. Silence watches. Silence builds. And now that you've been still long enough, they don't know what you're planning. That's why they're nervous. That's why their fake smiles look more forced. Because deep down, they sense it. You heard the whisper before the war. You felt the pressure before the storm. And now, while they're still rehearsing their lies, you've already mapped every exit. Here's the brutal truth they don't want you to hear. They don't fear karma. They fear timing. And yours is terrifying. You didn't chase revenge. You didn't beg for closure. You evolved. And evolution is a language they don't understand. You shifted in ways they can't track. And now, it's already too late for them to fix what they broke. Ever wondered why your energy makes people uncomfortable lately? Why old friends seem distant? Why certain people avoid eye contact? Because the universe is separating you from anything that can't go where you're headed. It's not rejection. It's redirection. You're not being isolated. You're being insulated. You're being pulled out of the blast zone before the hit lands. And don't get it twisted. They know what they did. They just didn't expect you to wake up from it. They didn't expect you to move in silence, to study them while they underestimated you. They thought you were just emotional. Nah. You were processing. You were absorbing the betrayal, the games, the disrespect. And now that you've digested it all, you're moving like someone with nothing to lose and everything to protect. They hear your name and freeze, not because of what you said, but because of what you haven't. The unknown is loud now. Your silence screams. Your distance stings. And the truth is, they're not sorry. They're scared. Scared of what happens when the one they wounded stops bleeding and starts building. So yes, chosen one, the alarm is ringing. Not to scare you, but to remind you, you're the target because you're the threat. They tried to catch you sleeping, but the joke's on them. You weren't sleeping. You were transforming. Number 2. The devil doesn't knock. It smiles, then offers you everything you ever wanted. Not everything that glows is gold. Some of it is just bait waiting for your downfall. Let's get real. The trap isn't going to show up waving red flags. It's not gonna stomp into your life like a villain in a cheap movie. No, the trap is polished, pretty. It wears your favorite scent, speaks your love language, mimics your desires. It walks in disguised as the very thing you thought the universe owed you. That dream job, that charming person, that golden opportunity. But behind that smile is a hook. Behind that open door is a cage. And if you don't pause long enough to look past the surface, you'll mistake the setup for salvation. You ever wonder why the thing you wanted so badly suddenly feels off the second you get close to it? Why the perfect person starts giving you anxiety instead of peace? Why the deal that looked like a breakthrough starts making you question your gut? That's the universe whispering, look again, that's not your blessing, that's bait. And if you're not awake, it'll catch you slipping. Imagine this. You're starving. You've been walking through a desert of loneliness, betrayal, rejection. And finally, you see a feast laid out just for you. Everything you've ever wanted. Love, success, validation, a seat at the table. You drop your guard. You think, finally, something good is happening. But the moment you take a bite, everything starts to feel wrong. Your energy dips, your peace gets shaky, your intuition starts screaming, because that wasn't a feast. That was a trap, a setup dressed in comfort. And now you're choking on the very thing you thought would save you. Sometimes the test doesn't come as a storm. It comes as everything you ever dreamed of, all at once. See, they know what you crave. The ones watching you, the ones who smiled in your face while secretly hoping you'd self-destruct. They've studied you long enough to know how to bait the hook, and now they've built the perfect illusion, a blessing with poison at the core. And here's the hard truth. Not everything sent to you was sent for your growth. Some things were sent to stall you, to sidetrack your mission, to waste your time with something that looks like purpose, but pulls you off your path. That's the cruelty of the trap. It plays nice until it gets what it wants. Then it devours. Imagine this. You're handed a golden key. It looks like freedom, feels like destiny. You use it to open a new door in your life. But once you walk through, it slams shut behind you. And suddenly, everything feels darker than where you came from. That's how fast it can switch. That's how fast bait turns into bondage. And you might be asking, but how do I know? How do I tell the difference between the trap and the blessing? Simple. Look at how it makes you feel, not just in the moment, but in your soul. Does it bring peace, or does it bring confusion? Does it make you expand, or does it shrink you? Real blessings won't require you to sacrifice your boundaries. Real love won't demand your silence. Real purpose won't make you question your worth. A real blessing won't cost your sanity, but the trap will. It'll start with small compromises, a little self-doubt here, a few ignored red flags there, and then suddenly you're in deep. You're drained. You're lost in something that looked like a miracle and turned out to be a lesson. And the worst part, most people don't even realize they've stepped into it until they're knee-deep in consequences. That perfect partner starts controlling you. That dream job becomes a soul-sucking prison. That new circle of friends starts gossiping the moment you turn your back. Imagine this. You're handed a ticket to a place you've always wanted to go. The people are welcoming, the air feels fresh, the signs are all green. You step in, and suddenly the walls start shifting, the smiles fade, the lights dim. You realize you weren't invited, you were hunted. That's the reality for too many chosen ones. You weren't given an opportunity, you were given a distraction, dressed up as destiny. So hear this loud and clear. If it costs your peace, it's too expensive. If it confuses your spirit, it's not alignment, it's a trap. You were born with an inner alarm, chosen one. That off feeling, that gut instinct. It's not paranoia, it's protection. You've got people around you who look like they're clapping for you, but they're really checking to see if their trap worked. They don't want your downfall to look like destruction. They want it to look like your decision. So you can't even blame them later. They want you to willingly walk into your own prison, thinking it's a palace. The most dangerous chains are the ones that come wrapped in gold. That's what they're counting on, for you to be so desperate for something new, something better, that you don't pause to inspect it. But you're not that desperate anymore. You've been through enough now to know. If something feels too easy, too perfect, too fast, it deserves a second look. Because real alignment doesn't rush you. It respects your rhythm. And anything trying to bypass your discernment isn't divine. It's a distraction. So, slow down, rethink the offer, replay that conversation, read between the lines, because once you step into the trap, it takes years to get out. And that's the game, to drain your time, your energy, your calling, by giving you something that almost feels right. But almost isn't enough when you're chosen. You weren't built for close enough. You were built for truth, for clarity, for purpose, not manipulation dressed up as opportunity. And maybe you're thinking right now, but what if I already stepped into it? What if I'm already stuck? Then listen closely. The moment you realize it's a trap, the door starts to open. Awareness is your way out. Your intuition is your weapon. The trap can't hold you once you stop pretending it's a blessing. You get to choose now. Do you keep playing along because it's comfortable, or do you walk out even if it's hard? That's the difference between people who stay stuck and people who rise. The ones who rise, they question the script. They stop smiling when it doesn't feel right. They stop clapping for things that make their soul ache. Chosen one, don't let flattery turn into your downfall. Don't let pretty words make you forget how many times your soul has already paid the price for trusting too quickly. They'll offer the world, but if the cost is your alignment, walk away. Because you don't need their stage. You don't need their approval. You are the power they're trying to attach to, and you don't need to shrink for anyone's comfort. You've been warned. And now, you've been armed. So next time something shows up that feels too good to be true, ask yourself, does this expand me or does this exploit me? Because if it's the latter, walk away before the door locks. Number 3, when your gut screams, stop ignoring it. That's not paranoia, that's precision. They called it overthinking until everything you warned them about came true. Let's be honest, you've been feeling it for a while now, that weird shift in energy when you walk into certain rooms, the unease when you hear someone's name, that quiet voice that says, back away, even when nothing looks wrong on the surface. You've brushed it off, tried to be polite, gave people the benefit of the doubt. But let's stop pretending. You know what that feeling is. It's not fear, it's not anxiety. And no, it's not just in your head. That's discernment. That's your soul setting off alarms your mind hasn't fully caught up to yet. Imagine this. You're walking through a forest. The path is clear. The sun is shining. Everything seems fine. But something in you keeps saying, turn back. Not because of what you see, but because of what you sense. The birds stop singing. The air gets thick. That tiny twist in your gut starts pulling at you. Most people keep walking until the ground gives out beneath them. But you paused. You felt it. And that pause, that's what saves the real ones, every time. You're not crazy. You're tuned in. People around you might laugh it off. You're just being sensitive. You always expect the worst. But funny how those same people always come back shocked when things fall apart. And you saw it coming from the start. That's not an accident. That's your gift. That's discernment. And the more you ignore it to make others comfortable, the more damage you collect that you could have avoided. The chosen ones don't need proof to feel the truth. They feel the shift long before it shows up. So let's stop acting confused. That uneasiness around someone who used to feel safe. That's not nostalgia leaving your body. That's your intuition waking up. People change, masks crack, and energy always reveals what mouths try to hide. If your spirit feels heavy around them now, it's because something underneath the surface already shifted, and you're picking up on it before it explodes. Imagine this. You're holding a glass of clear water. Someone drops one drop of poison into it. You can't see it, but your body knows it's there. Would you drink it anyway just because it looks fine? That's what it's like when you keep entertaining energy that your soul already rejected. It might look normal, it might look unchanged, but you feel what's wrong, and the longer you ignore that, the deeper it sinks into you. Your discernment is a divine defense system. It's not a glitch. It's not something to second guess. It's the reason you've survived things other people didn't. It's why your path hasn't been hijacked. It's why you've avoided traps even you didn't know were set for you. So stop apologizing for being cautious. Stop dulling your instincts just to make toxic people feel safe around you. You weren't built for their comfort. You were built for truth. They didn't fool you. You just chose peace over proving your point. And now that feeling is back. That twist in your gut, that restlessness in rooms that used to feel warm, that weird resistance to calls, texts, offers. Trust it. That's not you being antisocial. That's your higher self saying, "We've seen this pattern before. We're not doing that again." You've evolved. Your energy has matured. And with that comes a sensitivity to things others can't see yet. You feel fake love in a handshake. You hear lies in someone's silence. You sense betrayal before it's even planned. That's not paranoia. That's accuracy. And you might ask, but what if I'm wrong? Okay, what if you are? What's the cost of walking away from a situation that might have been safe? Nothing. You protect your peace. But what's the cost of staying in something that your spirit already screamed about? Years of pain, regret, trauma you didn't need to collect. So which one do you choose? Imagine this. You're standing at the edge of a cliff, fog everywhere. Two paths. One feels calm, the other looks exciting but heavy. One makes your body breathe easier, the other makes your chest tighten. Most people choose based on appearance. You're choosing based on vibration. That's why you win in the long run, not because you're lucky, but because you listen. So, chosen one, let's stop pretending like you don't know what's up. You do. You've always known. You just needed permission to trust yourself again. So here it is. You're allowed to walk away with no explanation. You're allowed to cut off what makes you flinch. You're allowed to say something feels off and act on it without needing to prove anything to anyone. Because your discernment doesn't lie. It never has. Number 4. The enemy won't announce himself. He'll dress like everything you ever prayed for. The most dangerous enemy isn't the one who attacks you. It's the one who earns your trust first. Let's kill the fantasy. The enemy's not some cartoon devil in red. He's not stomping through your life with warning signs and creepy background music. Nah, he moves in silence. He studies your patterns. He watches your pain points. He waits for the exact moment you're tired, broken, and desperate for relief. And then, he shows up as everything you ever thought you wanted. Imagine this. You've been crawling through months of pain. You've cried for a connection, begged for a sign, prayed for a break. And out of nowhere, someone shows up. Sweet, caring, saying all the right things. Or maybe it's not a person. Maybe it's an opportunity. The job you always dreamed of. The platform you thought you deserved. The door you've been banging on for years finally cracks open. But here's what they don't tell you. Not all open doors are from the universe. Some of them are traps. Some are dressed up to look like breakthrough. But the fine print is laced with betrayal. The enemy doesn't need to destroy you. He just needs to distract you with something that feels almost right. You ever meet someone and feel like they were too perfect, too in sync, like they studied your soul before they showed up? That's not a blessing. That's a blueprint, your blueprint, being used against you. The enemy doesn't approach chosen ones with fear tactics. He approaches with familiarity. He blends into your frequency. He learns your code. And then he offers you the one thing you're starving for, hoping you'll abandon your discernment to feed your need. Imagine this. You're walking through a mirror maze. Every reflection looks like you. Every turn seems like progress. But one wrong step, and you're circling the same illusion forever. That's how he traps the chosen. Not with fear, but with false fulfillment. With relationships that feel like healing until they hollow you out. With jobs that look like success until they suck the life out of your spirit. With offers that sparkle on the outside and rot you from the inside. And you might ask, but how do I know the difference? Simple. Discernment, not logic, not emotion. Discernment, that gut feeling, that slight hesitation, that whisper in your chest that says, slow down. Look again. It's not there to annoy you. It's there to save you. The enemy's favorite weapon is timing. He waits for the moment you're too tired to ask questions. That's when he strikes, when you've let your guard down, when you're lonely and just want someone to care, when you're doubting your purpose and just want something, anything, to feel like progress. That's when he whispers those subtle words. Did the universe really say that? Just enough doubt to shift your path. Just enough charm to distract you. Just enough comfort to keep you from seeing the cage behind the curtain. You see, when the enemy can't destroy you head-on, he infiltrates. He sends counterfeits, people who look right but drain you slowly. Situations that feel aligned but twist you out of character, and before you even realize it, you've shifted. You're not moving with clarity anymore. You're reacting. You're adjusting to people who were never supposed to have access in the first place. Imagine this. You're handed a glass of crystal clear water on a hot day. You drink it. Refreshing. Perfect. But there's one drop of acid in it. You don't taste it right away, but it's already in your system. That's how the enemy works. He doesn't poison the whole cup. He just adds enough to change your chemistry over time. Chosen one, wake up. Stop being impressed by appearances. Stop assuming that because it showed up during your prayer, it came from a higher place. Not everything sent during your season of desperation is a gift. Some things are custom-built traps made to look like answers, and they'll cost you everything. Your peace, your alignment, your power, if you let them in unchecked. The scariest demons don't knock. They get invited. And the invitation is usually wrapped in your desperation. That's why your biggest job right now is to be still, to observe, to test the energy before you trust the vibe. If it's real, it won't rush you. If it's sent, it won't manipulate you. If it's meant, it won't confuse you. Anything that demands you silence your intuition isn't a blessing. It's a blueprint for betrayal. And maybe you're sitting there thinking, but what if I already let them in? Then it's time to course correct. It's time to ask yourself the hard questions. Does this connection bring clarity or chaos? Does this opportunity light me up or burn me out? Am I growing or just surviving? If it's draining you, it's not divine. If it's shrinking you, it's not for you. If it's costing you your peace, it's already too expensive. Don't get seduced by the presentation. Don't let your loneliness talk you into lifelines that are secretly leashes. You didn't come this far just to get baited by a better-looking trap. So when something or someone shows up and feels just a little too perfect, pause. Take a breath. Look beyond the surface. Because while they're smiling at your face, they might be silently counting on your downfall. And remember this, chosen one, The enemy moves in silence, but so do assassins, and you were never meant to be the victim. Number 5. The knife was always in the hug. It's not the strangers who ruin you. It's the ones who knew exactly where to aim. Let's cut the fantasy. The people closest to you are not always your allies. Some of them are just well-disguised threats with front-row seats to your downfall. They know your habits. They know your insecurities. They know just enough of your past to weaponize it, and too many of them are silently hoping your next move fails so they can finally feel taller. You've got relatives who act supportive until your name leaves the room. Friends who smile during your wins, but secretly collect your failures like trophies. People who act confused about your growth, not because they don't understand it, but because they resent the fact that you did something they didn't have the spine to try. Imagine this. You're climbing a mountain, exhausted, bleeding, doing the work, and every time you stop to rest, someone offers you water. But it's laced with poison, not enough to kill you, just enough to slow you down. That's what fake closeness feels like. That's how subtle betrayal works. They don't destroy you, they drain you over time, smile while doing it, and then act shocked when you collapse. You might be asking, but why would they do that? Simple. Your growth exposes their stagnation. Your ambition threatens their comfort zone. Your light puts pressure on their shadows. So instead of rising with you, they try to hold you in place, not with chains, but with guilt, gossip, and fake concern. Not everyone cheering is on your side. Some are just waiting to see if you'll trip. So stop assuming proximity equals loyalty. Start observing. Who supports you when no one's watching? Who defends you in rooms you're not in? Who doesn't flinch when your light gets brighter? Chosen one, not everyone who's close deserves access. Some were only close enough to study your blueprint, so they could sabotage the construction. Cut the rope before the weight pulls you under. The hug shouldn't come with a blade. Number 6. The enemy doesn't build prisons. He builds palaces that lock from the inside. The worst kind of trap is the one you decorate yourself. Here's the brutal truth. Not every opportunity is a blessing, and not every comfort is peace. The enemy doesn't chase you with chaos anymore. He got smarter. He paints the walls gold, makes the floor shine, fills the air with compliments, and waits for you to mistake luxury for freedom. You walk in smiling, thinking you've made it, but somewhere between relief and pride, the door shuts, quietly. No sound, no warning, just the realization that the glitter you were chasing was your new cage being sealed. Imagine this. You're offered everything you've ever wanted: recognition, love, a seat at the table. You take it. It feels good. It feels safe. But slowly, your peace starts to leak. Your time isn't your own anymore. Your words get filtered. You can't speak like you used to. You can't move without permission. That's not success. That's control wrapped in praise. The enemy learned that for chosen ones, noise won't work, only comfort will. The easiest way to trap a free soul is to convince it it's already winning. You might be asking, but how do I know if I'm in the cage? Look at what it costs. If something requires you to shrink your spirit, silence your instincts, or betray your truth just to keep it, that's not a blessing. That's bondage wearing diamonds. You'll know it's fake when your body celebrates but your soul sighs. And don't ignore this. Some of the blueprints for your cage are being drawn by familiar hands. The enemy loves to use people with good intentions, but weak discernment. The friend who keeps you realistic. The family member who just wants the best for you. The partner who supports you but subtly pulls you back when you start to rise. Chosen one, stop letting the gold distract you from the bars. The enemy's game is sophistication, not chaos. He doesn't need to destroy you when he can keep you comfortable. Break the illusion. Walk out barefoot if you have to, because peace without freedom isn't peace. It's a gilded prison, and you were never meant to live behind gold bars. Number 7. The universe is snitching. Are you finally ready to listen? The truth doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers, and you feel it before you see it. Let's not sugarcoat it. You've been feeling something, a weird heaviness when you walk in certain rooms, that sudden coldness in conversations that used to feel warm. People you used to trust now make your skin itch, and you can't even explain why. But that's not random. That's not paranoia. That's intel. The universe is leaking classified information directly into your instincts. And if you keep ignoring it, you'll walk into a disaster you were warned about a dozen times. Imagine this. You're in a dark theater. Everyone's playing a part, smiling, laughing, acting, but suddenly the lights flicker, and for just 1 second you see someone's real face, their real intention, their real energy. The mask slips. Most people blink and miss it, but not you. You saw it, you felt it, and now you can't unsee it. That flicker was the warning. The shift was the signal. The universe is exposing what's been hiding in plain sight. And the only question is, are you brave enough to act on what you now know? Exposure isn't always public. Sometimes it's internal. A quiet knowing that something ain't right. The universe doesn't shout. It nudges. It shakes your comfort. It lets you overhear things not meant for you. It sends people back into your life just to show you how little they've changed. That dream you keep having, that message that hit too hard, that gut feeling you can't shake, it's not random. It's a soft voice saying, look closer. They're not who you think they are. You might ask, but what if I'm wrong? Chosen one, even if you were wrong, protecting your peace is never a mistake. Trusting your intuition has never once destroyed your life, but ignoring it, that's where the damage happens. Right now, people around you are being revealed. Patterns are breaking. Hidden motives are surfacing. The truth isn't coming. It's already here. Stop waiting for more proof. The proof was how your spirit shifted before your mind could explain it. So, trust it. Move different. And when the masks fall, don't act surprised. You knew before anyone told you, because the universe told you first. Number 8. The delay was the shield, not the setback. What you called a missed opportunity was the universe yanking you out of a trap you were too loyal to walk away from. Let's be real, you were mad, confused, hurt. You thought the silence meant failure. You thought that closed door meant you weren't enough, that the opportunity slipped through your fingers because you didn't try hard enough. But no, that wasn't rejection. That was precision. That was the universe stepping in like a bodyguard saying, not this, not yet, not like this. Imagine this. You're standing at the edge of what looks like a golden bridge. It's glowing. It's everything you prayed for. But what you don't see, what the universe sees, is that halfway through, the entire bridge collapses. You would have fallen. Hard. You would have lost parts of yourself you're still healing now. So instead, the universe delays you, stops you, holds you in place. Not to punish you, but to preserve you. We always think protection has to look like safety, but sometimes it looks like loneliness, like silence, like things falling apart when we thought they were finally coming together. But that's the genius of divine timing. It doesn't care about your schedule, it protects your soul. The universe would rather disappoint your ego than let your spirit walk into destruction. Delayed doesn't mean denied, it means rerouted, refined, and rearmed. You might be asking, but why would it feel so painful if it's protection? Because letting go of what you thought was right always hurts until you see what was hiding behind it. That person you begged to stay, their exit saved you. That job you didn't get, it would have drained you. That move that didn't happen, it would have placed you in the enemy's reach. And chosen one, you didn't miss anything. What's meant for you won't ask you to sacrifice your peace to keep it. What's real will not require you to chase, beg, or break your soul trying to hold it together. So, breathe, step back, trust the silence. That delay wasn't punishment. It was strategy. It was protection. It was love in disguise. Type, "I will not be deceived" in the comments if your eyes are opening and you're finally seeing the delay for what it truly was, a rescue dressed as rejection. Number 9. The isolation. Wasn't rejection, it was recalibration. They didn't leave you behind. The universe pulled you ahead where they couldn't follow. Let's clear it up now. Your season of silence, of abandonment, of being misunderstood and overlooked wasn't a punishment. It was a setup, a strategic pause, a surgical separation. That wilderness you went through wasn't a random storm. It was a custom-built gym for your spirit. You weren't being forgotten. You were being forged. Everyone saw the shutdown. Nobody saw the download. While they thought you were stuck, the universe was isolating you to insulate you, because the next version of you, it couldn't be built around noise, distractions, or fake love. It had to be created in stillness, alone, in fire. Imagine this. You're pulled from the battlefield and dropped into the shadows. No applause, no backup, just silence. It feels like exile, but it's actually elevation. You're not being sidelined, you're being sharpened. Because what's coming for you requires more than talent. It requires timing. If you had blown up too early, you would have trusted the wrong people, entered the wrong rooms, misread the mission. So the universe slowed you down, not to stop you, but to align you. The break wasn't a breakdown. It was a blueprint. And now you're different. You don't chase energy anymore. You read it. You don't explain yourself to everyone. You let your presence speak. That's wilderness training. That's what happens when pain teaches you precision. You learned how to build with nothing, how to see without being told, how to survive without validation. That kind of wisdom can't be gifted. It's earned. So when you ask, why did it take so long? Understand, the universe wasn't delaying your destiny. It was delaying your enemies from reaching it with you. If you had been freed too early, you would have carried dead weight into your future. Now, you move light, clear, and lethal. Chosen one, your time in the wilderness wasn't wasted. It was weaponized. And now that you're out, the world has no idea what's coming. Number 10. The universe doesn't discard warriors, it reassigns them. You're not expired, you're evolving. The mission didn't end, it just got upgraded. Let's kill the lie. It's too late for me. That's a trap. A mental cage built by people who quit too soon and want you to do the same. But chosen one, real warriors don't age out. They level up. The universe doesn't toss out battle-tested souls. It redeploys them where the stakes are higher and the impact hits harder. Imagine this. A seasoned fighter walks off the battlefield thinking the war is over. He's worn out, scarred, tired of the silence. But just as he puts his armor down, a messenger shows up. New orders, new territory, a new enemy. Not because he failed, but because now he's ready for the fight that matters. You're not being left behind, you're being reassigned. Your age, your setbacks, your scars, they don't disqualify you, they certify you. You've got experience now, you've got discernment now, you've got a fire in your eyes that can't be faked. The young might have speed, but you've got strategy. You've been through hell and made it back with receipts. That makes you dangerous. The universe doesn't retire those it trusts. It repositions them where their power shakes the ground. So you think you're too old, too late? Nah, you're just in the relaunch phase. This next chapter isn't about proving anything. It's about applying everything. You're not who you were when you started. You're smarter now, sharper, less naive. You've seen what betrayal feels like, what failure costs, what silence teaches. And that makes you a threat to every system that wanted you to quit. Chosen one, there are people out here who need your voice, your story, your presence, and if you fall for the lie that you've already done your part, the enemy wins by default. But if you rise now, with everything you've learned, it's game over. You're not done. You are just being refitted for the next battlefield. And trust me, you're going to walk into this next season like you never left. Because legends don't retire, they return. Number 11. You're bruised, not broken. And that means you're still dangerous. If it didn't bury you, it built you. And that means you're still a threat. You've taken hits that would have shattered most people. You've watched time slip through your fingers, dreams crumble in your hands, and people you loved vanish like they never knew your name. And yet, you're here, breathing, listening, processing. That alone should tell you something. The fight ain't over, not even close. Imagine this. A warrior crawls off the battlefield, covered in scars, armor dented, vision blurred. He thinks it's the end, but then he hears movement, feels that pulse in his chest, and in that moment he realizes, I'm still alive. I'm still in this. That's you. You've been knocked down, humiliated, underestimated. But the fact that you're still standing, that alone is power. You think because you've lost time, you've lost value. Nah. You think because you're tired, the mission's cancelled. Wrong. The universe doesn't discard the injured. It reinvests in the resilient. If you were truly finished, you'd feel nothing. But that fire inside you, that itch to keep going, to make it mean something, that's your confirmation. The wound didn't end you. It upgraded your aim. You've been trained in silence, refined in pain, shaped by storms. That means you don't move like everyone else now. You walk into rooms with depth, with wisdom, with armor no one sees, but everyone feels. You've got energy that doesn't beg, it commands, and that scares the hell out of the ones who hoped you'd stay broken. So, yeah, you've buried dreams. But maybe they weren't dead. Maybe they were planted. And now, they're sprouting in ways nobody expected, including you. Chosen one, don't confuse exhaustion with extinction. You're not done. You're not finished. You're still in the ring, still chosen, still protected, because your role in this story isn't over, not even close. And the ones who thought you were done, they're about to see just how dangerous survival made you. It doesn't take courage to gang up on one person. It takes fear. And you, chosen one, scared them all. That's the truth they'll never say out loud, but their actions already did. The moment a group starts watching your every move, whispering your name in rooms you've never stepped into, and building secret alliances just to tear you down, that's not strength. That's panic. That's them realizing they've never come across someone like you before. And it shows. Imagine this. One lion walking through the jungle, and suddenly the hyenas start gathering. Not because the lion attacked, but because it exists. That's you. You walk in truth, move with purpose, and carry a presence that exposes everything fake around you, and those who survive by pretending. They can't stand it. They can't match it. So they team up, hoping numbers will cover their weakness. But here's the fact. Insecure people always need backup. Powerful people walk alone. Now here's something science confirms. Jealousy is contagious. When one bitter person starts talking about you, it spreads. It sparks the same insecurity in others, and before you know it, you're not dealing with one hater. You're facing a committee. A jealous group built out of fear, fueled by envy, and united only by one mission, to stop you. But the irony? The more they come together, the more obvious it becomes. You are the threat. You are the center. You are the standard. And that makes you dangerous to people who wear masks for a living. And thank you, chosen one, for never shrinking, for staying real in a world that rewards the fake. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this light to more souls. It's our duty now to wake others up. You're part of something bigger than yourself, a force that can't be silenced. Thank you for showing up and standing tall. The universe sees you. We all do. Let's get back to it. This group that tried to target you, they were never built on truth. They were built on shared jealousy. And what's built on jealousy? It always breaks. Look around. The cracks are already showing. 1 minute they're plotting against you, the next they're turning on each other. Why? Because jealousy isn't a bond. It's a bomb. And the timer is already ticking. They thought they were intimidating you by grouping up, but you weren't scared. You just stood back and let the universe do what it does best. Expose. You didn't beg. You didn't fight dirty. You didn't stoop down to their level. You just existed. And that alone caused chaos in their whole structure, because people like you aren't supposed to exist in their world. Too real, too solid, too unbothered. Every time they tried to attack, they gave you more proof of your power. Think about it. Who spends all that energy trying to bring down someone irrelevant? Who forms a group chat just to tear one person down? Who watches your life like a movie they claim to hate but never miss an episode? People who are haunted by your existence, that's who. Let's keep it real. The chosen ones don't seek drama. It finds them. Not because they're loud, but because their silence speaks louder than fake love ever could. You walked in peace, and it triggered war in people who never knew peace. You showed up with light, and it made their shadows uncomfortable. They didn't expect the universe to protect you the way it has. They thought you'd fold, break, hide. But instead, you elevated. And now they're crumbling. Look at the pattern. It repeats through history. One truth-teller rises. A jealous crowd forms. They scheme, lie, sabotage. But in the end, the chosen one stands tall while the group dissolves in their own drama. It happened to visionaries, artists, leaders, and now it's happening to you. That's how you know you're not average. You were never meant to blend in. Your light was made to disrupt. And that disruption, it's beautiful, because now they're being seen for what they are. Not a powerful group, but a desperate one. Not a team, but a mob, and mobs always fall apart when they run out of a common enemy. Soon, they'll be left with just their own insecurities staring back at them. And you'll be walking forward, untouched, unbothered, unstoppable. Chosen one, everything you felt, the isolation, the targeting, the sudden tension in rooms that once welcomed you, it was never your fault. It was a reaction, a mirror. You showed people what they weren't. You reminded them of the truth they tried to hide, and in return they tried to shut you down. But you can't dim a light that was built from within. Their downfall isn't revenge, it's reality. It's the natural result of a foundation built on hate, and it's already happening. You may not see it fully yet, but it's unfolding. Miscommunication, betrayals, nervous glances, secrets slipping. The group is rotting from the inside, all because they put their energy into destroying you instead of building themselves. Let them fall. You don't need to lift a finger. Just keep walking, keep growing, keep showing up as you, because your greatest revenge was never payback. It was presence. It was success. It was proving, without saying a word, that you're still here, still glowing, still chosen. So, before we dive deeper into how this jealous group is tearing itself apart, remember this. When they formed that alliance against you, they sealed their fate. They let the world know they couldn't handle you one-on-one. That's not power. That's surrender. And from here on out, the universe will keep shining a light on every hidden corner of their envy until there's nowhere left to hide. Drop a comment below with "I shine anyway" if this message touches your spirit. And chosen one, thank you for being part of this mission. You are proof that one real soul shakes up 1,000 fake ones. You are the blueprint they'll never copy, the force they'll never control, and the reason their house of lies is finally crashing down. And hey, chosen one, thank you for showing up. You already know this isn't just a random message. It's a reflection of what you've actually lived through. So don't scroll off now. What's coming next will expose every jealous move they made, every fake smile they threw, every silent war they started behind your back. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to call it all out. And if this message hits something real inside you, fuel the mission by blessing the team behind this. Even the smallest support helps keep this truth alive. Whether it's a cent or a shout-out, it pushes this light further. You're not just watching, you're part of this movement now. And now, let's break this down piece by piece. Stay locked in, because if you've ever been silently targeted, this will feel like someone finally speaking your story out loud. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought you were easy to break. Now they're breaking themselves. Jealous people don't hate you because you're doing something wrong. They hate you because you're doing everything right without their permission. That's the punch they didn't see coming. You weren't a rival. You weren't a threat they planned for. You were a glitch in their system, a truth bomb dropped into a room full of lies. And instead of humbling up, they panicked. They called meetings, formed fake alliances, plotted behind your back like cowards in a corner, all because you walked in unbothered, unshaken, unavailable for their games. That's when they knew you were never supposed to be part of their world, and it drove them absolutely insane. Think about it. They tried to play chess, and you showed up with a completely different board. While they were busy trading pieces, you were rewriting the rules. And that's what shattered them. They only know how to win by comparing, controlling, and crowding the field. But you weren't looking for a trophy. You were the trophy. You didn't need the spotlight. You were the damn sun, and they couldn't dim your shine without burning themselves. Let's break this down even more. Insecure people only know how to operate inside systems that reward fakeness. They calculate everything: who has the clout, who gets the praise, who's the loudest. But when someone walks in without begging for any of that and still commands attention, that breaks the entire equation. That someone is you. You are the problem they couldn't solve, because you weren't a problem. You were the proof that everything they worshipped was useless. You might have wondered, why does it feel like they've been watching, competing, gossiping, plotting, even though you never did anything to them? Here's the truth: your existence offended their illusions. You didn't play their game, and that alone made them feel small, because deep down, they know their status is hollow. They know they're only somebody as long as nobody real walks in. And when you did, it cracked their whole identity. Let me give you a metaphor they'll never forget. Imagine a room full of people wearing fake crowns, calling themselves kings. Then one real king walks in. No crown, no entourage, just presence. What happens next? Panic, insecurity, exposure. That's what you triggered. That's why they grouped up. They needed each other to survive the reality check you brought with just your existence. Psychology backs this up too. It's called the irrelevance rage. It's not just jealousy, it's rage from realizing you're not even being seen by the one you obsess over. They watched you rise, hoping to see you slip. But you didn't even glance their way. And nothing humiliates a group of insecure people faster than realizing the one they tried to destroy didn't even consider them a challenge. You were never competing, you were building. While they were flexing, you were focused. While they were clinging to fake titles, you were mastering your truth. And when someone can't beat you, they'll try to distract you. That's why they whispered. That's why they threw dirt. But the dirt didn't bury you. It revealed you. And every insult they threw turned into a mirror they couldn't handle. And now they're unraveling, one by one. You can hear the cracks forming, fake alliances crumbling, gossip turning into regret. Because the truth always boomerangs, and it's heading back to them. You don't need to lift a finger. You don't need revenge. You are the revenge. Every time you level up, you remind them their hate didn't work. Their numbers didn't win. Their plans didn't hold. You're untouchable, not because you're loud, but because you're solid. You're not powered by popularity. You're powered by presence. And presence can't be manufactured. It's either real or it's not. And yours is so real, it made their whole system collapse. So, chosen one, if you're still asking why they did what they did, understand this. They weren't mad because you had more. They were mad because you didn't need what they had. They were mad because you shined without asking. You won without playing. You lived without needing their validation. And that level of freedom, that drives control freaks crazy. They assumed your silence was weakness. It wasn't. It was calculation. It was grace. It was the confidence of someone who knows exactly who they are. They built narratives hoping you'd chase their approval. But you moved past them like they didn't exist. And now, they're stuck with the truth. They never mattered to your story. Let them keep watching. Let them keep crumbling, because the chosen one doesn't beg to be seen. The chosen one can't be ignored. That's you. You are the person who proved that being real is more powerful than being popular. You are the mirror that cracked their masks. You are the reminder that one person, walking in truth, outweighs a whole crowd built on lies. So let them whisper, let them plot, let them envy, because their downfall was set the moment they thought you were average. You were never in their league, and now they're choking on that reality. The universe never let them destroy you, because you weren't part of their small world to begin with. You were the earthquake sent to shake it up, and now That little jealous group is going down, and you're rising untouched. Number 2, their gang-up wasn't strength. It was a scared little confession. It doesn't take bravery to attack one person with a group. It takes fear masked as ego. That's the truth they'll never have the guts to say out loud, chosen one. But you don't need to hear it from their mouths. You've already seen it in their actions. The way they circled you, the way they whispered in packs, lied in groups, plotted behind closed doors. That wasn't strength. That was panic. And that panic was the confession. Their attack wasn't power. It was weakness dressed up as strategy. It was a silent scream that said, "We can't handle this person alone." Imagine this, one candle in a pitch-black room and 5 people scrambling with flashlights, sweating to drown it out. Why bother? Why all that effort for one small flame? Because they knew that flame wasn't small at all. That glow was real, and real light doesn't take much to shake a room full of shadows. That's what your presence did, chosen one. It made them uncomfortable. It made them scramble. And when people who rely on illusions get exposed by someone authentic, they panic. Then they attack. Now picture this, a lion walking calmly through a field, minding its business. Suddenly, a pack of coyotes shows up, yapping, circling, trying to look tough. But ask yourself, if the lion was weak, why bring a whole pack? Why the group effort? The answer cuts deep. Because the lion was too much for one to handle. That lion is you. Their crowd was their shield, not their strength. See, here's where psychology breaks it down brutally. There's a phenomenon called coalition envy. It's when insecure people can't stand alone, so they unite, not out of shared values, but shared jealousy. They form fake communities around a common enemy, you. But it's not a real bond. It's not built on truth. It's built on bitterness. That's not a team. That's a trap falling in on itself. And you know what? You might have caught yourself asking, why me? Why was it always you who attracted the drama, the hate, the secret meetings? Why couldn't they just let you live? Here's your answer. Because you were the only one not trying to blend in. You were too real, too unshakable. You didn't ask for approval. You didn't play the social game, and that made you impossible to control. Uncontrollable people threaten controlled systems. Let me give you another image. Imagine a group of people building a house of cards, fragile, tall, stacked on ego, and here you come, walking by, steady, grounded, not even trying to knock anything down. But your presence alone creates wind. The cards wobble, they panic. Suddenly, you're the threat. But the truth is, their structure was always unstable. You didn't ruin it. You just exposed it by existing near it. And that's what your enemies did with every rumor they spread. Every fake story, every group chat, every petty little move. They confessed. They didn't realize it at first, but each jab they threw was actually a spotlight. Each whisper made people wonder, what is it about this person that bothers them so much? The more they tried to tear you down, the more they highlighted how important you were. Ordinary people don't get that kind of attention. You don't plan a takedown on someone irrelevant. You just ignore them. So the fact they couldn't ignore you, that's your proof. Proof that your existence struck a nerve. You didn't just challenge their image, you threatened their illusion. You showed up as something real in a room full of roles. And now the mask they wore doesn't fit anymore. And now it's starting to fall apart. Can you feel it? Their little alliance cracking, distrust creeping in. The lies they told about you are coming back to bite. The guilt, the exposure, the contradictions, they're all catching up. Because here's the thing about insecure people. They can't hold loyalty. They can't handle pressure. The second their target doesn't break the way they hoped, they turn on each other. Let me ask you something, chosen one. If they were so powerful, why did they have to team up? Why all the planning? Why the coordination just to attack you? Real power stands on its own. Fake power needs a crowd. And the more they grouped up, the more obvious it became. You were the strongest one in the room. That's the irony they'll choke on forever. Their alliance wasn't built to win. It was built to protect their ego from the truth. The truth that you were everything they pretend to be. The truth that you walked into their world and didn't need their praise, their approval, or their fake love to stand tall. You walked in complete. And people who are empty hate that. They thought their silence would erase you. Instead, it made people curious. They thought lies would stain your name. Instead, it made others want to know you more. And every time they attacked, more eyes opened. More people started thinking, this one person must be carrying something powerful if it takes all of them just to bring them down. Here's another metaphor. Imagine a diamond in a pile of glass. The glass hates how the diamond catches the light, so they try to bury it, scratch it, dull it. But every time they try, the diamond shines brighter. That's you. And no matter how they spin it, the truth will always shine through eventually. Even under pressure. Especially under pressure. Let's make something clear. Their plan backfired. Their attack didn't isolate you. It isolated them. It exposed their character, or lack of it. And now, everyone's watching. People are waking up. Their fake smiles don't work anymore. Their stories don't hold weight. Their team, weak. Because it was never built on truth. It was built on not being you. And here's the most powerful truth of all. Their attack built your legacy. Every insult was a stepping stone. Every block they threw became a brick in your foundation. Every rejection turned into redirection. They didn't stop you. They certified you. They became part of your story, the part where the villain gets exposed and the real one rises. So now, let them talk. Let them scramble. Let them throw shade. Their own actions already exposed the truth. They couldn't beat you alone. And that means you've already won. Chosen one, this world doesn't hand out titles to the fake forever. Eventually, the truth always breaks through. You don't need to fight them. Just keep shining. Keep walking. Keep being the one they can't figure out, can't control, can't erase. Because their attack wasn't your destruction, it was your confirmation. Their downfall isn't coming, it's already happening. And the universe, it's watching it all unfold, in your favor. Number 3, they thought you'd break, but you were built to outlast the storm. Jealousy wants quick results, but chosen ones play the long game, and that's where the weak drown. They thought they'd break you in a week, that you'd shatter under the pressure, retreat, vanish, collapse like they would if the tables were turned. But here you are, still standing, still breathing, still rising. And now? They're exhausted, confused, and humiliated because the person they swore would fold is somehow still here, moving through the fire like it's nothing. Here's what they didn't expect. You were built different. They assumed you'd respond like they would. Emotional outbursts, desperate validation, or silence when the pressure hits. But you didn't flinch. You didn't break down. You didn't run. You outlasted them without even matching their energy. And that's what's eating them alive. Imagine this. They threw gasoline on your path, expecting to watch you burn. But instead of flames consuming you, they watched you walk through it like you'd been there before. That's what they never understood. Your stamina wasn't manufactured for this battle. It was earned long before they even knew your name. They attacked like amateurs playing a sprint. You responded like a veteran trained for marathons, because what they didn't calculate was your history. They didn't know about the nights you got through without help, the betrayals you healed from alone, the pressure you carried that would have crushed the average. They had no idea that every scar on you was a layer of armor, earned, not borrowed. Here's a brutal fact. Envy is impatient. It demands instant gratification. That's why their attacks were rushed, messy, and loud, because deep down they were hoping you'd fall fast, but you were designed for the slow burn. You're not made of performance. You're made of permanence, and permanence is terrifying to people built on trends, clicks, and shallow confidence. They threw everything at you hoping to trigger your breakdown, but all they did was prove you don't bend the way they do. Every time they whispered, "This'll finally silence them," your presence got louder. Every time they thought, "This will ruin their name," your truth started spreading faster. What they don't realize is this: when you've already survived storms that should have wiped you out, nothing they throw can shake your foundation. That's why you still stand. You're not unbreakable because you're perfect. You're unbreakable because you've already been broken and rebuilt yourself stronger every single time. Let them throw what they want. You've got time, patience, and resilience they've never known. And here's the killer truth that haunts them now: they will run out of hate before you ever run out of strength. Number 4. They formed a circle of cowards, not a kingdom of strength. Any group that needs a common enemy to stay united was never a real alliance. It was a therapy session for the weak. They didn't team up because they respected each other. They didn't unite over values, vision, or purpose. No, they linked arms out of hate. Hate for you. That's what stitched them together. Not loyalty, not strength. Just mutual bitterness and the shared need to tear down what they couldn't become. You became their obsession, their rallying point, their excuse to feel powerful. And now that fake power is cracking under its own weight. Imagine this: a group of termites bragging about the house they're destroying. They're proud, loud, but none of them built anything. They just fed on someone else's structure. Yours. That's what this group was. They didn't create power. They clung to each other in hopes of stealing yours. And now that you're still standing, they've got nothing left but paranoia and backbiting. Psychology says it plain: alliances built on negativity collapse fast. Why? Because once the target is gone, the energy turns inward. Suspicion replaces strategy. Ego replaces loyalty. That's what's happening to them right now. The same mouths that whispered about you are now whispering about each other, because their fake unity had an expiration date. Imagine a group of people stranded in the dark, huddled together, claiming they're strong just because they're standing close. But none of them have a light. None of them have direction. That's what they were: scared people who mistook their proximity for power. And now the fear is setting in, because without you to target, their flaws are all that's left. You never needed a crowd to feel strong. They did, and that's why they're falling apart. Hate gave them a quick high, but truth gives you endurance. Let them rot. Let them unravel, because the bond they built wasn't loyalty. It was desperation, pretending to be strength. And desperation always eats itself alive. Number 5. You walked in alone and made them realize they're nothing without a crowd. The loudest ones in the room aren't confident. They're just terrified someone like you might walk in and reveal how hollow they really are. They wore the mask of independence so well until you showed up. Calm, collected, unbothered, no entourage, no fake applause, just you, real, quiet power. And suddenly, everything they were pretending to be collapsed in front of you. Your presence didn't just threaten their egos, it exposed them. It stripped away their act and forced them to confront a truth they've spent their whole lives avoiding. They're not whole without an audience. You didn't even have to say a word. Your peace spoke louder than their noise. Your confidence, the kind that doesn't beg to be noticed, turned their performance into a parody. It was like holding up a mirror to their soul, and all they saw was someone pretending to be what you already are. That's the kind of power they can't compete with. That's the kind of power that breaks illusions. Imagine this, a room full of people shouting, dancing, putting on a show, and then you walk in, sit down, and say nothing. And suddenly, all eyes are on you. Not because you asked for it, but because your presence commands it. That's when the panic sets in for them. Because now they know authenticity makes noise without making a sound. Psychology proves it. People addicted to external validation are deeply threatened by those who move without it. And you move like you don't need a damn thing from them. That's why they try to twist your peace into arrogance. That's why they call your independence weird or cold. Because it reminds them that their entire identity depends on being seen, liked, clapped for. But you're built for solitude. You've faced silence, and instead of fearing it, you found yourself in it. That's why you walk like nothing's missing, because you aren't missing anything. You never needed the crowd. They did, and that truth hit them harder than any insult ever could. You didn't expose them by attacking, you exposed them by existing, and now they can't unsee what you showed them. Number 6. They tried to copy the flame, but you were the fire itself. You can steal the style, the tone, the timing, but if you don't have the soul, it'll always fall flat. They tried it all, the voice, the presence, the swagger, all of it rehearsed, polished, mimicked. But what they didn't realize is this: you're not built from the outside in. You glow because something deep within you burns constantly. Not for approval, not for applause, but for alignment. That's not something you can copy. That's something you become. They thought charisma was about volume. They thought confidence was about pretending. They thought energy was about being seen. But what fuels you has nothing to do with attention, and everything to do with intention. They're performing, you're radiating, they're trying to look powerful. You are powerful, and that's the gap they can't cross. Imagine someone buying a gold crown and thinking they're royalty. That's what they've been doing, buying the look, borrowing the talk, faking the vibe. But here you are, forged through fire, walking with the kind of grace only pain can teach. While they were rehearsing power, you were surviving storms. While they were imitating strength, you were building it. Your silence speaks louder than their screams. Your calm threatens their chaos. Why? Because you don't need to dominate a room to own it. You walk in and the energy shifts. That's not charisma. That's alignment. And alignment can't be sold, taught, or duplicated. It's built when no one's watching. It's built in the moments they'd never survive. They're chasing what you are, but here's the problem. They're only copying what they see, and what fuels you can't be seen. It's truth, it's self-mastery, it's peace that doesn't break when tested. It's the wisdom that comes from holding yourself together while the world tries to pull you apart. They wanted your glow, but not your grind. They wanted your essence, but skipped the evolution. That's why it all crumbles when they try to wear your energy like a costume. You're not a trend, you're a force, and they'll never manufacture what took you years of fire to become. Number 7. They dug a trap for you and fell face first into it. Schemes built in the dark always collapse under the weight of their own spotlight. They thought they were smart, thought they were slick, whispered in the shadows like nobody would catch on. But chosen one, the universe has a cruel sense of irony, the very light they tried to avoid. It's now burning straight through their mask. They didn't expect truth to fight back without lifting a finger. They thought exposure would destroy you, but guess what? It destroyed them. Imagine this. They set a stage to ruin your name. Scripts written, rumors rehearsed, roles passed around like candy. But here's the twist. The lights flipped on before they were ready, and now the audience is watching them scramble to stay in character. The fake smiles don't land, the lines don't match. And the story? It's falling apart, scene by scene. That's how exposure works. It doesn't kick the door down. It waits. It builds tension. Then, boom, everything hidden starts leaking out in plain sight. Their lies got lazy. Their fake energy got awkward. And now people are starting to see it. The inconsistencies, the contradictions, the desperation. You didn't have to shout. You just had to stand still. The universe brought the spotlight to them. Psychologists call it behavioral leakage, when liars reveal themselves through subtle overacting, excessive smiling, forced calm, nervous rambling. And now, that's all they're doing, over-explaining, overcompensating, overexposed. Because guilt has a scent, and people around them are starting to smell it. Meanwhile, you didn't panic. You didn't fight back dirty. You stood tall, solid, untouched, and that contrast became blinding. They tried to throw dirt on your name, but the dirt slid off and stuck to their own hands instead. You were the diamond. They were the mess. And now the world sees it. They built a narrative with lies, but forgot that lies are allergic to time. The more they talk, the more it unravels. The more they scheme, the more obvious it becomes. They didn't just fail to take you down. They spotlighted their own downfall. The universe didn't just protect you. It embarrassed them. Poetic, isn't it? Number 8. They tried to dim you, but ended up lighting the stage. The loudest hate always exposes the brightest light, and the fools who can't stop staring at it. They came at you with venom, hoping to make you disappear. But chosen one, every drop of hate they threw became gasoline on your fire. Every insult was a spotlight. Every whisper was an announcement. Every fake story was a flare, drawing more eyes your way. And before they realized it, they made you famous in rooms you hadn't even entered yet. They thought hate would silence you, but hate doesn't erase energy, it amplifies it. That's basic physics. When someone puts that much emotional charge into targeting you, all they're really doing is transferring their energy into you. And you didn't absorb it, you transformed it. You flipped their bitterness into focus. You turned their noise into momentum. You walked through the fire and came out glowing like it was your spotlight. Because it was. Let's talk facts. Nobody obsesses over someone they don't secretly admire. Their hate wasn't just emotion. It was obsession disguised as rage. The way they stalked your moves, mimicked your style, monitored your name like it was their job. That wasn't beef. That was fixation. And fixation is always a power imbalance. You had it, they didn't. Imagine this. They tried to bury a seed, thinking it would rot. But instead, the pressure made you grow roots. Their shade gave you direction. And now, while they sit confused in their bitterness, you're blooming right in front of the world. That's the twist they didn't see coming. Their hate built your platform. Psychologically, this is called reactance bias. When people see someone unfairly targeted, they start to question the attacker, not the target. And that's what flipped everything in your favor. People started thinking, why are they so pressed about this one person? Suddenly, the crowd got curious. Curious became interested. Interested became inspired. And just like that, they built you a stage with their own hands. You didn't campaign for attention, they gave it to you. You didn't manipulate sympathy, they handed it to you. You didn't beg to be seen, they forced people to look. And what those people saw wasn't weakness. It was quiet strength. Grace under pressure. Calm in the chaos. A walking contradiction to every lie they told. They wanted to paint you as the villain, but forgot one thing. Villains don't glow like you. They don't walk with peace. They don't win without playing dirty. You did, and now they're watching your rise like spectators in a show they accidentally produced. You never needed the spotlight, but now that you've got it, you're using it for something bigger. You're not just surviving, you're showing others how to survive without becoming bitter. You're not just the result of the hate, you're the proof that it never wins. They can't rewind what they did. Their voices carried your name too far. Their hate echoed too loud. Now the world knows you, not because you begged to be seen, but because they couldn't stop talking. The spotlight's yours now, and it's not going anywhere, not because you fought for it, but because they tried so hard to take it. And here's the most brutal part, chosen one. They handed you the mic, and you never even had to raise your voice. Number 9. They thought you were alone, but you were just leveling up in silence. They confused your silence for weakness, not realizing it was the sound of power reloading. They thought stripping you of people would strip you of power. They thought if they isolated you, cut ties, spread rumors, made you the outsider, you'd wither. But that was their first and biggest mistake. Because solitude doesn't crush chosen ones, it creates them. You weren't breaking in the silence. You were sharpening, calibrating, preparing. And now that you've returned, steady, unbothered, unshakable, they're panicking. Because they didn't expect you to survive the quiet. They didn't think you'd adapt. But you didn't just adapt, you thrived. While they were busy drowning in noise, you learned to breathe underwater. While they stayed addicted to validation, you unplugged and built your own frequency. Alone didn't break you, it revealed you. Imagine a blade being forged in fire, heated, beaten, reshaped in isolation. That's what your solitude was. While they thought you were losing, you were transforming. While they were scrolling for relevance, you were sitting in the dark, building your clarity like armor. That's why your return hit differently, not loud, but lethal. See, people who depend on noise fear silence, because silence is where the truth gets loud. You heard your own voice again. You saw through their fake alliances, their shallow masks, their performance-based worth. And that insight? That's what gave you the edge. That's what scares them. Psychologically, this is called autonomous resilience. When you become your own source of energy, regulation, and direction, they rely on groupthink. You rely on alignment. They rely on gossip. You rely on clarity. That's why your solitude was your secret weapon. You weren't alone. You were in the lab. They thought they could destroy you by taking away the audience, but they didn't realize you never needed one. You don't seek energy. You are the energy. And now they're watching the one they cast out become the one who walks back in, untouchable. They tried to isolate you, not knowing that isolation is where chosen ones become legends. Number 10. They thought purity was soft. Now they're getting burned by it. They aimed their weapons at purity, thinking it was harmless, not realizing it was the one thing the darkness can never survive. They saw your kindness and thought, easy target. They mistook your calm for weakness, your empathy for ignorance, your goodness for gullibility. But they misread the whole game, chosen one. What they didn't realize is that purity isn't softness. It's sharp. It's silent fire. It's the kind of energy that doesn't just survive attacks. It reveals everything rotten around it. And now that fire's eating them alive from the inside out. They expected you to fight dirty, to lose control, to stoop to their level, but you didn't. You stayed still. You stayed true. You let your silence scream louder than any insult. And now the guilt they tried to avoid, it's echoing inside their own heads. That's the price of striking at someone who meant no harm. The universe makes sure you never forget it. Imagine a clear stream, calm and beautiful, until someone throws in poison. The stream doesn't get loud. It doesn't splash. It just carries the poison downstream, where it eventually contaminates them. That's what happened here. They tried to infect you, and now they're choking on their own toxicity. Psychology names it moral dissonance, the psychological torment of hurting someone who didn't deserve it. And that torment? It doesn't go away with distractions or apologies. It festers. It haunts. It creates a weight they weren't built to carry. And the heavier it gets, the more they unravel. Your presence didn't fight back. It reflected. And that reflection is what's killing them. Your grace made their rage look pitiful. Your peace made their chaos embarrassing. You didn't just survive the attack. You exposed the attackers. They were trying to ruin your image, but now they're the ones whose masks are falling off. The irony? They thought they'd destroy your light. Instead, they exposed their own darkness. And now the world sees it. Their punishment isn't public, it's internal. It's the self-hatred, the regret, the shame that never lets them rest. You didn't lose, you revealed them, and now their downfall has already begun, not from your revenge, but from their own reflection. Number 11. They took your quiet as a quit. Now they're watching you rise in silence. Real power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just watches while everyone else reveals who they are. They thought you were done, thought your silence meant you had nothing left. But chosen one, you weren't hiding, you were healing, you weren't defeated, you were reloading. And now they're realizing that silence isn't the absence of power. It's the most strategic form of it. You see, insecure people need noise to feel relevant. They need chaos, drama, and attention to survive. So when you went quiet, they got loud. Loud with gossip, loud with lies, loud with insecurity disguised as confidence. But the silence, it wasn't for them. It was for you, because real strength doesn't flinch when provoked. It steps back, observes, recalibrates, and then comes back sharper. Imagine a sniper in a war zone. They don't run into the middle of chaos, screaming. They stay still, breathe, line it up, and take their shot when it counts. That was you. They ran their mouths thinking they were winning, but all they did was expose themselves while you waited for the noise to die down. And now, with every messy overreaction they made, they painted themselves as the villain, not you. Psychologically, silence triggers anxiety in manipulators. Why? Because they live off your response, your anger, your confusion, your energy. When you go quiet, you rob them of control. That's why they started spiraling, over-posting, over-explaining, over-sharing. Your silence forced them to sit in the mess they made without your energy to blame it on. They thought they broke you, but they were just loud enough to reveal that you'd outgrown them. And when you came back, calm, clear, distant. They panicked, because silence with clarity is the scariest response of all. It says, "I'm not angry, I'm over it." They mistook your silence for defeat, but really, it was the sound of your evolution, and now they know they didn't silence you. They lost access to you, and that, for them, is the ultimate punishment. Number 12. They built the trap, then fell face first into it. You don't need to fight people who are digging their own graves. You just step back and let the dirt fly. They thought they were clever, chosen one, thought every lie was a thread tightening the net around you, but they didn't realize the whole time they were scheming, they weren't building a cage for you. They were building a coffin for themselves. That's the part envy never calculates. It doesn't just aim outward, it infects inward. They were so obsessed with your destruction, they became blind to their own slow collapse. Every rumor they spread, it left a trail. Every fake smile, it cracked under pressure. Every attempt to sabotage you became a confession of weakness. That's the brutal truth. They exposed themselves trying to erase you. The more energy they invested into hurting you, the more obvious it became who they really were. Fragile, fake, and drowning in their own bitterness. Psychologists call this projective collapse. When someone puts so much effort into ruining another person, they lose themselves in the process. That's exactly what happened. You didn't clap back. You didn't match their energy. And because of that, they had to carry every drop of hate alone. That weight, it's breaking them now, quietly, beautifully. Imagine someone throwing knives at you in the dark, not realizing they're standing in a mirrored room. Every blade bounces back. That's karma, that's recoil, that's energy finding its rightful owner. And now they're walking around bleeding from wounds they gave themselves. They wanted you to lose it, wanted you to crack, to curse, to lash out so they could say, "See? Told you they were fake, but you didn't. You held your ground. You chose restraint." And that's when the script flipped. Because nothing unnerves a snake more than the prey refusing to run. You were the mirror they couldn't smash. Your stillness reflected every flaw they tried to hide. And now they're living in the prison they built for you, with no key, no exit, and no audience left to lie to. They thought they could bury you. But you're not the seed, you're the mountain, and now all they've done is prove how small they are next to something that never even moved. Chosen one, you didn't just survive, you exposed everything fake around you by staying true to yourself. Their schemes, their noise, their hate, it all collapsed under your silence, your strength, your evolution. And now, your story speaks louder than any rumor ever could. If this message lit something in you, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this isn't just a channel, it's a movement. We're building power in silence, and your presence here makes all the difference. Some people don't fear getting caught. They fear getting exposed by the one they underestimated. You were silent, calm, collected, while they were running their mouth, playing their little mind games, smirking like they had the upper hand. You sat back and watched, like a storm in disguise. Now, that calm has them terrified. Not because you threatened them, not because you raised your voice, but because they finally sensed what's coming. That chilling stillness before the universe makes its move. That moment where everything they did behind your back starts echoing louder than their fake smiles. You want to know what real fear looks like? It's not someone screaming for help. It's someone looking over their shoulder when they're alone. It's the way their chest tightens when they hear your name. It's biology, too. Studies show that chronic fear weakens the immune system, damages memory, and creates hallucinations. That's right. Their guilt is eating them alive so bad that now their mind is doing the punishing for you. You don't have to do anything. Just exist. Just rise. That's the revenge. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just healing. You are part of a force. Now let's get back to why they're shaking like they just saw a ghost. You see, this is what happens when someone mistakes your peace for passiveness, when someone confuses your silence for softness. What they didn't realize is you've evolved. You're not who you used to be. You've leveled up in a way that words can't even describe. Your aura, your presence, your mindset. It's all different now, and they feel it. The fear they feel isn't random. It's their own actions coming back like a shadow that won't leave them alone. They laughed when you were down, tried to humiliate you, tried to reduce you to a joke in a room full of cowards. But what they didn't know is that the same person they humiliated is now the name they dare not mention. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to expose them. The fear in their chest is the exposure. The paranoia, that's your presence haunting their conscience. And no, this isn't just karma. That word is too soft for what's happening here. This is justice from the universe, cold, calculated, and precise. See, the universe doesn't forget. It watches, records, waits. And when it sees someone cross a chosen one, it doesn't just balance the scales, it flips the whole damn system upside down. They thought they hurt you and walked away clean, but now their peace is poisoned. Every win they thought they had now feels fake, tainted, temporary. And here's the funny part, they'll never admit it. They'll act unbothered, still post online, still walk around like they're untouchable. But behind the mask, they're sweating, losing sleep, asking questions like, what if they come back stronger? What if the universe really is on their side? And the truth is, it is. You're protected. You're guided. Not by luck, but by design. Your pain didn't break you. It activated something dangerous. Let me remind you, you're not intimidating because you're loud. You're intimidating because your silence carries answers they don't want to hear. You're intimidating because you didn't fold when they tried to break you. That scares them more than anything. People like that can't handle real power. And real power doesn't always show up in flashy ways. Sometimes it shows up in quiet resilience, in healed wounds, in unbothered energy that can't be copied or manipulated. Now let's talk about what's coming. Why they're scared of it, why they're trying to stay ahead of it, but can't. Because what's coming isn't a revenge plot, it's a shift in how the world sees you, a shift in how opportunities flow toward you, a shift in how truth rises without you needing to force it. They were hoping you'd retaliate like your old self, but you didn't. And that's exactly what terrifies them. You're becoming untouchable, unreachable. And when people like that can't reach you anymore, they panic. Fear, at its core, is a loss of control, and they lost all control the moment they couldn't predict you anymore. That's what this whole thing is about. Control. They played games thinking you'd react. You didn't. Now they're left with silence, and silence is where guilt grows, like mold in the dark. Now, every room they walk into, they wonder if someone knows the truth, if someone sees through their act. They're not running from you. They're running from what the universe has already decided. Their time is up. That's what's got them shaking. That's why they're scared, and that's why they'll never try you again. Not because you're dangerous, but because what's protecting you is. So next time you sense that shift, next time you see their energy switch up, just smile. You don't need revenge. You became the consequence. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, it's because deep down, you know this message is yours. You can feel it. Someone out there is already panicking over the shift in your energy, and what's coming next has their entire spirit trembling. So don't tap out now. Stay locked in. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to let your silence shake the room louder than their lies ever could. And if this message hit home, bless the creators behind this truth with a super thanks. It keeps the fire lit and the mission alive. Doesn't matter if it's $1 or a dime, your energy fuels the storm they never saw coming. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. And believe me, if you're truly built for this, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1, they're not afraid of you. They're afraid of what you unleash. It's not your power that scares them. It's the fact that their mask slips every time you walk in the room. Let's call it what it is. They're not scared of your fists, your voice, or even your anger. What truly rattles them is what you activate inside them. You don't walk in like a threat. You walk in like the truth. And that's a nightmare for people who've built their whole existence on lies. You're not just a person to them. You're a walking undoing of their entire illusion. You don't need to expose them. Just breathing in the same room does it for you. Your name alone hits like a glitch in their system. When they see your face, it's like standing in front of a cracked mirror. Every flaw they tried to hide starts bleeding through. They tried to bury their guilt, their shame, their manipulation, but your presence digs it all back up. And here's the kicker. You didn't even try. That's what makes it worse. You're not fighting them. You're just being, and that alone wrecks them from the inside out. You're the consequence they never saw coming. You remind them of everything they tried to forget. And now, you're the ghost that doesn't leave, the echo in every silent room, the reminder in every mirror. They thought you'd break, and instead, you became a walking receipt for their betrayal. They can't play victim anymore because you didn't react the way they hoped. You didn't beg. You didn't explode. You leveled up. And now they're stuck choking on the silence you left behind. You don't need to prove anything. Your growth is the proof. Every win, every step forward, every ounce of peace on your face is a slap to their pride. That's why they avoid you, but still watch everything you do. That's why they pretend to be unbothered, but flinch when someone brings up your name, because deep down they know you saw them for who they are. And once a chosen one sees through you, there's no going back. See, manipulators thrive in fog. Confusion is their weapon. But when someone like you shows up, clear-eyed, focused, no longer emotionally available for their games, it's like the lights come on, and they're caught red-handed. You robbed them of the one thing they worship: control. And when they can't control you, they start losing control of themselves. And here's the part they'll never admit out loud. They wish they could be you, not for your success, not for your image, but for your peace. Because while they're out there lying to keep up appearances, you're out here healing, rising, transforming. That kind of energy is rare, and it's lethal to someone who thrives off destruction. They can't understand how you survived what they threw at you, and that confuses them. It bothers them. It haunts them. So when you ask, why are they acting weird around me? Why are they keeping their distance? This is why. You pulled the curtain back. You shattered the illusion. you became everything they're pretending to be. And that reflection, it burns. You didn't just walk away, you became the version of yourself that their lies could never kill. Let them shake, let them sweat, let them feel the pressure they created. You didn't start this war, but your glow is ending it. Your silence is their sentence, and your rise is the reminder they'll never outrun. Number 2. They thought you were just skin and bone, but you moved like a whole law being enforced. They played with a person. What they didn't realize is they were violating a principle, and now the universe is billing them interest on every move. They thought you were breakable, touchable, replaceable, just another name they could toss into the dirt when it suited them. But they were dead wrong. You weren't just a person, you were an enforcement, a walking, breathing law of balance. And when they crossed you, they didn't just disrespect you, they violated the very order that holds this universe together. And guess what happens when someone thinks they're above the law? The law doesn't argue. It doesn't warn. It strikes. Imagine trying to slap the wind and thinking you won. Imagine pouring poison into a river, then being shocked when your own crops start dying. That's what it's like when someone tries to play you and thinks it won't echo back. They thought they were hurting you, but they were just writing their own sentence, and now the consequences are rolling in like thunder. See, people like that are always looking for a reaction. They poke, they provoke, they gaslight, hoping you'll lose it, hoping you'll stoop low so they can call you crazy or too emotional. But when you didn't react, when you didn't break, when you walked away instead of exploding, that's when they felt it. That chill, that weight, that pressure they couldn't explain, because they were expecting a fight. But instead, they triggered something far scarier: correction. You didn't clap back. The universe did. Let that sink in. You didn't have to raise your voice. You didn't have to expose anyone. You didn't even wish them harm. And still, their world started folding in on itself. Why? Because you're not protected by coincidence. You're protected by order. You're aligned. Your footsteps echo with intention. And when someone tries to knock down a person who's walking in purpose, the blow doesn't just bounce, it reverses. So if you're wondering, why are they acting so scared now? Here's your answer. They finally realized they weren't dealing with just a human being. They were dealing with a force of nature, a spiritual correction, an energetic boomerang that doesn't miss. Imagine lighting a match in a gas-filled room and then acting surprised when everything explodes. That's them. They lit the fire. They opened the door. And now they're trying to escape the very smoke they created. But there's no escape when you've tampered with universal law. There's no apology big enough, no excuse smooth enough. You don't get to disrespect the truth and expect peace. They thought they were playing chess, but they were actually playing with gravity, and gravity never loses. And this is where your power really shows, not in revenge, not in shouting, but in presence, in the way you carry yourself like you know something bigger is moving for you, in the way you don't argue with people who already buried themselves, in the way you don't flinch when liars try to rewrite history, because you don't have to. You're not unpredictable. You're unreadable. And that's what terrifies them. They don't know if you'll forgive or forget. They don't know how much you've seen. They don't know what the universe has planned next. All they do know is that their peace hasn't been the same since they tried you. And it never will be. And let's clear this up. Your peace isn't luck. Your protection isn't random. That's stillness in your spirit. That's alignment. That's power. That's proof that you're in sync with something way bigger than you, and way more dangerous than anything they could have imagined. That's why you don't chase. That's why you don't respond. Because your energy is being handled by forces that don't need your permission to strike. People think law's loud, sirens, courtrooms, chaos. But real law, real universal law, it's quiet, subtle. It watches, waits, then rearranges everything without warning. One day the manipulators wake up and nothing works. Doors start closing, friends start turning, money dries up, their own lies start suffocating them. That's not bad luck, that's not coincidence, that's correction. You didn't fight dirty, you just moved clean, and that alone ruined their whole plan. So don't second-guess the silence. Don't question why you feel calm while they spiral. That's how you know you're protected. That's how you know you're not operating on emotion anymore. You're moving with law, with order, with purpose. And people who thrive in chaos will always fear someone who walks in peace. They'll never say it out loud, but they envy how untouchable you've become. They hate that you don't need them, that you're not seeking revenge, that you're not dragging their name through the mud like they did yours. Because deep down, they know you're better, you're above it, and that burns. Now let's get brutally honest. They won't try you again, not because they've changed, not because they're sorry, but because they're scared. Scared of what you awaken, scared of what you know, scared of what's protecting you, and scared of what'll happen if they cross the line again. You're not just flesh, you're not just words, you're alignment, your consequence, your proof that messing with the wrong soul comes with a price. And the bill always shows up with interest. So let them keep watching from the sidelines. Let them wonder how you're still glowing. Let them whisper in circles about what you might do next. But you, keep moving like law, silent, powerful, unstoppable. Because when you walk with truth, the universe walks with you, and no enemy survives that kind of justice. Number 3, the script's flipped, and they can't rewrite it now. They wrote the story with you as the fool, but forgot you'd survive long enough to narrate the truth. Control is their oxygen. Manipulators don't thrive on facts. They survive off false narratives. They smear, twist, edit, and retell reality to keep their mask in place. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You kept going, you kept rising, you kept building, and now everything about your life is wrecking their version of events. You didn't expose them with words, you exposed them with results. They said you'd fall apart, but you didn't. They told everyone you were unstable, but you're more grounded than ever. Every smile on your face is a contradiction to their script. Every win you stack is a plot twist they can't erase. You don't need to speak. You exist, and that's enough to ruin their show. Imagine trying to control a fire you secretly started. Now it's burning through their costume, and the audience is catching on. They're scared, not because you're dangerous, but because you've become undeniable. You're not the villain they tried to paint. You're the proof that they lied. The story is slipping out of their hands, and the more they talk, the more they expose themselves. Every whisper they spread gets buried under your silence. Because you're not defending, you're evolving. Lies run fast, but the truth doesn't get tired. What they never expected was the expiration date. See, deception has a shelf life, but truth ages like stone. It sits there, it waits. And when the mask starts to rot, the truth doesn't even have to move. It's just seen. That's what's haunting them now. The slow unraveling, the panicked paranoia, the fear that people are finally connecting the dots. And they are. You don't have to fight for clarity. You are the clarity. You didn't just take back the story, you became the story. And now they can't touch it. Not anymore. Not ever again. Number 4. You became the lesson. They can't unlearn. They mocked the chalkboard until life made them take notes in blood. They didn't come to learn, they came to play. But life has a way of turning arrogance into a classroom. And guess who's standing at the front now? You. Not because you wanted to teach them, but because every backstab, every lie, every smear campaign they launched became the curriculum. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't need to. Your silence, that was the lecture. Your growth, that was the test. And now, they're failing every subject with flying colors. See, the universe doesn't hand out diplomas for manipulation. It hands out reality checks, and they're cashing in on everyone they tried to dodge. Imagine trying to sabotage someone's ladder, only to find out they're above you. And now you're stuck at the bottom, forced to watch. That's the lesson they never wanted. You survived them, and that survival rewired their entire world. They didn't want a mentor, but every mistake they made around you became a mirror. Now they flinch at their own reflection, because every move you make is a reminder of the consequences they earned. You didn't seek revenge, but your peace is punishing. You didn't insult them, but your presence is correcting. Every time they remember how they treated you, life throws them another pop quiz they can't cheat their way through. Respect was never yours to beg for, it was theirs to lose. And now that it's gone, they're learning the hard way that some people are untouchable, not because of ego, but because of alignment. You're not chasing validation, you're grading their paper in silence. And the results? F for fake, F for failure, F for fear. You are now the lesson they didn't ask for, but the one they'll never forget. Number 5, they fear the math they can't solve. You carry consequences beyond calculation. They can predict chaos, but they can't predict you, and that's why they lose sleep. People like them need patterns. They survive by measuring reactions, anticipating weakness, and scripting outcomes. But you broke the formula. You stopped being predictable the moment you stopped caring what they think. Now, their biggest fear isn't what you'll do. It's what might happen simply because they crossed you. They can't quantify it. They can't chart it. They can't even name it. All they know is that every time they move wrong toward you, something or someone moves against them. Imagine tossing a stone in a calm lake and realizing the ripples never stop. That's what your energy does. The moment they tried to sabotage you, they activated a cause and effect loop that doesn't play by their logic. They thought consequences were optional. They forgot that the universe collects debt in unpredictable ways. Sometimes the payback is a failed plan. Sometimes it's the sudden silence of people who used to enable them. Sometimes it's the slow collapse of their own confidence. They don't fear punishment. They fear unpredictability. Enemies thrive on control. But how do you fight someone who doesn't react the same way twice? How do you target a person who walks with quiet timing that feels orchestrated? You terrify them not because you're violent, but because your protection makes no sense to them. Things start happening, random delays, sudden failures, eerie coincidences, and deep down, they know it's not random at all. They can't tell whether it's karma, timing, or just life correcting itself. But it always circles back to you. Imagine this. They're sitting confidently, bragging about how they won, and then life delivers a consequence out of nowhere, a loss, a betrayal, an exposure they never expected. That's what keeps them pacing at night. The fear that their own actions are now boomerangs, flying back in ways they can't dodge. You don't even have to lift a finger. Your silence has already started the chain reaction. The most dangerous weapon is not rage, it's restraint. You're the storm that doesn't need thunder to be felt. You carry a kind of order that punishes disrespect without warning. They can't calculate when it hits, and that's what breaks them, because when fear has no schedule, it becomes obsession. They replay every wrong move, every cruel word, wondering which one the universe is charging interest on. And that's your real power. You move with mystery. Your energy rewrites the odds, bends the timing, and enforces consequences that can't be predicted, only endured. They once thought you were human error. Now they know your universal correction. Number 6. They just realized you were never in the same arena. You were operating on another level. They were playing tag and didn't realize you were holding the rulebook the whole time. They thought you were one of them, caught in the drama, chasing attention, moving out of desperation. But you weren't even playing. You weren't competing. You were watching, listening, studying. While they played checkers, you were assembling the chessboard. That's why they're panicking now, because all the moves they made, thinking they were ahead, are the same moves that wrote their downfall. You didn't respond, and that silence exposed everything. They thought your stillness was weakness, that your lack of reaction meant defeat, but still, waters run deep, and what they mistook for surrender was actually strategy. You didn't yell, you didn't clap back, you just kept building, kept evolving, kept mastering the one thing they never could, yourself. And now, everything they once used to mock you is backfiring. Every fake story is crumbling. Every smear tactic is falling apart under its own weight. They weren't competing with you. They were being studied by you. They never realized the danger wasn't your words. It was your pattern recognition. While they were loud, you were calculating. While they tried to flex their illusion of power, you were learning how to dismantle it from the inside out. They thought they were hunters, but they walked straight into their own trap, because they never noticed. You were never chasing their validation. You were outgrowing the entire battlefield. Imagine being so busy laughing at someone's silence, you don't realize they've outbuilt you, outclassed you, and outlasted you. That's where they are now. Watching from a distance as everything you planted in silence starts to bloom in public. And the worst part, there's no way to stop it. You rewrote the rules, and now the old game doesn't even exist. You weren't trying to win their game. You were designing a reality where their tactics don't even apply. They finally see it. You were never their rival. You were the reminder that real power doesn't perform. It evolves. And now they're stuck in the dust of a game that no longer matters. Because you were never playing. You were positioning. Number 7. They're panicking because the power cord's been cut. You're no longer reachable. They didn't fear losing you. They feared losing access to you, and now that the plug's been pulled, their ego can't breathe. Let's make one thing clear. They never valued you. They valued what they could drain from you, your emotions, your attention, your reactions. That was their power source. They fed off your energy like parasites disguised as partners. But now, the faucet is dry, the door is locked, the bridge has collapsed, and they're left banging on a wall that doesn't echo back. You didn't need revenge, you just disappeared. And that silence, it's screaming louder than any argument ever could. See, they were addicted to the high of controlling your state, pressing buttons, then watching you unravel. But you've grown past that. You don't react anymore. You don't explain anymore. You don't need them to understand. And that shift, that calm distance, it's got them unraveling now. You weren't their loss, you were their supply. And now the line's been cut. Imagine trying to play a puppet with no strings left. That's what your absence feels like to them. They can't provoke you, can't bait you, can't drain you, and that makes them spiral, because their illusion of control was never about love or connection. It was about keeping you emotionally available to feed their ego. Without access, they feel powerless, and when people like that feel powerless, they panic. They might act unbothered, pretend like you were never that important, but watch their behavior, the stalking, the subtle jabs, the indirect posts. That's not peace, that's panic, that's a toxic soul suffocating from a lack of control. Because your distance is a mirror now, one they can't look away from, one that reflects the truth. They were never needed. You were always the light. They were just standing too close. Your silence is no longer empty, it's powerful. You turned the volume down on chaos, you walked away from noise, and now they're screaming into the void, hoping you'll come back just so they can feel something again. But you're gone, not because you hate them, because you've evolved past the point of being reachable by low frequencies. Number 8, their image is drowning in the truth you became. You didn't ruin their name, you just lived long enough to become undeniable. They thought they could define you, box you in, bury you under lies, twist the narrative, and walk away crowned as the hero. But there's one problem with building a reputation on fiction. It collapses the moment reality walks into the room. And guess who reality showed up wearing? You. You didn't fight back with insults. You didn't run around defending yourself. You just rose. You kept showing up, kept leveling up. And with every step you took forward, their version of the story started rotting from the inside out. Now, everything they said about you sounds hollow, like trying to slander the sun while the whole sky is on fire. It doesn't work. Your evolution became the evidence they can't delete. Imagine this. They built a house of mirrors, hoping to reflect a distorted version of you. But then you became a lighthouse, and every time you shine, their reflection cracks. You didn't have to call them out. Life did it for you. The truth didn't need to scream. It just stood tall while their whispers drowned in your winds. They're not just embarrassed now, they're exposed, because the people who once believed them are starting to ask questions. Wait, I thought they said this person was unstable, weak, a mess. But here you are, thriving, glowing, evolving, and that alone makes their lies look stupid. That's the collapse, that's the humiliation. You became everything they said you'd never be, and now they have to live with that. They tried to assassinate your character, not realizing you were still growing into it. They aimed for your name, but your legacy dodged every bullet. And the irony? You never had to touch their reputation. Your existence did the demolition. Every smile, every success, every ounce of peace you now carry is a billboard that reads, "They were wrong about me." So no, you're not their destroyer. You're not the villain. You're the walking contradiction to every lie they ever told. And that's the one truth they'll never escape. Number 9, you didn't take the bait, so they choked on their own trap. They built a stage for your meltdown, and now they're performing alone in their own circus. They needed you to explode, to slip up, to lose control. That was the whole plan. The snide comments, the lies behind your back, the silent sabotage. It was all carefully designed to pull you into a scene where you'd look like the villain. But instead of taking the bait, you did something they never expected. You chose silence. You chose grace. You walked away from their chaos without giving them a single reaction to feed on, and that's what ended them. You didn't respond, and that silence was the loudest consequence they ever received. People like them don't just want to hurt you, they want you to hurt yourself trying to prove a point. They poke the wound, then hide their hands when you bleed. But you stopped bleeding for them. You stopped entertaining the drama. You stayed still, and that stillness flipped everything. Without your reaction, their strategy collapsed like a trap with no target. Now they're stuck in the very web they spun, squirming under the spotlight they turned on you. Imagine throwing bait into a calm ocean, expecting a shark, and getting dragged in by your own fishing line. That's what happened. They planned your fall like it was a script, but forgot that you'd already outgrown the role. You weren't moved by ego anymore. You were moved by clarity, and clarity doesn't chase noise. It watches noise burn itself out. You won by doing nothing, because nothing is exactly what they couldn't handle. You're not cold, you're calculating. You didn't avoid the fight out of fear. You avoided it because you knew it was beneath you. You knew what they were after. They weren't attacking you. They were attacking your peace, your presence, your power. But they underestimated your self-control. They thought they could lure you into self-destruction. And now they're the ones unraveling, while you continue to rise, untouched, unbothered, and untouchable. The real flex. You didn't have to destroy them. They did that all by themselves. Number 10. Your boundaries are brick walls, not suggestions. They didn't believe the door was locked until it broke their hand, trying to force it open. They thought your limits were just words, that your peace was something they could sneak past, guilt trip, or tear down with just the right mix of charm and chaos. But they were wrong, dead wrong, because what guards you now isn't emotion, it's rule, it's order. Its protection rooted so deep, not even their most manipulative tactics could shake it. They tried to test the gates, but your energy didn't flinch, and that's when the fear kicked in. You don't defend your peace anymore. Your peace defends you. Let's be real. You're not where you used to be. The version of you they abused, ignored, or underestimated is gone. You've built walls not out of bitterness, but out of wisdom. And those walls don't open to apologies. They don't lower for empty promises. Your protection isn't something they can negotiate with. It's not a maybe. It's not if they try hard enough. It's no, solid, unshakable, non-negotiable. They thought they could re-enter your space like nothing happened, but energy doesn't lie, and now they're standing outside, locked out of a kingdom they thought they could rule. You don't need to yell. You don't need to warn them. Your absence, your silence, your elevation, that is the announcement. They know now. Your peace is guarded by something they can't manipulate. No scheme, no threat, no sweet-talking strategy can get past it. Your protection doesn't blink. It blocks. Imagine trying to pick a lock, only to find out there's no keyhole. That's what it feels like to them now. They can't find a crack, can't find a weakness, can't figure out how you became so untouchable. And the truth? You didn't become harder. You became smarter. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped overgiving. You stopped entertaining disrespect. And in doing that, you activated a defense system that's airtight. Now they know. You don't fight for protection. You are the protection, and they'll never dare try you again. Number 11. They can survive punishment, but exposure destroys them. They can take a hit, but they can't take being seen. People like them don't fear consequences, they fear clarity. They fear being known, because their whole life is a costume party, and you're the one flipping the lights on. They can handle judgment. They'll twist it, cry through it, even play the victim. But exposure is different. It doesn't give them space to lie. It doesn't offer them a defense. It just is raw, ugly, inescapable. They'd rather be hated than understood, because to be truly seen would destroy the illusion. You didn't go around trying to expose them. You didn't need to. Your life started to reveal them. Your growth made their excuses look pathetic. Your silence highlighted their noise. And your light, it burned straight through the mask they wore so well. Every time you walk in the room, they feel it. That pressure in their chest, that anxiety in their gut. Not because you're attacking, but because you're real. And everything about their image isn't. Imagine a shadow trying to outrun the sun. That's what it feels like for them now. They can't hide anymore. The truth isn't just circling them, it's leaking from them, in slips of the tongue, in panicked reactions. In the way they scramble to manage how others see them, now that you've shifted the energy. They're unraveling, and they know it. You didn't expose them with evidence. You exposed them by existing in truth. And that's what's killing them. Punishment? That ends. You serve time, take the hit, disappear for a while. But exposure, that's forever. It stains. It sticks to your name like smoke to fabric. And now they feel that stink. They know people are watching, wondering, piecing things together. And the more you rise, the more obvious their lies look in comparison. You're not their enemy, you never were, but now you've become the one thing they can't manipulate, a mirror. And that reflection, the one they've spent years avoiding, is staring them down with no filter, no mercy, and no escape. And it's eating them alive. Number 12. Their fear screams what you never had to say. You already won. If they really beat you, why are they still haunted by your silence? Let's tell the truth. If they truly conquered you, if they really buried you like they claimed, they'd be sleeping fine right now. But they're not. They're restless, anxious, jumpy, and that's all the evidence you'll ever need. Victory doesn't need a microphone when your absence is causing more damage than your presence ever did. You didn't lose. You ended the game without even swinging back. Fear is what lingers when the lie doesn't hold anymore. They thought the story ended with your silence, but they underestimated what silence means when it comes from someone who's evolved. While you moved on, they stayed stuck in the drama they created, waiting for the fallout that never came. Now they're pacing, waiting for karma, waiting for exposure, waiting for that final blow that never lands, but still hangs in the air like a storm that won't pass. You didn't have to prove your worth. You didn't have to broadcast your comeback. Their fear is your comeback. Every overreaction, every flinch, every time they hear your name and their chest tightens, that's your scoreboard lighting up. They lost the moment they realized you're not affected. But they are. You live rent-free in the mind of people who swore they moved on. They didn't just lose you, they lost control over the version of you they tried to destroy. Imagine walking away from a fire and the people who lit it are still standing in the smoke, coughing, wondering why the flames are growing. That's what this is. You're no longer even playing the same game, and they're still trying to rewrite rules that don't apply anymore. That's fear. That's guilt. That's the echo of you, ringing louder in your absence than it ever did when you were around. So no, you don't need to announce your win. You don't need to remind them. They're living in it. And every time they feel that fear in their chest, That's the universe whispering the truth. You already won. Number 13. Their past is chasing them, and you're not the one haunting them. They buried the knife, but the ground remembers where. They thought they could walk away clean, thought time would cover the tracks, thought silence meant escape, but time didn't save them, it exposed them. Because karma doesn't lose receipts, it doesn't forget names, and it never misses a return delivery. What they did to you, it's circling back like a shadow they can't outrun, and this time it's not you chasing them, it's consequence. You let go, but their guilt held on. Every lie they told, every time they twisted your truth, every smug moment they thought they'd won, it's echoing now in the quiet. You moved on, but the universe stayed behind, sweeping up every detail. And now, the same tactics they used to control, manipulate, and humiliate are turning on them. No external punishment, just their own guilt folding in like poison they drank themselves. They don't fear you. They fear what they see when no one's watching. Their own reflection, their own conscience. That sick feeling in their gut when they remember how they treated you. That's not paranoia. That's a haunting. Not of ghosts, but of truth. Because they know deep down they meant to hurt you. And the universe knows it too. They thought you were the target. Turns out, you were just the test. The test they failed. Now they live inside the very chaos they once aimed at you. Relationships crumbling, peace gone, fake smiles harder to hold, and they're wondering, why does everything feel off? But they already know. They just don't want to admit that they did this to themselves. You didn't curse them. You didn't chase revenge. You simply stepped back, and that's what activated the collapse. The weapons they once used with pride now sit like ticking bombs in their own hands, and every sleepless night, every anxious flashback, every random moment of dread, that's not coincidence. That's karma pulling up a chair and saying, let's talk about what you did to the chosen one. Number 14. They'll never cross that line again. You etched the warning into their soul. You didn't just leave a scar. You left a signature the universe refuses to let them forget. They thought they could circle back, try again, run the same play twice. But you weren't a chapter, you were a turning point, and their soul remembers. Not just what they did, but how it felt when it all backfired. That sick drop in their stomach, the paranoia, the silence that closed in on them like a locked room. That wasn't fear of punishment, that was the realization that they'd touched something they were never meant to touch. You didn't scream, you didn't fight, you just let the universe respond, and it responded with precision. The kind of consequence that doesn't make headlines, it makes history. Their nervous system flinches at the thought of you now. Not because you're violent, but because you're off limits. They've been branded by experience, marked by regret. And now you live in their mind like a fire alarm that never shuts off. Some lessons don't fade. They echo for a lifetime. Every time they try to lie to themselves that they were right, that you were weak, that none of it mattered, the fear slaps them back into reality. It's not external anymore. It's internal, biological, cellular, a built-in recoil whenever they even think about disrespecting your name again. That's the power of what you became. Not revenge, but a reminder, burned into their psyche with no expiration date. Imagine walking into a room and instantly feeling tension in your chest, like danger's near. That's what your memory does to them. You're not even there, and they still feel it. Because your presence was never just physical. It was energetic. And now it's carved into their instincts like a warning label from the universe. Do not try this soul again. You didn't just win. You rewired their brain to remember that you can't be crossed without consequence. You are untouchable. You are unshakable. And they're trembling. That's not weakness. That's recognition. Recognition that you were never the lesson. You were the line, and they'll never step near it again. And now you know, chosen one, the fear they carry is your silent victory. You didn't have to shout. You didn't have to chase. You became the consequence. Let them tremble. Let them remember. You're untouchable now. If this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this powerful family, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this is where the truth lives, and you belong here. Stay sharp, stay rising, and never forget. They'll never try you again, not after what they felt. The smartest person in the room never has to speak to shake it. Just one look from them, and everyone starts acting different. That's you, the one who doesn't need to shout to be heard. Your energy speaks louder than their ego ever could. You walk into a room, and suddenly people start watching their words, doubting their moves, second-guessing their own thoughts. Not because you said anything, but because your silence feels like it sees right through them. That's what happens when your mind is a weapon and your intuition is the trigger. You're not just sharp, you're surgical. And that terrifies them. Think about it. Most people move through life blindfolded, reacting, copying, guessing. You feel things before they happen. You read rooms like books, decode body language like subtitles, and sense lies before the liar even gets comfortable. It's not just intelligence, it's inner sight. While others trust what's in front of them, you trust what's behind it. That alone makes you a threat. Your vibe isn't just smart, it's unsettling to them, because you're the kind of smart that can't be controlled, the kind of intuition that exposes people without needing evidence. And the truth is, people would rather hate you than admit they're scared of how right you always are. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this truth to more souls. It's not just support, it's a responsibility. We're here to wake people up, to light the way for others who've been doubting themselves. So thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that doesn't follow trends, it sets them. Now, let's get back to the truth. The uncomfortable, unspoken truth that most people don't want to admit. You're very smart, and they all know it. Not the book smart, regurgitate facts kind of smart. That's child's play. You're intuitively smart, spiritually surgical, energetically aware. You see through people like glass. And that kind of intelligence, it doesn't make people clap, it makes them panic. That's why they act weird around you. That's why people who once loved being around you suddenly pull back. You didn't change. You uncovered too much. You said too little and saw too much. You didn't call them out, but your energy made them look in the mirror, and they hated what they saw. Your presence alone forces people to confront themselves. Most people aren't ready for that. They're used to being surrounded by yes men, by people who miss red flags, by people who need permission to think. But you don't need permission. You don't need proof. You just know. And they hate that about you. You notice the little shifts, the way they flinched when you looked at them too long, the way they got uncomfortable when you stayed quiet during their performance. That wasn't nothing. That was intuition locking onto the target. You don't react emotionally, you observe silently, and that scares them more than anger ever could. You don't fall for masks, you sense motives. While they're trying to manipulate the surface, you're already 10 layers deep, dismantling their lies before they're fully formed. That's why they label you intense, too much, paranoid. It's projection, because they feel seen, too seen. You were built this way on purpose. Your intelligence isn't an accident. Your sensitivity isn't weakness. It's radar. You pick up on what's not said, and that's why they can't fool you. The truth is, you've made people nervous just by existing. You've walked into rooms where fake confidence collapsed. Why? Because your presence held a mirror, and they couldn't lie in front of it. You intimidate people who are hiding things. That's the raw truth, and the more you evolve, the louder their discomfort gets. But don't ever shrink because of it, because your gift, it's needed now more than ever. This world doesn't need more noise, it needs more knowers. And you, chosen one, are the kind of knower that makes false ones crumble. They'll try to gaslight you, make you question what you saw, make you second-guess your gut. Why? Because if you stop trusting yourself, they can finally breathe again. But don't fall for it. Every time you trusted your gut, you were right. Every time you felt something was off, it was. They just hoped you'd ignore it. But you didn't. You saw it, and that's what triggered their fear. Understand this. People don't fear what they understand. They fear what they can't control. And they can't control your mind. They can't guess what you're thinking, and that unpredictability makes them nervous. Because most people feel powerful when they can manipulate others, but you're immune to that. You see the strings before they pull them. You cut the pattern before it even forms. Your intelligence isn't about test scores or degrees, it's about awareness. It's the way you walk into chaos and pick out the one thing no one noticed. It's the way you say something small and it hits like thunder. It's the way you keep your peace, but your silence speaks louder than their arguments. That's real power. And real power doesn't need to perform. Let them talk. Let them say you're too deep, too intense, too suspicious. That's fine. Let them think you're weird, but watch how they always come back for your advice. Watch how they copy your thoughts. Watch how they sit in rooms and repeat the things you said months ago, like it was their idea. They don't respect you out loud, but they follow you in silence. That's how you know you've already won. You weren't meant to be understood by the masses. You were meant to awaken them. That's why your mind works differently. That's why you get those deep thoughts at 2 a.m. That's why you feel things before they're confirmed. You're wired for a different kind of truth. And the people who fear that, well, they're the ones you were never meant to follow anyway. They try to downplay your wisdom because it makes them feel small. But real ones, they know, they see the light in you, they feel the energy shift when you speak. That's why your words stay in people's heads. That's why people remember your silences longer than others' speeches. You're not average. You never were. And the more you step into this truth, the more enemies you'll attract. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something right. When you stop doubting your own intelligence and start moving with certainty, the world starts moving differently around you. The masks start falling, the snakes start running, and the truth starts speaking through your presence. You're not just smart. You're dangerous to lies. You're lethal to manipulation. You're toxic to illusion. And that's why they fear you. So keep trusting that mind. Keep listening to that voice inside that whispers before the storm. It's not paranoia, it's precision. And they know it. They've always known it. Now let them watch. Let them wonder how you knew. Let them lose sleep over the fact that you were right all along. And you? Sleep peacefully, chosen one. Because when your intelligence is paired with unshakable intuition, You don't chase truth, you become it. And hey, chosen one, if your intuition led you here, trust it enough to stay. This message wasn't made for the average. It was crafted for minds like yours, minds that see through the noise. If you've ever felt like people were weirdly uncomfortable around your intelligence, or like your quiet instincts exposed things nobody else noticed, yeah, this is for you. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're done dimming your brilliance just to make others feel safe. And if this message hits home, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. It's your way of saying, keep the truth coming. Every bit counts, because real truth isn't cheap, and we're just getting warmed up. Now, take a deep breath, because what's coming next will hit deeper than you expect. Let's break it down, step by step. Let's go. Number 1. They thought you were quiet. Turns out you were calculating. The ones they call quiet aren't weak. They're the ones watching everything you thought you hid. They thought you were just the quiet one, the reserved one, the one they could overlook, underestimate, and play in front of like you couldn't see through them. But here's the gut-punch truth. They never realized that silence wasn't your weakness. It was your weapon. You weren't quiet because you had nothing to say. You were quiet because you were studying everything. You were clocking patterns, reading energy, logging red flags, and letting them run their mouth just long enough to expose their true self. And when it hit them that you weren't slow, you were 10 steps ahead, they panicked, because your confidence doesn't announce itself. It moves like smoke, quiet, but in every room. It doesn't need the spotlight to shine. You don't bark orders or flex your wins. You just move smart. And it drives people crazy. They keep trying to provoke you, bait you, test you, thinking if they push the right button, they'll finally get proof that you're not as rare as you seem. But every time they try, you pass without even trying. That's when it hits them. You're not performing for approval. You're operating on a frequency they can't reach. Ever wonder why they always challenge you without reason? Why they throw shade out of nowhere? It's not random. It's insecurity. It's the fear that you know more than you show. And they're right to be afraid, because you do. You notice tone shifts. You catch side glances. You hear what wasn't said. You don't just listen with ears. You listen with instinct. While they're trying to lie with their face, your gut already decoded the truth. And that unnerves them more than any confrontation ever could. Your intelligence doesn't scream, it simmers. It's in the way you pause before you speak. It's in the way you say just enough to let them know you're aware. You don't expose people out loud, but your presence reveals them. That's the kind of power people either deeply respect or secretly hate. And the ones who hate it, they'll try to twist it, call you distant, call you arrogant, say you think you're better. But the truth? They're mad that you're not begging to be accepted by them. You're not walking around trying to prove your worth, and that's what threatens them, because they're used to people needing validation, needing attention, needing approval. But you're built different. You don't need the room to clap. You don't even need the room. You are the room. And that truth sits heavy on their chest every time you walk in. So the next time they call you quiet, just smirk. Because what they call silence is actually strategy. What they call distance is actually discernment. What they fear is not that you're invisible, it's that you're unstoppable without ever having to make noise. They tested you because they hoped you were average, but every test just proved you were exceptional. And now they're scared of what you'll do next. Because a quiet mind with loud intuition, that's a storm you never see coming until it's already destroyed everything fake. Number 2, you read people like books, and they're terrified of what you know. The scariest person in the room isn't the loudest. It's the one who sees everything and says nothing. You don't need a degree to read energy. You need awareness, and most people can't afford it. People hate when you figure them out faster than they figured themselves out. Your intuition didn't come from school. It came from survival. Let's make one thing clear. You're not just smart. You're perceptive. You don't wait for people to explain themselves, because by the time they start talking, you already know what they're about. You're the silent reader in a world full of shallow performers. While they decorate their words with fake smiles and polished personas, you're sitting there decoding the real message. Body language, tone, hesitation, eye movement. You're not guessing, you're seeing. And that terrifies people. Ever notice how they get awkward when you make eye contact a second too long? Or how they laugh too quickly around you, trying to seem unbothered? That's not confidence, it's panic, because deep down they feel you can read them. And the truth is, you can. You walk into a workplace or a friend group, and within days you already know who's fake, who's power-hungry, who's insecure, and who's playing both sides. You don't need someone to gossip to you. You already sensed it in the room. The way someone talks over others, the way their smile doesn't reach their eyes, the way their energy shifts when you succeed. These aren't random observations. These are warning signs, red flags, codes, and you're a master at cracking them. Imagine this. You're in a room full of people, and everyone's trying to impress each other with surface talk, money, status, shallow charm. But you're quiet, calm, scanning, noticing, and while everyone else is focused on image, you're picking up truth. You notice the person whose voice shakes when talking about their achievements. You notice the friend who cheers for you but looks away a second too fast. You see who claps when you win, and who waits until the applause dies down to show their real face. That's your gift. You were born to read between the lines, so of course they question your intelligence. Of course they try to discredit you. They say things like, "What school did you go to?" Or "Where'd you learn all this?" Because they can't stand that you figured out in seconds what took them years to fake. They think intelligence must come with credentials, but real intelligence, it doesn't come with a degree. It comes with depth. You learn through watching, through surviving, through absorbing pain most people would never recover from. You didn't get your wisdom from textbooks. You got it from being burned and betrayed, and still coming out sharper. That kind of knowledge doesn't come from classrooms. It comes from life. From being the one who noticed the shift in tone before the betrayal. The one who felt the energy change before the words ever did. That's not taught. That's earned. So no, you don't always speak up in meetings. You don't always jump into conversations, because you're not looking to impress. You're looking to understand. And once you understand the room, you know how to move. That's why they call you quiet. That's why they say you're hard to read, because you don't overshare. You withhold. And the less you reveal, the more they panic. Imagine someone standing in front of a glass wall, thinking they're protected, until they realize you're on the other side of it, seeing everything. That's what your presence feels like. They can't hide behind charm, manipulation, or image. You see through it like glass. And the worst part for them? You don't expose them publicly. You just know, and knowing without reacting. That's real power. You've probably asked yourself, why do people act different around me? Or why do I feel drained in some rooms? The answer? You're absorbing what others miss. You're not just hearing what people say, you're catching what they mean. And your energy, your knowing, disrupts their illusions. You become the mirror they didn't ask for, but suddenly can't avoid. They feel vulnerable around you because you make them aware of their own masks. You force them to confront the parts of themselves they've been hiding, even from themselves. And instead of growing, most people just resent the person who sees too much. That's why they downplay your gifts. That's why they say you're too sensitive, too deep, too serious. Because it's easier for them to label you than to level up to your perception. You're not too much. You're just too real, and real always threatens the fake. Imagine being a flashlight in a room full of moths. They swarm you, attracted to your glow, but the moment you shine too bright, they scatter. That's what you've been dealing with. People who love you until they realize they can't lie around you. People who admire you until your clarity exposes their chaos. But don't dim yourself to keep them comfortable. Because the truth is, your gift isn't just for you, it's for protection. It's why you avoided disasters before they happened. It's why you walked away from perfect situations that just didn't feel right. That wasn't fear. That was your inner radar, your inner wisdom, and it's never been wrong, has it? Every time you doubted it, you paid the price, and every time you trusted it, you were saved. That's not coincidence. That's divine intelligence, channeled through your instincts. The universe didn't give you this perception for decoration. It gave it to you for discernment. So the next time someone tries to make you feel small for just knowing things, remember, a lion doesn't explain its instincts to sheep. Let them talk. Let them judge. Let them feel threatened. Because you're not here to fit into broken systems or stroke fragile egos. You're here to see clearly and move accordingly. And believe this, your presence alone makes people rethink their intentions, not because you're judging them, but because you can't be fooled. And in a world built on illusions, that makes you rare, that makes you powerful. So keep reading people, keep trusting that instinct. Keep making them nervous without saying a word. Because you weren't made to blend in with the blind. You were made to walk with your eyes wide open. And anyone who fears that clarity was probably hiding something from the start. Number 3. You didn't learn it. You lived it. Some people study wisdom in books, others earn it bleeding. They want to know where you got your intelligence from, what school, what job, what degree, because they can't wrap their heads around the idea that someone could be this sharp without wearing a fancy label. But they're asking the wrong questions. You didn't learn like they did. You survived. You didn't memorize formulas. You decoded reality. You didn't sit in lectures. You sat in silence, trying to make sense of betrayal, chaos, and pain. And somehow, you did. That's not textbook wisdom. That's battle-scarred brilliance. See, most people get their knowledge handed to them. You earned every ounce, through nights that broke your spirit but built your vision, through betrayals that shattered your trust but sharpened your instincts, through losses that taught you what no win ever could. You're not just smart, you're forged. You didn't get clarity handed to you, you dug it out of the dirt. Imagine someone trying to explain heartbreak to you using theory when you've already buried pieces of yourself in places no one even knows about. Imagine someone lecturing you on strategy when you've had to outthink people just to survive emotionally. That's what makes your intelligence dangerous. You don't just know things, you understand them, you feel them. You've been through the fire and came out with a blueprint. And that's why people either admire you or can't stand you. They feel it when you speak. There's weight behind your words, calm in your logic, a presence that says, I've seen worse and I'm still here. And the scary part for them, you never asked for power. You just became powerful. You don't try to lead. People just start following. You don't try to teach, but people can't help but learn from how you move. They confuse quietness with weakness, but what they don't see is everything happening beneath the surface. You're not loud because you're processing, connecting dots, pulling wisdom from memories and moments that most people would have buried. You're not rushing to be seen because you've already seen enough. That kind of awareness creates gravity. And gravity, it pulls people in whether you want it to or not. So when someone questions you, don't get defensive, smile, because their doubt just reveals how shallow their own understanding is. You don't need to explain yourself to people who only speak theory. You speak from scars. And scars, those are the credentials that never fade. You know what's real. You know what matters. You don't just recite knowledge. You embody it. That's why rooms shift when you speak. That's why people pause when you enter, because they can feel that you're not faking it. You're not guessing. You've lived what they're still Googling. Let them flaunt their titles. Let them worship their resumes. Meanwhile, you'll keep doing what you do, making sense out of chaos, with nothing but your experience, your pain, and your unmatched perception. That's real intelligence, and they know it. Number 4, you shake the shallow, just by existing. They call it vibes. You call it awareness. They feel disturbed, and you haven't said a word. Your presence alone is a disruption, not because you're loud, not because you demand attention, but because the moment you show up, the masks start slipping. People fidget, they over-explain, they laugh a little too hard. And it's not you doing anything, it's just you being real in a world that's mastered the art of fake. You don't even have to speak. Your stillness is a mirror. And when people catch a glimpse of their own reflection in it, it rattles them. You're not addicted to performance. You don't need applause to know your worth. And that's what throws them off. Because most people are addicted to being seen, while you're focused on seeing. You notice details they brush past. You hear the emotion behind the words. You sit with silence like it's your closest friend. And that alone scares people who live loud, just to hide how empty they feel inside. Ever wonder why certain people seem uncomfortable around you, even when you've done nothing wrong? It's not about what you did, it's about what you reveal. You don't play along with shallow games. You don't laugh to fit in. You're not there to entertain egos or stroke delusions. And because of that, your very presence becomes a threat to their illusion. Imagine a lake that's completely still, clear, calm, untouched. Now imagine someone who's been living in a storm walking up to it. That stillness doesn't relax them, it exposes them. That's you. You are the calm that makes chaos uncomfortable. You are the clarity that disturbs confusion. And it has nothing to do with trying to be wise. It's just who you are. And let's be honest, they hate how often you're right. They wonder how you just know things. But they'll never admit the truth. Your mind is quiet enough to hear what theirs blocks out. You don't guess, you observe. You don't chase gossip, you listen to energy. And you don't need anyone to confirm what you already feel in your gut. That's real wisdom, and it's wrapped in humility so strong, people mistake it for passivity. But you're not passive, you're precise. You don't react because you already know. You don't argue because you already see. While they're busy proving their value to rooms full of strangers, you're letting your presence do all the talking. You're not out here to impress, you're here to impact. And trust me, you already have. Number 5, you're not competing, you're rewriting the frequency. They run races you never signed up for, then wonder why your walk echoes louder than their sprint. While they obsess over who's ahead, you're out here changing the entire rhythm. You're not chasing trends, followers, or cheap wins. You're building timeless resonance. The moment they realize you're not in competition with anyone, they get confused. Because in a world obsessed with comparison, your calm detachment is disruptive. You move at your own tempo, and somehow it still shakes their system. When you speak, it's never just words. Even your simplest sentences carry weight, not because you're trying to be deep, but because you've actually felt life on levels they've never reached. You don't say things to sound wise. You say what's real, and real always hits different. That's why people pause when you speak. That's why even your silence feels loud. You're not here to impress with information. You're here to ignite something they forgot they had. You're not just thinking logically. You're feeling through layers. You sense energy shifts like a weather change. You know when something's off before the first red flag even waves. And that unnerves people who rely only on facts, patterns, and visible signs. Because while they're reacting to what's already happened, you're already positioning for what's next. Imagine a drummer playing in the middle of a marching band, but instead of following the beat, they create their own. That's you. They want to know why you're not syncing with their noise. They think you're out of place, out of sync. But eventually, they realize you were never playing their song to begin with. Your rhythm is different because your source is different. You're tuned to higher frequencies, truth, intuition, clarity. And that can't be faked. They try to match your energy, but they can't decode your stillness. They try to copy your style, but they don't understand your substance. Because this isn't about aesthetics, it's about alignment. You've moved past surface-level thinking. You're operating from depth, from vision, from a place that sees the blueprint behind the chaos. And that scares the ones who built their identity on illusion. You see patterns they haven't even noticed yet. You call energy before it even shifts. You speak truths that echo long after you leave the room. That's not competition. That's mastery. And when you create your own rhythm, you make their noise irrelevant. Number 6. You're untouchable. Your intuition saw it coming. They can fake the smile, fake the words, fake the love, but they can't fake the energy, and you feel everything. Your intuition is a living shield, silent, invisible, but always locked in. It's the reason you dodge chaos before it forms, the reason you pull back right before betrayal strikes, the reason people who plan to manipulate you end up confused when their tactics fall flat. They don't get it. They thought they could play you, but you already sensed the switch in tone, the hesitation in their energy, the emptiness behind their compliments. You felt it before they even knew what they were doing. You're not paranoid, you're precise. Your mind doesn't just process what's being said, it translates the energy underneath it. You feel lies like static in the air. You sense tension before words catch up. That's not just a gift. It's armor, and it's the reason you're still standing while others got blindsided. Imagine being able to hear a storm before it hits, not through sound, but through pressure in the air. That's how your intuition works. Everyone else sees blue skies. You already smell the rain. You don't need proof. You are the proof. Your life is the evidence. Every time you trusted your gut, you avoided a trap. Every time you doubted it, you paid for it. They can't manipulate you because you're not waiting for red flags. You feel the intentions before the actions even start. You spot shifts in tone, micro-reactions, inconsistencies, the things most people miss. You live in that zone. That's why your presence makes liars uncomfortable. They can't act around you because they know they've already been read. You don't need to fight to protect yourself. Your discernment does it for you. While they try to weaponize charm, you're already 10 steps ahead, moving with quiet clarity. You're not confrontational, you just move different. And that's worse for them, because they can't argue with someone who already exited the room with their truth intact. Your intuition is undefeated. It's not loud, it's not dramatic, but it never lies. It's your radar, your protection, your silent sword. And the best part, they never see it coming, but you always do. Number 7. Now. They whisper, but you already knew. They laughed when you pulled back, then fell silent when the storm hit exactly where you said it would. Funny how the ones who once called you dramatic, paranoid, or too deep are now whispering about how right you were. The same people who rolled their eyes when you distanced yourself are now quietly watching the chaos you avoided. They thought you were being cold, overthinking, making things up. But you weren't guessing, you were sensing. You didn't need signs carved in stone. You had that inner voice, that knowing that never needed permission to speak. They used to mock it, now they fear it. You never claimed to be supernatural. You're not walking around pretending to predict the future. You just trust yourself, something they've never learned to do. You've mastered the art of letting logic and intuition move together. You don't just see what's in front of you, you feel what's coming. That's not magic. That's intelligence sharpened by experience and tuned by survival. You've avoided storms that swept up everyone else, not because of luck, but because you listened to your gut, to patterns, to energy shifts no one else even noticed. While others were distracted by appearances, you were reading signals. While they chased what looked good, you backed off from what felt off. And every time, you were right. Imagine someone calling you crazy for stepping out of the ocean early, and then 5 minutes later, a shark fin appears exactly where you were standing. That's how your life plays out. You exit situations right before the damage. You distance yourself from people who seemed nice, only for their true face to come out weeks later. It's not paranoia. It's pattern recognition paired with intuition, and it's never failed you. Now they whisper your name differently, less mockery, more confusion, more respect. Some are even scared to talk to you because they know you see too much. You don't need receipts. You felt the truth before it had time to grow legs. And that kind of power makes people nervous, makes them rethink every interaction, makes them wonder how you always seem to be 3 moves ahead. Let them whisper, let them wonder. You're not here to convince anyone. You're here to move wisely, stay ahead, and let the results speak for you. Because when the dust settles and they're left in the mess they mocked you for avoiding, they finally realize you didn't guess. You knew. Number 8. The gift that isolates you is the same one that protects you. They don't leave because you're broken. They leave because they can't reach the level your silence lives on. The truth is, this gift of knowing, of sensing, of seeing, comes at a price. And that price is often isolation. You've felt it. Those quiet exits, the sudden coldness, the unspoken distance people create once they realize they can't hide from your awareness. It hurts sometimes. You ask yourself, am I too much? Why do people fall off the moment I stop dimming my light? But here's the brutal truth. They weren't distancing because you were flawed. They were running from the reflection your presence forced them to see. Your gift doesn't just reveal truth in others, it reveals the lack in them too, and people don't like that. They prefer shallow waters where they can pretend to swim deep. But you've been in the depths, and that makes your energy uncomfortable for people who've only ever mastered the surface. Yes, the road feels lonelier, but it's not empty, it's sacred, because the solitude you walk in, it's the very thing that keeps your peace intact. You're not missing out on fake connections. You're being shielded from energy that would derail your purpose. People who can't handle your insight were never equipped to walk beside your destiny. Let that settle in your bones. Imagine being a high-frequency signal in a world full of static. The noise can't handle your clarity, so it tries to distort you, mute you, make you question your own brilliance. But even in silence, your life speaks louder than their noise. You don't need to yell, you don't need to perform. You exist, and that alone sends shockwaves. They doubt you because imitation always fears authenticity. And when you're operating from real depth, you start exposing how empty their curated lives actually are. Let them call it weird. Let them mock your distance. Because every time they question you, they reveal the difference between them pretending to know and you actually knowing. You've outgrown needing to explain your soul to people who barely know themselves. Let your moves be silent. Let your wisdom move in the shadows. The real ones will feel it. The rest were never meant to. And if this gift makes you walk alone, trust that it also clears the path ahead. Because this isolation isn't punishment. It's precision. It's protection. And it's placing you exactly where you're meant to be, unbothered, aligned, and unstoppable. Number 9. Silence is your flex, and it's breaking them. They don't fear your voice. They fear the fact that you've been silent and still in control. You don't have to raise your voice to prove your power. You don't have to argue, expose, or explain. Your silence alone does what their noise never could. It destabilizes fake confidence. When you don't react, they spiral. When you don't defend, they obsess. You're not quiet because you're weak. You're quiet because you already won. See, real power doesn't come from noise. It comes from knowing. You've got clarity where others have confusion. You move with intention while they chase validation. They talk to be seen. You stay silent and still get heard. And that drives them mad. Because they can't figure you out, can't bait you, can't read your next move, and that unpredictability. It's a threat they can't control. Imagine this. 2 people in a room, one talking non-stop, performing, explaining, trying to prove they're something. The other, still, calm, watching. Guess who owns the room? You already know. You don't need to flex. You are the flex. While they run in circles trying to be relevant, you sit still and shift the whole vibe. That's not detachment. That's dominance. So stay quiet, stay clear, let them talk, because every word they throw just proves they felt your silence first. Number 10. You never needed the credit. You needed the clarity. Let them keep the spotlight. They needed it. You needed the truth, and that's why you're winning. You've always known something they didn't. While they craved attention, you craved understanding. While they were busy building personas, you were decoding reality. That's why they never got you. You didn't want to be seen. You wanted to see clearly. You weren't playing to be liked. You were watching to stay aware, and that alone separated you from the crowd. They mistook your silence for insecurity, your observation for passivity. They thought if you weren't performing, you must not know anything. But you were just processing, taking in everything, logging patterns, tracking energy shifts, sensing lies wrapped in sweet words. They needed validation to feel powerful. You needed clarity to stay grounded. Now that the dust has settled and everything you felt is turning out to be true, they don't know how to act. The same ones who called you too much, too sensitive, or crazy are now watching your life unfold exactly how your intuition warned it would. And here's the wild part. You don't even care about being right. That was never the goal. You didn't want to prove anyone wrong. You just wanted peace, alignment, truth. And you earned it by trusting yourself when no one else could see what you saw. Imagine needing a crowd to feel important. Imagine needing applause to feel real. That's how they live. But you've got something they can't fake. Inner knowing. That's your currency. That's your crown. And now you're walking in a clarity so sharp it slices through every lie they built to trap you. They kept asking, "Why are you so distant?" The real question was, why are you so discerning? They just couldn't admit that your mind saw too much. You made them uncomfortable, not because you were wrong, but because you were always right before it was popular to be. You never needed the credit. You never needed the likes, the applause, or the cosigns. Your reward wasn't fame. It was freedom. Freedom from fake friends. Freedom from manipulative environments. Freedom from the games they play because they can't stand sitting in silence with themselves. And now, as you continue to rise, don't look back for their approval. They already know. They felt it long before they admitted it. You were the sharp one, the wise one, the one who didn't need the spotlight to make an impact. You just needed the truth. And now that you have it, everything's finally clear. Number 11. They wanted to control you, but you became the blueprint. They couldn't control you, so now they imitate you, hoping no one notices who set the standard. They didn't want you to lead, they wanted you to comply. Stay small, stay predictable, stay easier to digest. But you didn't fold. You didn't soften yourself just to fit into their comfort zone. And that refusal, that's what turned their curiosity into fear and their envy into obsession. You didn't just break the mold. They realized you were the mold they'd been trying to copy all along. At first, they rolled their eyes at your silence, called you distant, said you were too intense, too smart for your own good. But behind your back, they were taking notes, studying your behavior, repeating your words, trying to figure out how someone who refused to play the game still somehow ended up ahead. You weren't trying to compete, yet you became the benchmark. You weren't just hard to understand, you were impossible to control. And nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone they can't read, can't bait, and can't break. That's why they tried to downplay you, not because you lacked value, but because you had too much, and they couldn't stand that it didn't belong to them. They saw your stillness as weakness, until they realized still water runs deep. They saw your quiet confidence as arrogance, until they realized your intuition could pierce through every lie they rehearsed. And now, they've gone from trying to control you to copying you. Your phrases, your mindset, even your boundaries. They want your essence, but not your scars. They want your light, but not the pain it took to create it. They want your vision, but not the inner battle that shaped it. Imagine being the original and watching the replicas scramble to figure out what you were born with. That's your life now. And while they may get attention temporarily, they'll never get what you have: alignment. Because your power doesn't come from strategy. It comes from self-trust, from experience, from truth. You didn't study a blueprint. You are the blueprint. So don't shrink when they start imitating. Don't flinch when they act like they never doubted you. Let them copy. Let them repeat. You're already 5 moves ahead, building in silence while they perform for applause. They couldn't own you, so now they follow you. And deep down, they know who really led the way. Number 12. This is your era. Now, let them watch in silence. You moved in silence. Now they have no choice but to sit in it while watching you rise. This isn't just another chapter. This is your era. The season where everything starts aligning, not because the world suddenly became fair, but because you stopped doubting what you always knew. You're not waiting for opportunities. You are the opportunity now, and the ones who once overlooked you, mocked you, tried to break you, they're watching quietly, awkwardly, enviously, because they know it's too late to catch up. You don't have to announce your wins. Your evolution is loud enough without a single word. You don't need to post every move, prove every insight, or explain every boundary. Your energy already told the story. Your peace already screamed the truth. You walked away from the chaos and somehow became more powerful in the process. That silence they once laughed at, now it's the same silence they sit in while your name stays in their head. Imagine a room where everyone once talked over you, and now they fall silent when you walk in. That's the shift. That's the power of staying true to yourself when everyone wanted you to fold. You didn't need to clap back. You let time do the talking. And it did. Brutally. Let them wonder how you're so calm. Let them whisper about how you always seem to be in the right place at the right time. It's not luck. It's not magic. It's the reward for listening when your soul whispered, "Don't go there. Don't trust them. This isn't your lane." You honored that voice. And now the universe is honoring you. They used to doubt you. Now they study you. But don't look back. Don't seek revenge. Don't dim the light just because it's finally shining the way it was always meant to. This is your era, and it was earned. Every scar, every setback, every night you sat in silence trying to make sense of things, it built this moment. So walk like you own it, move like you were always meant to, because this time you're not proving anything, you're just existing, and that alone is proof of your power. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them pretend they didn't see it coming. You're not just rising, you've already risen. And this is only the beginning. They called it magic because their ego couldn't handle the fact you outsmarted them without even trying. You walked out of chaos untouched. They watched you survive storms they swore would crush you. They set traps, but you slipped through like smoke. They pulled every string they could, but somehow you still rose. You're not Houdini because you learned a trick. You're Houdini because you are the trick. You do what can't be done. And that scares people who've built their entire identity on control. Here's the funny thing. When the average mind sees something it can't explain, it doesn't get curious. It gets hostile. They don't take time to understand you. They label you. You're not emotional. You're too intense. You're not strategic. You're manipulative. You're not private. You're mysterious. The truth? You're not any of those things. You're just ahead. You think deeper, move smarter, and bounce back faster than they ever expected. And because they don't get it, they call it magic. Psychological fact: when people witness something that challenges their entire belief system, like watching you rise again and again with no help, no cheats, no shortcuts, their brain short-circuits. It's called cognitive dissonance. And instead of upgrading their understanding, they downgrade your character. They must be cheating. There's no way they did that alone. They've got some unnatural power. Nah, you just got real power. The kind that doesn't beg to be seen, but still leaves everyone staring. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're part of a force that's here to shake this entire world awake. Now, let's get real. You've become a riddle they can't solve, a puzzle that keeps resetting every time they think they've cracked it. You disappear when they try to cage you. You level up right when they count you out. And somehow, you keep winning. Quietly, powerfully, consistently. That's not luck. That's precision. That's power. And most importantly, that's you. Your enemies didn't expect you to survive the stuff they threw your way. Let's be honest, neither did half the people who claimed they loved you. But every time they thought you were done, you came back smarter, stronger, sharper. And you didn't just survive. You leveled up in ways they still can't explain. Promotions you weren't supposed to get. Respect you didn't beg for. Energy they can't duplicate. That's why they're scared. That's why they're watching. That's why they're whispering. Some say you sold your soul. Others think you're getting help. Truth is, you just stopped playing their game. You took your power back. You stopped chasing validation and started choosing isolation. And in that silence, you sharpened, you trained, you learned how to outthink, outfeel, and outmove them. That's why they stare now. That's why you've become the center of rumors, stares, and backhanded compliments. They're not used to someone doing the impossible with no applause. You see, the real magic is this. You never needed to cast a spell. Your presence is the spell. Your silence is a warning. Your peace is unsettling. Your resilience is a weapon. And they don't know what to do with someone they can't trigger, shake, or buy. You're unbothered, unpredictable, and unavailable to the drama they thrive on. They thought the only way to win was to destroy you. But you're not a player in their game. You're the glitch in their matrix, the error in their system, the reminder that not everything can be bought, bent, or broken. You're not part of the algorithm they were trained to control. That's why they're scared. That's why they watch you like you're some kind of illusion. But you're not the illusion. Their fake power is. Let's be clear, you didn't do magic. You did what happens when someone chooses alignment over approval. You did what happens when someone walks alone long enough to hear their real voice. You did what happens when someone gets tired of surviving and starts winning. Not by chance, not by cheat code, but by choice. You're walking proof that the impossible is just what happens when the right person refuses to give up. That's what they can't handle. That's what keeps them up at night. Because deep down, they know, if you keep going like this, their whole illusion crumbles. You already messed up their plans just by surviving. Now you're out here thriving? Yeah, that's a problem. And here's what's wild. You didn't even try to scare them. You just lived. You healed. You evolved. And that alone was enough to expose everything fake around you. People who needed you broken, environments that couldn't handle your growth. They all started falling apart the moment you got up and said, "I'm done being controlled." That's not witchcraft. That's wisdom. That's not magic. That's mental mastery. You broke cycles. You set boundaries. You stopped explaining yourself. And because of that, you now move like a ghost they can't catch, a force they can't trace. You've become their personal Houdini, escaping every trap without leaving a trace. But this is just the beginning, because once a chosen one stops doubting their power, the world starts shaking, systems tremble, enemies retreat, and people start wondering if maybe, just maybe, they were wrong about you. You're not just surviving anymore, you're awakening, and that's the most dangerous transformation of all. Welcome to the next level, chosen one. You're not doing the impossible, you are the impossible. And hey, chosen one, you've already seen the look, that mix of fear and confusion in their eyes when you do what they swore was impossible. That's not just attention, that's impact. So don't go anywhere. What's coming next will confirm why you've had them whispering your name like a myth and watching you like a magic trick they can't figure out. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you felt people treat your evolution like it's unnatural just because they can't copy it. And if you want to fuel this movement, hit that super thanks and help us keep pulling truth out of the shadows. Whether it's a penny or a pile, your support keeps this message alive. You're not just listening, you're part of the force behind it. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you've ever felt like people stare at you, like you're pulling stunts behind the curtain, this is why. You're not imagining it. You are the disruption. You are the mystery. And if you really are chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in till the end. Let's get into it. They thought pressure would break you. It turned you into a problem they can't solve. They didn't expect you to survive. Now they hate that you did. Your survival feels like a glitch in their system. You weren't supposed to be here, not after everything they threw at you. You were supposed to fold, crash, burn. That's what they counted on. They played every dirty card: betrayal, silence, lies, setups, fake love, isolation. They didn't just want you gone. They wanted you erased, emotionally bankrupt, spiritually empty, psychologically wrecked. And if we're being honest, you should have been. That was the script. But you didn't follow it. You rewrote it. That's why they look at you like you're pulling tricks, like you've got something up your sleeve. You do. It's called unbreakable wiring. See, most people run on approval, attention, and applause. You were trained in silence, pressure, and pain. While they were performing, you were transforming. While they were plotting your end, they were actually building your beginning. The joke writes itself. What hurts the most isn't that you're still standing. It's that you're standing smarter. You didn't just survive. You learned. You stopped playing fair. You stopped playing small. You started moving like a storm wrapped in calm. You became the walking consequence of their own disrespect. And now they don't know what to do with you. They stare, they talk, they accuse, but they don't understand. Because your survival doesn't make sense to someone who's never faced real pain and walked away wiser. Let's break something open. They were betting on logic. They thought if they threw enough weight at you, you'd collapse. But you weren't built with their cheap materials. You were engineered differently. You weren't designed to bend under pressure. You were designed to activate. And that's what they didn't calculate. They saw the pressure. What they didn't see was the conversion: pain to power, betrayal to blueprint, silence to strategy. They didn't just fail to destroy you, they upgraded you without knowing it. Your isolation taught you clarity. Your heartbreak taught you strategy. Your losses taught you precision. You didn't heal to become soft. You healed to become sharp. And now you move like a ghost they can't trace and a threat they can't name. They poke at you hoping to get the old version. But that version died the second they counted you out. They wanted you to fall apart. Instead, you became the most unexplainable phenomenon in their reality. Not because you cheated, not because you faked it, but because you adapted. You weren't saved. You rebuilt yourself from the ground up. Every scar became a sensor. Every loss became a lesson. Every insult became intel. You're not resilient. You're dangerous because you no longer need to be liked, understood, or accepted to thrive. And now that you've learned how to escape every trap, rise from every breakdown, and keep your peace while they scream in confusion, yeah, now you look like Houdini. But this ain't magic, it's mastery. They're not afraid because you're mysterious. They're afraid because you're proof that someone can be targeted, attacked, and underestimated, and still come out smarter than ever. You're what happens when pain trains a genius. So when they whisper that you're doing the impossible, let them. When they say you're too quiet, too distant, too different, let them. You're not trying to fit in their world anymore. You're building your own. And trust me, they feel it. Their fear isn't about what you did. It's about what you're capable of doing next. You're not a survivor in their eyes anymore. You're a threat, a glitch, a ghost, a force. And here's the punchline they'll never say out loud. They're not mad that you're still here. They're mad because deep down, they know they created the very power that now scares them. They didn't break you. They accidentally sharpened their own downfall. They aimed to destroy you, but ended up designing their worst nightmare. See, the part they'll never admit, not even to themselves, is that every scheme they plotted, every dagger they threw, every lie they whispered, all of it backfired. They weren't breaking you. They were building you. They weren't ruining your spirit. They were refining your edge. And now, what stands before them isn't a broken soul. It's a sharpened weapon, strategic, silent, lethal. They thought you'd panic. They thought you'd beg. They thought you'd lose your mind trying to prove your worth. But what happened instead? You got quiet. You got focused. You stepped back from the noise and started studying everything. Their patterns, their manipulations, their traps. You began thinking 12 moves ahead while they were still trying to trigger your next reaction. The version of you they tried to kill came back with a blueprint and a sword. Imagine this, a blade fresh out of the forge, still red hot, steam rising, pulsing with power. That's you. Their fire wasn't just heat, it was friction, and friction didn't kill you. It carved out your clarity. Their chaos didn't unravel you, it taught you rhythm. You started understanding that the game they were playing wasn't emotional, it was tactical. So you stopped playing fair. You stopped playing their game at all. They used to be able to bait you. They knew exactly how to get under your skin. One passive-aggressive comment and you'd spiral into self-doubt. One betrayal and you'd lose weeks trying to make sense of it. But not anymore. Now, you spot manipulation like a predator picks up the scent of fear. One glance, and you already know who's fake, who's hiding something, and who's trying to mirror you just to get close enough to drain you. They wanted to make you reactive, but you became radioactive, untouchable, and dangerous in silence. Your silence now screams louder than your past pleas. You don't argue, you don't chase, and you don't explain anymore. And they hate it because they never cared about winning. They just wanted control. They wanted to see you squirm. Now your calm kills them. Your indifference is offensive. Your peace is a threat. That's how far you've come. Even your stillness disturbs them. You ever wonder why they still watch? Why people who betrayed you still keep tabs? Why people who mocked you suddenly act inspired? It's not curiosity, it's damage control. They're hoping they didn't turn you into something they can't undo. But it's too late. You're not a version they remember. You're an evolution they can't handle. Let's answer what's probably running through your mind right now. Did I really change that much? Yes. You're not who you were when they first tried to take you down. The old you was trying to be understood. The new you doesn't even flinch when misunderstood. You used to explain your heart. Now you guard your energy. You used to crave connection. Now you filter access. You're no longer available for emotional warfare. They didn't fail to destroy you. They succeeded in removing your weakness. Imagine a pressure cooker sealed tight, fire on full blast, heat building by the second. That's what they put you through, waiting for you to explode. But instead of bursting, you evolved. You became heat-resistant, flame-proof. You adapted to the pressure until the pressure became your training ground. And when the lid finally came off, they expected a mess. But out came mastery. They don't recognize you because they were never meant to. They were introduced to a work in progress and assumed that's all you'd ever be. But life made sure you met the fire. And now you don't walk into rooms hoping to be liked. You walk in knowing you can't be replaced. And let's be real, they can't copy you. That's why they resort to gossip. That's why they throw shade. That's why they whisper nonsense like they changed, they think they're better, or they got lucky. No, you got strategic. You got smart. You stopped showing your moves, and they mistook your silence for weakness. Now that you're winning silently, they don't know where to aim. They underestimated the quiet, forgetting that storms don't need announcements. Imagine being a weapon in mid-forge, sparks flying, steel folding over and over again under force. That's what you went through. They weren't ready for the final form, and now that you're wielding the kind of self-control, clarity, and mental sharpness they can't manipulate, they're terrified. Because here's the gut punch they never saw coming. You weren't the prey. You were the prototype. You were built to survive every kind of sabotage because your blueprint was coded in chaos. While others need applause to keep going, you move with silence as your ally. And that silence, it's not empty. It's loaded. Every step you take now is calculated. You don't move unless it's necessary. You don't speak unless it cuts. You don't respond unless it's surgical. You're not here to convince anymore. You're here to cut through the noise. So now they're left confused. The same people who said you'd never make it are watching you pass them by without even glancing back. The same ones who laughed at your dreams are forced to watch you live them. And the worst part? You didn't even try to prove anything to them. That's the sting. You just grew. And that kind of growth, the kind that doesn't beg, doesn't explain, doesn't look back, it terrifies cowards. Because deep down, they know they helped build this. They pushed you toward rock bottom, and you used it as a launch pad. They tried to bury you, and you used the dirt as armor. Every enemy, every hater, every backstabber, they contributed to this. You didn't just bounce back. You returned with a vengeance, with clarity, and with the emotional distance of someone who sees the game for what it is. You're not angry. You're aware. And that awareness alone is power. The kind of power they can't track, trap, or trick. So let them talk. Let them guess. Let them throw their weak punches in your absence, because at the end of the day, the weapon they thought they could destroy is now fully forged, and it's aimed in a whole new direction, forward, and nothing can stop what's coming next. They lost you because they never had you, just a glimpse, never the blueprint. They thought they had you in their grip, but you were never in their reach, just a shadow they mistook for control. They swear they knew you. They swear they had a read on you, but what they really had was access to a version of you that was built for survival, not connection. They studied your moves, not knowing those weren't your real ones. They got familiar with your smile, your patterns, your softness, but they never touched your depth. You kept your soul encrypted, locked behind silence, wrapped in patience, guarded by strategy. Imagine giving someone a mirror, then watching them think they've seen your entire soul. That's what happened. They were reacting to the surface while you were 10 layers deeper, watching, calculating, learning. They thought they had power over you because they knew your habits, but habits can be faked. Presence can be staged. Vulnerability can be rehearsed. What they saw wasn't you. It was the mask you wore to survive the room. You moved like smoke, present but untouchable. They tried to grab you with manipulation, guilt, shame, silence. But every tactic failed. Why? Because you were never playing their game. You were learning the rules so you could burn the board. The most dangerous person in the room is the one you never truly saw coming, because they never needed to be seen to win. They thought your silence meant confusion. It meant calculation. They mistook your kindness for permission. It was a test. They confused your loyalty for blindness. It was patience. But when you disappeared, that wasn't you breaking. It was you breaking free. What they don't get is this. You were never emotionally tied to them, only to your mission. Now they're spiraling, asking, how did I lose control of someone I thought I owned? Easy. You can't lose control of something you never truly had. They weren't dealing with the real you, just a decoy. And now that you've vanished, they're haunted by the fact they never even met the real threat. They're struggling to keep up. You're outrunning time itself. You're not moving fast. They're just stuck in loops you already outgrew. Here's what burns them the most. You do in days what takes them decades. And no, it's not luck. It's not magic. It's not some secret shortcut. It's that you don't waste motion. While they're busy begging for approval and second-guessing every move, you're already on phase 3 of a plan they haven't even imagined. You're not racing. You're aligned. You move when it's time. You don't chase noise. You strike with silence. They hate how you level up without asking for permission, how you get results without playing their games. While they're networking for scraps, you're manifesting strategies in rooms they don't even know exist. You don't need to force anything. You wait, watch, and then walk through doors like they were always yours. Because deep down, they were. Imagine this. They're climbing a ladder you've already outgrown, and every step they take feels like progress until they realize you're building elevators while they're still swinging hammers. That's why your speed insults them. It reminds them that effort without direction is just exhaustion. You don't just move, you hit. They study grind. You mastered timing. You're not everywhere, but when you show up, things shift. Energy changes, rooms pause. Why? Because you're not loud, you're loaded. You don't throw effort at everything. You move with strategy, with instinct, with ridiculous clarity. They call it luck because they can't calculate your process. They don't understand how you leap without looking desperate, win without flexing, and evolve without breaking a sweat. You wait, then strike. You rest, then rise. You observe, then obliterate. That's why they stay confused. You don't follow maps. You are the compass. What they call speed is really just the result of precision. While they spend years trying to force results, you simply align, and everything finds you. That's not luck. That's what power looks like when it doesn't need to beg to be seen. You didn't just heal, you hijacked the whole bloodline. They called it rebellion, but it was surgery. You were cutting infection out of the family tree. Let's be clear, you weren't fighting just your own demons. You were wrestling the ghosts of generations that came before you. The silence, the guilt, the addictions, the cycles of settling. All of it was passed down like heirlooms, wrapped in, that's just how we are. You didn't buy it. You broke the chain. You looked at pain that was decades deep and said, this ends with me. That's not healing. That's a declaration of war. Imagine this, your ancestors watching from the edge of eternity, holding their breath as you make choices they never could. You say no when they had to stay silent. You walk away when they had to endure. You demand peace where they accepted chaos. You don't just walk different, you are the difference. And that makes you dangerous to every pattern that relied on your compliance. You're not the black sheep, you're the golden reset. You stopped protecting dysfunction just because it came dressed as family. You questioned what nobody else dared to ask. Why do we glorify struggle? Why do we fear success? Why do we confuse endurance with loyalty? Those questions weren't rebellion. They were truth bombs detonating inside a bloodline that had been asleep too long. You didn't ruin tradition. You exposed what was rotting under it. They say history repeats itself, but not when you're the rewrite. You didn't just survive trauma, you rewired how your lineage handles it. You refused to pass down silence as inheritance. You replaced it with awareness, accountability, and strength. And now your existence alone offends the old order. Every move you make echoes through time, correcting what was once broken. You're not here to honor the curse. You're here to end it, and the universe knows it. That's why your battles hit harder, because when you heal, you're not just saving yourself. You're saving everyone who didn't get the chance. You're not the problem. You're the reflection they can't face. They don't hate your light. They hate what it reveals about their darkness. They act like you're confusing, like you're some riddle no one can solve. But truth is, you're not a puzzle. You're a mirror. And people don't dislike you because they don't understand you. They dislike you because, deep down, they do. When you walk into a room, your presence doesn't just speak, it exposes. Not by force, not with words, but with clarity. You reflect everything they gave up on: purpose, courage, authenticity, and discipline. You show them what's possible, and that's a threat to the lies they built their comfort around. You're not a mystery. You're the answer they don't want to admit they lost. Imagine standing in front of a mirror after years of pretending. That's what your energy does to people. It doesn't confuse them, it convicts them. They see your focus, your resilience, your refusal to settle. And suddenly, their excuses start sounding weak, even to themselves. That's why they try to twist it. You're too intense. You're too serious. You've changed. Of course you have. You stopped performing for comfort and started choosing truth. You don't fit their narrative because you broke out of the story they were too afraid to rewrite. While they were choosing ease, you chose alignment. While they numbed the pain, you faced it. While they silenced their calling, you amplified yours. So no, you're not the outcast. You're the evidence, and that's exactly why they mock what they secretly admire. You're not their enemy. You're the version of themselves they abandoned. That's the real reason behind the tension. You don't attack their ego. You threaten its illusions. Every win you claim is a reminder of the risks they never took. Every boundary you set is a reminder of the ones they broke to feel accepted. You don't walk in like you're better. You walk in like you're free. And freedom terrifies people who still live in cages they built themselves. You're not hard to understand. You're just hard to lie around. You didn't go quiet. You went tactical. They call it silence, but it's really restraint, and nothing shakes cowards like a calm they can't disrupt. They see you quiet and assume you've lost your fire. That's their first mistake. Your peace isn't softness, it's precision. It's what happens when you've survived enough chaos to know what's worth your energy and what's just bait. You don't flinch at noise anymore because you've faced storms that ripped through your soul and you still didn't break. So no, your calm isn't passive. It's warfare wearing a poker face. You didn't stop fighting, you just stopped showing them the battlefield. Imagine this: a sniper in position, eyes locked, breath steady. Not moving doesn't mean not dangerous, it means focused. That's you now. You don't waste your fire on every fool that throws sparks. You don't respond just to be heard, because your existence already speaks volumes. They try to pull you into petty drama, loud distractions, emotional traps, and you just keep walking. Not because you don't care, but because you care more about your peace than proving points. They mock your silence because they can't control it. They can't bait you into defending yourself. They can't shake your ground, and that threatens them more than any argument could. Your stillness, it reflects their chaos. Your boundaries, they reveal their lack of discipline. Your refusal to react, it shows how little power they really have over you. True peace isn't soft. It's the sharpest blade in the room, and you've learned how to carry it without cutting yourself. You don't fight battles out loud anymore because you don't need to. Your healed energy does the damage for you. The people who once fed off your pain now starve for your attention, and you've mastered the art of giving them nothing. Because silence isn't weakness, it's dominance. You're not ignoring them. You've outgrown them. You flipped the whole story, and now they're shaking. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared you'd realize you were never theirs to begin with. They had your life scripted out like a tragedy. You were supposed to stay broken, quiet, easy to manage, someone they could guilt, gaslight, and keep small. But then you did the unthinkable. You healed. You stopped waiting for their approval, stopped explaining your worth, stopped playing the role they cast you in. And just like that, their story fell apart. You didn't just walk away, you rewrote the ending, and you didn't ask them for a single page. They called it arrogance when you found your voice. They called it fake when you finally said no. But what they were really saying was, how dare you stop letting us define you? You didn't rebel. You woke up. You realized the cage was never locked, just decorated with guilt. And once you saw that, you never looked back. You didn't break their rules. You realized they were never laws to begin with. Imagine them clinging to a dusty script while you're out here directing a whole new genre. That's the problem. They're still trying to edit chapters you already deleted. They don't hate your freedom because it's flashy. They hate it because it makes them look stuck. While you evolved, they stayed loyal to limitation. Your growth shamed their stagnation, and now they label you the villain just to avoid facing their own failure. You're not the problem. You're the proof that their control was never real. You didn't want revenge. You wanted peace. But your peace is the revenge. Your independence screams louder than any confrontation ever could. You moved on without permission, and now they're trapped in a story that no longer includes you. Watching from the sidelines, realizing they lost access to something they thought they owned. You didn't just change, you shattered the whole illusion, and they'll never forgive you for proving you never needed them in the first place. They can't define you because you keep evolving past their labels. They want you to pick a lane, but you're the whole damn freeway. They want to box you, stamp you, file you under something neat, but every time they think they've figured you out, you shapeshift. You show them a new version they didn't expect. One day calm and soft-spoken, the next day sharp, dominant, untouchable. That's what drives them insane. You won't stay still long enough to be predictable. You're not chaotic. You're just multi-dimensional, and small minds can't handle anything that won't shrink to fit their frame. They call it inconsistency. They call it fake. But what they're really seeing is evolution in real time. You're not stuck in some fixed identity trying to make everyone comfortable. You're shedding, shifting, growing. You're humble when it's time to listen, and bold when it's time to speak. You're kind, not weak. Strategic, not cold. They can't pin you because you're not out here trying to be understood. You're out here trying to be complete. You're not confusing, you're just not cornered. Imagine trying to trap the ocean in a bottle. That's what they're doing every time they try to slap a label on you. Too much, too different, too unpredictable. No, you're too free for them, too unboxed, too self-aware, too layered to fit inside one version. You don't need applause, trends, or approval. You don't move for validation, you move for alignment. And that's what scares them. You're not performing for them. You're not showing up as a product. You're showing up as a process. And every version they meet of you is sharper, deeper, more aware. They can't follow your rhythm because it's not theirs to follow. You evolve before stagnation can catch its breath. You're not here to be marketable, you're here to be whole, and that's something their flat, one-note minds will never be able to replicate, let alone contain. You're not breaking rules. You were never built to follow them. They call it defying gravity, but you were never tied to the ground in the first place. Let's get one thing straight. You're not just moving fast, you're moving different. They think you're skipping steps. They think you're cheating the system. But the truth is, you're not operating on their system at all. You're coded for something higher, something that doesn't follow their logical timelines, their linear processes, or their predictable outcomes. You're not out here trying to manifest like they are. You are the manifestation, in motion, alive, unfolding. You're not reacting to life, you're responding to coordinates that exist deeper than time, louder than fear, and stronger than circumstance. While they wait for signs, you know. While they demand evidence, you just move. And that movement, that's what disturbs them. Because you don't just walk, you glitch through realities they've been taught to wait decades for. What takes them years takes you moments, not because you're rushing, but because you're aligned. You're not out of place, you're just out of reach. Imagine watching someone walk through locked doors without touching the handle. That's how you look to them. You make the impossible look like routine. They swear by hard rules, but you keep bending reality. Not with tricks, with truth. You're not breaking physics, you're exposing its limits. You were written before matter existed, before timelines, rules, labels, fear. That's why their logic can't explain your rise. You're not the exception, you're the evidence, and that terrifies them because your existence alone proves there's more than they've been told. You're the glitch in the matrix, the bug in the script, the reminder that power doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it just moves. Quiet, clean, inevitable. You're not here to follow the rules of this world. You're here to remind it that those rules were never written for you. You're not hoping for magic. You are the proof. It exists. They're busy chanting for breakthroughs while you breathe like one. You don't perform miracles, you embody them. While others are still begging the world to notice them, you are the shift that makes the room pause. You're not waiting for some cosmic approval or chasing spiritual aesthetics. You've already become the frequency that opens doors. No struggle, no begging, just resonance. You walk in and things align. Not because you force it, but because you've tuned yourself so deeply into who you are, the universe has no choice but to meet you halfway. They don't hate your power because it's loud. They hate it because it's silent, still, rooted. You're not screaming, "I deserve this." You are this. You don't have to try. You exist, and things move. That's what burns them. Your piece is doing what their performance never could. You've surrendered to your design, and now the world has to shift around it. You're not casting spells, you're just living in a way that makes lies break themselves. Imagine a locked door and someone pushing, forcing, kicking, years of effort. Then you show up and it swings open before you even touch it. That's what you look like to them. They think it's unfair. It's not. It's alignment. It's the result of inner work they haven't dared to do. You're not confused, not conflicted, not scattered. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic. They chant mantras. You move like one. They hustle for visibility. You just glow. They try to become miracles by performance. You became one through embodiment, by becoming undeniably you. That's why they're shaken, because you're no longer waiting for miracles. You're walking proof that when you stop chasing what you already are, everything finds you. You weren't dependent. They were just delusional. Nothing terrifies a manipulator more than realizing you were never theirs to begin with. They thought they were your lifeline, that without their approval, attention, or presence, you'd crumble, but you didn't flinch. You didn't chase. You didn't fold. You just walked, silent, whole, untouched. And that's what shattered them. Because in that quiet exit, they saw the truth. You were never leaning on them. They were leaning on your access. Your absence echoed louder than your presence ever could. Not because you made a scene, but because you didn't. No explanations, no final speeches, no dramatic exit. Just detachment so clean, it exposed the illusion they'd built. You weren't bound. You were observing. You weren't dependent. You were deciding. And when you finally cut the cord, they realized it was never holding you up. It was weighing you down. You didn't lose them. You lost the illusion that you ever needed them. Imagine someone building a throne on quicksand, convinced they have power because people gather around. But the moment you stepped away, their whole structure started sinking. That's the kind of fragile ego you exposed just by leaving. They weren't powerful. They were relevant by proximity. And now that you're gone, they're scrambling to reclaim something that never belonged to them. They weren't scared when you were around. They were comfortable knowing you'd explain yourself, that you'd stay soft, that you'd keep shrinking to make them feel important. But the second you chose peace over proving, silence over shouting, truth over trauma, you became untouchable. You made them irrelevant by simply not needing them. They don't miss you. They miss the control. They miss the access. But most of all, they miss the version of you that believed they were necessary. That version, dead and buried. What's left now is someone who knows how to stand alone, and that is the kind of power they'll never recover from. You didn't break in. You were built to walk through. They built walls thinking you'd knock. Instead, you walked through like they were made of smoke. They thought the gate would stop you, that their rules, titles, and invisible ceilings would hold you back. But you didn't wait for permission. You didn't ask to be seen. You didn't try to impress their little systems. You walked straight through what they swore was impenetrable, and that's why they're shaking. Because the walls weren't broken. They were never real to you. While they were busy building ladders and kissing rings, you were tuning in to something they don't understand. You weren't hustling. You were moving with internal access. You didn't get in because you begged. You got in because you were meant to be there. And that kind of confidence doesn't need credentials. It carries its own key. They don't fear your ambition. They fear your arrival because it proves their system isn't sacred. Imagine walking into a locked vault without a code and it just opens. That's how you move, and it infuriates those who spent years memorizing every rule, every step, every fake protocol, only to watch you skip the whole process and land exactly where they swore you didn't belong. You don't play by hierarchy. You expose it. You prove that some of the loudest positions are filled with the weakest minds. That access isn't earned through ego. It's owned through alignment. Your very presence breaks the illusion of their authority. And the worst part? You didn't even mean to. You just moved in truth. And truth bends the walls they built from lies. They hate that you didn't need their nod, that you weren't groomed, approved, or crowned by their clique. You walked in, fully formed, already knowing who you are, and that alone ripped holes in their power structure. You didn't climb over the walls. You walked through them like they were glass, because they were never meant to hold you, only to test whether you knew you were unstoppable. and clearly you do. You walk in, and their lies start sweating. You don't have to expose them, you just have to exist, and their mask starts slipping. You're not loud, you're not dramatic, you don't walk around dragging skeletons out of closets, but somehow, when you enter a room, everything fake starts falling apart. That's not attitude, that's atmosphere. You carry something so raw, so real, so untouched by pretense that it makes liars twitch, manipulators retreat, and actors forget their lines. You're not trying to expose anyone. Your authenticity does it for you. They feel it. That tension, that static in the air when you show up. Their hands get fidgety, their smiles go plastic, their tone shifts. Why? Because your presence doesn't match the version of you they lied about. You being calm, grounded, and unshaken reminds them how far from truth they've drifted. You don't even have to confront them. They crumble under their own performance. You're the reality check they've spent years trying to avoid. Imagine flipping on a light in a room full of roaches, not to chase them, just to see. That's what you do. Just by being yourself, your energy reveals the cracks. Your silence makes noise. Your eye contact. It's not intimidating. It's mirroring. And when they see themselves reflected in someone who's actually real, it breaks them. That's why they avoid you. That's why they slander you. That's why they rehearse fake stories behind your back. Because in front of you, they can't hold their shape. They can't pretend to be pure when standing next to someone who actually is. You didn't come to expose anybody. You're not hunting lies. But when you walk in, illusions dissolve like mist in sunlight. You are the reminder, the echo, the proof. You are truth in human form. And for people living in masks, that's a nightmare. If this message hits something deep, it's because you're not crazy, you're chosen, and you're not alone. This space is for those who see through the noise, break every box, and move with truth. So if you felt this, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of our family yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We're building something rare here, and trust me, you belong in this room. Stay sharp, stay untouchable, and never dim what was built to expose. The moment they pray you never hear the truth is the moment you were meant to. They didn't ask for this video to be silenced because it's dangerous. They begged for it to be buried because it exposes everything they've built on your back. You were never the problem. You were the solution they feared. And this message, right here, it's the final crack in their illusion. The second you hear these words, their control starts slipping. They don't fear noise, they fear truth. And you, chosen one, are the truth they cannot bury. Imagine this. A lion cub is raised in a zoo, surrounded by fences and fed on a schedule. Everyone sees it as cute, harmless, even safe. But what happens when it remembers the jungle? What happens when it realizes the cage was never home? That's you. They raised you in limits, fed you lies, taught you to play small. But the roar inside you, that was never part of their plan. They don't fear your rebellion, they fear your remembrance. And here's the fact that screams you're right. Systems don't spend billions on controlling people unless they know those people can break the system. They don't waste energy on the weak. They obsess over the threat. And guess what? That threat has always been you. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force now, a silent storm waking up. Now back to the truth they fear the most. You weren't supposed to find this. You weren't supposed to hear this. Every part of their plan was designed to make sure this moment never happened. They don't care how many people stay asleep. They only panic when the right one wakes up. And that's what you are. You're not just anyone scrolling through a video. You are the one they marked early. The one they tried to silence through fear, guilt, doubt, and sabotage. Because even as a child, your energy unsettled them. Even when you had nothing, they were watching, testing, interfering. Not because you were a problem, but because your future was the threat they couldn't control. You see, this isn't about luck or accident. This is a calculated war, one that started before you even realized you were in it. They built traps in your childhood, looped you into cycles, surrounded you with people who mirrored your insecurities back at you. They never wanted you to heal, because healing would mean remembering. And remembering, that's fatal for them. They threw fake friendships at you, toxic lovers, jobs that drained you, opportunities that always fell through at the last second. And still, somehow, you're here, breathing, listening, remembering. That alone makes you dangerous, but don't get it twisted. Surviving isn't what scares them. Evolving is. Because when a chosen one evolves, they don't just free themselves, they start freeing others. And that's when the fear turns into panic. Why do you think they never leave you alone? Why do you think life felt like a storm chasing you? It wasn't bad luck. It was targeted suppression. They knew what you were capable of, so they tried to overload your nervous system with chaos. Keep you in survival mode. Because when you're distracted by pain, you don't notice your own power. But now you do. And that changes everything. This is why they begged this video never reaches you. Not because it's loud, but because it's silent and surgical. It doesn't entertain. It awakens. It doesn't hype you up with false hope. It reminds you of who you really are. And once you remember, their game is over, because the only thing that keeps them alive is your belief that they're in control. Let's be real. How many people get attacked relentlessly for just existing? How many get betrayed not once, but over and over? How many keep getting back up without any crowd cheering for them? That's not a normal life. That's a war on your spirit, and most people wouldn't survive it. But you did, and not just barely. You're rising. Every system built to break you only exposed what couldn't be broken. You lost things, yes. You lost people. You lost time. But you never lost your truth. And that's why they're shaking. Because now you're not just aware. You're activated. They never thought this moment would come. The moment where you realize they've been playing scared this whole time. Hiding behind illusions. Using fear as a curtain. But behind it? Just weak minds trying to delay the inevitable. You're awakening. You hearing this right now isn't just a moment, it's a turning point, because when chosen ones rise, things shift. Reality shifts. Cycles break. Chains fall. Not because someone rescued you, but because you remembered yourself. So what happens now? Now you don't shrink. You don't question your gut. You don't water yourself down to fit into their cage. You stop making yourself small for people who couldn't handle your raw form. You stop explaining your energy to people who were never meant to understand it. You stop seeking permission from a system that feared you the moment you were born. They will try to gaslight you into thinking this is paranoia, that you're just overthinking. But what you're really doing is seeing clearly. You're reading patterns, feeling energies, watching masks slip. That's not delusion. That's alignment. And the real ones know, when the universe starts placing you in the right spaces, removing the wrong people and giving you clarity, you don't ask questions. You listen. So listen now. This isn't just a message. It's a warning to the enemy. You're awake. You're aware, and you're no longer willing to play small. They had their time, they played their games, but now it's your era, and what they feared the most is already happening. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, it's no accident. You were meant to hear this. You're not here for entertainment. You're here because your rise is a direct threat to the system that tried to erase you. So, before we go any further, drop a 444 in the comments if you feel that fire waking up inside you. And if this message hits deep, consider supporting the team that risked everything to bring this truth to light. Whether it's a like, a share, or even a small gift, it helps keep this message alive, and that's exactly what they don't want. Every single move you make here adds fuel to this awakening. This isn't just a video, this is a digital rebellion. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you're a true chosen one, you'll feel it in your bones. This message was never supposed to reach you. That's exactly why you need to stay locked in till the very end. What comes next? It's the part they never wanted you to hear. Let's begin. Number 1. They prayed you never woke up, but here you are. They spent years breaking you, manipulating you, and leading you astray, and still they failed. They watched you from the moment you arrived in this world. They studied you like predators watching their most dangerous prey. You were never just another person to them. You were a threat. They saw the light in you before you even understood what it was. That's why they moved against you before you ever had the chance to rise. They infiltrated your life, planting seeds of doubt, surrounding you with deception, draining your energy in ways you couldn't even recognize at the time. They didn't just try to break you physically. That would have been too obvious. No, their attack was far more sinister. They played with your mind, twisted your perception of yourself, made you question your instincts, your worth, your very identity. They whispered lies into your thoughts. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. You don't have what it takes. And when that didn't work, they sent people you trusted, people you loved, to reinforce those doubts. How many times have you felt like you were walking through life, carrying a weight that no one else seemed to feel? How many times did you wonder why every battle felt personal, why the betrayals cut deeper, why the losses were heavier? It wasn't a coincidence. They targeted you. They made sure you were surrounded by distractions, setbacks, toxic relationships, anything that would keep you too exhausted to see the truth. And what is that truth? That every single attack on your life was proof of your significance. Think about it. Why would they go to such lengths to stop you if you were just another ordinary person? Why would they invest so much effort into breaking you unless they feared what you were capable of? The greatest warriors in history were never left alone. Jesus was hunted at birth. Malcolm X was silenced. Tesla was erased. Joan of Arc was burned. Every single one of them faced relentless attacks before stepping into their power. And you survived. That's the part they never saw coming. They thought the doubts would drown you. They thought the exhaustion would make you quit. They thought the betrayals would turn you bitter. They thought the weight of everything they threw at you would finally make you collapse. But here you are, unbroken, unstoppable, awake. You see, their biggest mistake was thinking that suffering would destroy you, but chosen ones aren't destroyed by suffering. We are forged by it. You didn't just survive, you became something stronger than they ever anticipated. They built a storm meant to wash you away, but all it did was cleanse you of everything that was never meant to stay. They sent fire to consume you, and instead, you became the fire. So now the question is, what will you do with this? Because knowing this truth isn't enough. The war isn't over just because you woke up. it's only beginning. Now that you see through their illusion, now that you understand what you were always meant to be, the real battle begins. They will come for you again. They will try to convince you that this realization is just a phase, that you're imagining things, that you should go back to the way things were. But you cannot go back. Because once a chosen one wakes up, the enemy loses their grip. They relied on your blindness, your hesitation, your self-doubt. But that version of you, that version is gone. The only thing left is the warrior they always feared you would become. So let them panic, let them scramble to regain control, let them watch in horror as the one they tried to erase becomes the force they can no longer contain. Because this is the moment they prayed would never come. And now it's too late for them, but it's just the beginning for you. Number 2, they couldn't steal your power, so they tried to make you hate it. They called you too much because they could never match your energy. They knew they couldn't take what was given to you. They couldn't steal your power, your presence, or your divine energy. So they did the next best thing. They convinced you to reject it yourself. They made you feel like your gifts were a burden instead of a blessing. They twisted your strengths into something you should be ashamed of. They planted seeds of doubt so deep that you started to believe them. How many times have you heard it? You're too intense. You overthink too much. You don't belong. They told you to tone it down, shrink yourself, be quieter, be softer, be less. Not because there was anything wrong with you, but because they feared what you could become if you ever fully embraced yourself. This is energy manipulation at its finest. When they realized they couldn't match your energy, they tried to make you suppress it. They knew you carried something rare, something powerful, something they could never replicate. So instead of acknowledging it, they shamed it. Instead of celebrating it, they made you question it. Instead of encouraging you, they tried to break you. But here's the truth they never wanted you to see. The very things they told you to hide were the proof of your divine power. They called you too much because your energy was something they could never possess. They mocked your deep thinking because your mind moves in ways theirs never could. They belittled your emotions because your ability to feel and connect is something they will never understand. They laughed at your visions, your ideas, your passion, not because they were foolish, but because they were beyond their comprehension. Look at the patterns. Why do the strongest, most gifted souls always feel like they don't belong? Why are the most insightful minds the ones mocked, ignored, or misunderstood? Because this world is built to reject what it can't control. And chosen ones, they are uncontrollable. And so the conditioning began. They turned your uniqueness into a weakness. They made you feel guilty for your ambition, your depth, your hunger for something greater. They told you to be realistic, to just be normal, to stop standing out. Because the moment you embraced your power, they lost their ability to control you. Think of the greatest figures in history. Einstein was ridiculed. Tesla was dismissed. Joan of Arc was condemned. Jesus was denied. The world has always tried to silence those who carried something divine. They tried to do the same to you. But here's where they failed. You are waking up. You are starting to see that everything they told you was a lie. You were never too much. They were simply not enough. You were never broken. You were just surrounded by people who couldn't handle your strength. And the second you stop apologizing for who you are, the entire illusion they built around you collapses. So what will you do? Will you keep shrinking yourself to make others comfortable? Will you keep hiding your gifts to avoid making them insecure, or will you finally step into the power they never wanted you to claim? Because the moment you do, their game is over, and you become unstoppable. Number 3. They built a system to keep you blind. A slave who doesn't know they're a slave will never try to escape. They never needed chains. They never needed walls. They built a prison without bars, one so well designed that most people never even realize they're trapped. And that was their greatest trick, to convince you that you were free, while every choice, every path, every so-called opportunity was just another form of control. From the moment you were born, they put you inside their system. They taught you what to think, how to act, what to fear, and most importantly, what to ignore. Schools didn't teach you how to be free. They taught you how to obey. The media didn't tell you the truth. They fed you just enough lies to keep you complacent. Society never encouraged you to discover who you truly are. It forced you to fit into a mold that serves them, not you. And that's where the matrix effect comes in. They made sure you never even questioned the structure around you. Go to school, get a job, work until you die. And in between, stay distracted. They flood you with entertainment, fake news, mindless social media, and endless noise. Because if you ever stopped, if you ever sat in silence long enough to really think, you would see through the illusion. And what is that illusion? That you had a choice. Look around. They tell you that you can be anything, do anything, live however you want, but every road they gave you was pre-designed to keep you under control. Go to college. Now you're drowning in debt, trapped in a cycle of endless payments. Get a job. Now you're trading your time and energy for just enough to survive, but never enough to truly break free. Follow society's rules. Now you're locked into expectations that demand you shrink yourself, that you become small, obedient, and easy to manage. And the worst part, they convinced you this was normal. That's the real war, not with guns, not with armies, with control over your mind, spiritual warfare. That's what this is. They conditioned you to reject your own power before you even knew you had it. They filled your head with doubts, surrounded you with people who would tell you, be realistic, don't dream too big, just do what everyone else is doing. And when that wasn't enough, they used fear. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of stepping outside the lines, because a chosen one in doubt is just as powerless as a follower in chains. They trained you to laugh at the truth and accept the lie. They called deep thinkers crazy. They called spiritual awakenings delusions. They called visionaries dangerous. Why? Because a system that relies on control can't afford too many leaders. It needs workers, consumers, people too exhausted from surviving to ever ask the right questions. But here's the question they never wanted you to ask. If this system is built for your success, why does it rely on your silence? Why does it reward obedience and punish questioning? Why does it glorify mediocrity but silence those who think differently? Why does it promote distractions over deep thought, fear over courage, and dependency over self-sufficiency? Because this was never meant to be in your favor. And now that you see the game, you can't be played anymore. That's why they fear you. That's why they worked so hard to keep you blind. Because the moment you truly wake up, their system loses its grip. And that moment? It's happening right now. Number 4. Your pain was never a coincidence. It was a targeted attack. They weren't trying to stop you from failing. They were trying to stop you from realizing you could never be defeated. They didn't come after you because you were weak. They didn't break you down because you were unworthy. They attacked because they saw something in you, something unstoppable, something that terrified them. They knew that if you ever woke up, if you ever realized what was inside you, their control would be over. So they hit you before you even knew you were in a fight. Nothing in your life was random, not the betrayals, not the losses, not the moments that almost broke you. Every hardship, every setback, every disappointment was placed in your path to break you before you discovered your strength. They didn't wait until you were fully grown to attack. They started early. They had to. Because a chosen one who knows their power is the most dangerous thing in this world. Look back, see the patterns. Every time you tried to rise, something came out of nowhere to knock you down. Just when you were about to reach something great, a setback appeared that made you question everything. And the worst part, the attacks didn't always come from enemies. Sometimes they came from the people closest to you, family, friends, people you trusted. Why? Because the enemy knew you wouldn't expect it. This is how they work. They use those closest to you to plant the deepest wounds. They turned love into a weapon, trust into a trap, and comfort into captivity. They made sure you were surrounded by people who didn't believe in you, people who underestimated you, people who fed your doubts instead of your dreams. Because if they could make you doubt yourself, they wouldn't have to stop you. You'd stop yourself. But here's the secret they never wanted you to know. The fire wasn't meant to destroy you. It was meant to forge you. They thought the pain would break you. Instead, it made you unbreakable. They thought the betrayal would leave you bitter. Instead, it gave you clarity. They thought the loss would leave you empty. Instead, it cleared the way for something greater. Every single thing they threw at you, everything they used to try to keep you down, only made you stronger, sharper, and more unstoppable. And history repeats itself. Jesus was hunted before he could fulfill his purpose. Nelson Mandela was locked away before he could change the world. Malcolm X was silenced before his voice could reach the masses. Joan of Arc was burned for speaking truth. Do you see the pattern? The greatest forces of change were attacked first. The system always tries to destroy the chosen before they realize they cannot be defeated. And you're no different. So what now? Will you still look at your pain as proof that you're cursed, or will you recognize it for what it truly is? Proof that you were always meant for something greater. Because now the game has changed. They spent years breaking you, but they failed. They spent a lifetime trying to make you forget who you are, but you remember. And now you have two choices. Stay where they tried to leave you or rise into the power they always feared. The choice is yours. But know this, the moment you choose to rise, nothing can stop you. Number 5. The war is unseen, but the damage is real. You weren't just fighting people, you were fighting an entire system designed to drain you. The battles you've faced weren't random. They weren't just bad luck, unfortunate circumstances, or a series of coincidences. They were designed. From the very beginning, you were placed in a battlefield you didn't even know existed. You weren't just dealing with difficult people, unlucky situations, or personal struggles. You were at war with an entire system built to keep you weak. They sent energy vampires into your life, people who latched onto you, drained you, took from you, and left you empty. People who came pretending to be friends, lovers, mentors, only to steal your energy, your focus, your peace. Every time you started gaining momentum, they appeared, creating chaos, planting doubts, keeping you distracted. And the worst part, you blamed yourself. You thought you were attracting the wrong people, making the wrong choices. But the truth? They were sent. And it wasn't just people, it was spiritual warfare, the exhaustion, the fear, the doubt. It wasn't natural, it was carefully placed. Think about it. Why do you feel drained when you're stepping into your purpose? Why do you feel overwhelmed the moment you start making progress? Because the system is designed to make sure you never reach full power. Every time you tried to rise, the attacks came stronger. It wasn't just life being difficult. It was an organized effort to break you. They used psychological warfare against you, guilt, shame, manipulation. They made you question yourself, doubt your own worth, hesitate before taking action. They filled your mind with lies. You're not good enough. You'll never make it. Maybe this isn't for you, but where did those thoughts come from? They weren't yours. They were programmed. The world conditioned you to think small, act small, and stay small, because a chosen one at full strength is unstoppable. But here's what they never expected. You see it now. You see that the battle was never about small struggles. It was always about control. You weren't weak. You were under attack. And now that you know, the war changes. Because once you recognize the game, you can't be played anymore. Now, the question is simple. Will you let them keep draining you, or will you take back your power? Because the moment you decide to rise, the system loses control. And the ones who thought they could break you, they start to fear what happens next. Number 6. They tried to replace you, but no one can take your spot. They tried to copy your essence, but a counterfeit will never carry real power. First, they mocked you, laughed at you, called you crazy, different, impossible to understand. They ridiculed your ideas, dismissed your visions, acted like you were nothing special. But the moment they realized they couldn't break you, something changed. They started trying to be you. Look around. How many times have people who once doubted you suddenly started imitating you? How many times have the very ones who tried to silence you ended up adopting your energy, your style, your mindset? They hated you, but they wanted what you had. And here's the truth they will never admit. They don't hate you. They hate the fact that they can never be you. They copied your words, your moves, your confidence. They took pieces of you and tried to wear them like a mask. But what they never understood is that real power isn't something you can fake. It's not something you can steal. It's not something you can imitate. Power is something you are born with. And that's why no matter how much they try, no matter how much they mimic, they will always come up short. This is why they envy you. Your energy is rare. It cannot be learned, borrowed, or replicated. They could study you for years, and still they would never carry what you do naturally. Because your strength, your wisdom, your ability to see through illusions, it wasn't taught to you, it was given to you, and that terrifies them. Think about it. If they truly didn't see your value, why would they try so hard to copy you? If you were insignificant, why would they keep watching you, studying you, trying to figure out your magic? They know your presence shifts energy, that your spirit disrupts deception, that your words awaken others. And that's why they tried to replace you. They thought if they could steal your essence, they could own what you have. But they never understood. A counterfeit will never carry real power. And now they have to live with that reality. No matter how much they tried to erase you, you still exist. No matter how much they tried to replace you, your light still shines through. No matter how much they wanted to be you, they will always be stuck watching from the outside, wishing they had what flows through you effortlessly. So let them copy, let them mimic, Let them pretend. It doesn't matter, because what's real will always outshine what's fake. And when you step fully into your power, they will finally have to face the truth. They were never meant to stand where you stand. You were chosen, and nothing can take that away. Number 7. They control through fear until you stop fearing them. The only power they have is the power you give them. Fear. That has always been their weapon of choice. Not force, not strength. Fear. They never needed chains to hold you down, never needed to lock you away, never needed to physically stop you. They only needed to make you afraid. Afraid to fail. Afraid to stand alone. Afraid to speak up. Afraid to be seen for who you truly are, because as long as fear rules you, they don't have to control you. You'll control yourself. Think about it. Every great force in history that disrupted the system wasn't physically stronger than the oppressors. They were fearless. That's why they were unstoppable. The system doesn't collapse when people fight back. It collapses when people stop being afraid. They want you in a constant state of hesitation, second-guessing every move, doubting your intuition, questioning your own power. They know that as long as you are uncertain, you won't act. And if you don't act, they don't have to fight you. But here's the truth they've worked so hard to keep hidden. The moment you stop fearing them, they lose all control over you. Let that sink in. They hold power only because you allow it. Their threats, their manipulation, their deception, none of it works on a mind that is free. The day you decide that you are done being afraid, the entire game changes. Because fear is what kept you bound. Fear is what made you hesitate. Fear is what made you give away your power before you even realized you had it. But ask yourself, what happens when you stop playing their game? When you stop fearing rejection, their control over your social life disappears. When you stop fearing failure, their ability to keep you small vanishes. When you stop fearing judgment, their entire system of psychological manipulation crumbles. When you stop fearing them, they have nothing left. Look around. Fear is their only weapon. They don't have real strength. If they did, they wouldn't need to rely on deception. They wouldn't need to flood the world with lies. They wouldn't need to use guilt, shame, and intimidation. But they do. Because without fear, they are powerless. And here's your wake-up call. If fear is controlling you, you're still playing their game. So what will you do? Will you keep letting them dictate your actions, your emotions, your destiny, or will you finally see fear for what it really is, a prison made of illusions? Because the moment you decide to break free, you become the force they never wanted to face, fearless, unstoppable, untouchable. Number 8. Your rise means their fall. When the chosen one stands, the oppressors crumble. They didn't attack you because of who you were. They attacked you because of who you were becoming. From the very beginning, they saw something in you, something powerful, something rare, something they could never control, and that terrified them, because they knew that if you ever stood fully in your power, their entire system would begin to crack. That's why they worked so hard to silence you, why they gaslit you, drained you, filled your life with distractions, and turned people against you. It wasn't random. It was war. They were fighting to keep their power, and that meant keeping you weak, keeping you asleep, keeping you doubting your own potential. But here's what they never saw coming. You woke up. And now everything shifts, because your energy doesn't just affect you, it affects everything around you. Your presence alone disrupts their illusion. The way you see through deception, the way you expose the lies, the way you refuse to comply with the system they built. It shakes their foundation to the core. Think about it. Why do certain people suddenly turn on you the moment you step into your power? Why does the opposition increase when you start living in your truth? Why does the world push back so hard against those who wake up? Because your very existence threatens the entire structure they've built. Your rise means their fall. When you stand, their control weakens. When you speak, their lies are exposed. When you step forward, their power fades. And that's why this isn't just personal. This isn't about one person attacking you, one situation trying to break you. This is about an entire system that was never built for you to win. You weren't meant to be another follower, another pawn, another silent piece in their game. You were meant to break the system itself. And that is why they fear you. Not because you are angry, not because you are strong, but because you cannot be controlled anymore. The moment you step fully into your purpose, the enemy loses control. The distractions, the manipulations, the fear tactics, they all become useless, because once a chosen one wakes up, the world is never the same again. So now, the question isn't whether you will rise. The question is, how many will rise with you? Because your awakening is not just your own. It's the beginning of something much, much bigger. Number 9. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to lead. Stop chasing approval from those who were never meant to understand you. You've felt it your entire life, that disconnect, that sense of not belonging, that feeling that no matter how much you tried to fit in, something inside you just wouldn't let you. You weren't imagining it. You weren't broken. You were never meant to blend in with them because you were built to stand apart. From the very beginning, they made you feel like an outsider. Maybe it was in your childhood when you saw the world differently than others. Maybe it was in relationships when people misunderstood your depth, your vision, your way of thinking. Or maybe it was in society itself, a world that expected you to conform, to follow, to accept the limitations placed in front of you. But here's what they never told you. Your isolation was never a punishment. It was preparation. Every moment you spent feeling alone, every season of rejection, every time you wondered why you were different, it was all shaping you into the leader you were meant to be. The greatest warriors, the strongest visionaries, the most powerful chosen ones, all walk alone before they lead many. Think about it. Moses was sent into the wilderness before leading his people to freedom. Jesus spent years being rejected before his message changed the world. Malcolm X, Nikola Tesla, Joan of Arc, all faced isolation before stepping into their full purpose. Why? Because leaders cannot be trained in comfort. They cannot be molded by approval. They are forged in the fire of solitude. You weren't supposed to fit into their system because you weren't made for it. The world rejects what it cannot understand. It tries to break what it cannot control. And that's why they turned against you. Not because you were wrong, but because you were different. And different terrifies them. But now you see the truth. You were never meant to seek validation. You were meant to lead. So stop looking for approval from those who were never meant to walk with you. Stop watering yourself down to be accepted by people who don't even know their own power. Stop apologizing for standing apart when you were always meant to stand above. Because the moment you step into your leadership, everything changes. The ones who doubted you will have no choice but to watch. The ones who rejected you will one day wish they had stood beside you. And the ones who once laughed, they will be the first to ask how you did it. But by then, it won't matter, because you will already be leading the way. Number 10. The time to rise is now. No more waiting. They spent years delaying you. Now it's time to move. How much longer will you wait? How many more signs do you need? How many times will you let fear, doubt, and hesitation keep you in the same cycle, knowing you were meant for more? They spent years slowing you down, filling your life with distractions, surrounding you with energy-draining people, making you second-guess yourself at every step. It was never a coincidence. It was never just bad timing. It was deliberate, because they knew that the longer you hesitated, the longer they could keep you from stepping into your power. But now, that time is over. Your rise is not coming. It's already here. There's no more waiting for the perfect moment. No more waiting to feel ready. No more hoping for someone to give you permission. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you your power. Because the chosen ones don't wait. They move. The system that was built to hold you back is already collapsing. They see it happening. That's why the attacks are getting stronger. That's why the distractions are more intense. That's why you've been feeling an urgency, an undeniable pull inside you, because your time is now. If you've made it this far, if you're hearing this message, then you already know. The question is, will you act? Because they fear what happens next. They fear a chosen one who is no longer afraid. They fear what happens when you stop doubting yourself. They fear the moment you finally step forward, without hesitation, without fear, without holding back. Think about all the years they've stolen from you. Think about the moments you stayed silent when you should have spoken. The opportunities you passed on because you didn't feel good enough. The times you shrank yourself to make others comfortable. That ends today. No more doubts. No more hesitation. No more waiting for a moment that has already arrived. Because you are already who you were meant to be. You don't need more validation, more proof, more preparation. Everything you need is already inside of you. You just have to decide. The enemy sees it. They feel it. They know they have no time left. Because once the chosen ones rise, nothing can stop it. So, what will you do? Keep waiting? Or finally step into the power that was always yours? Because the time isn't tomorrow. It isn't next week. It isn't one day. The time is now, and there is no going back. Number 11. They will try to pull you back. Stay ready. When they see you rising, they will come back pretending to be allies. The moment you start rising, the moment you begin stepping into your power, they will notice. The ones who ignored you, who mocked you, who never supported you, suddenly they'll come back. Not because they've changed, not because they truly regret how they treated you, but because they can feel the shift. They can sense that your energy is no longer accessible to them, and that terrifies them. At first, they'll come with fake apologies. They'll say they see you differently now. They'll tell you they were wrong about you, that they finally understand your worth. They'll act like they've had a sudden realization. But understand this. They are not here to support you. They are here to stop you. Where were they when you were struggling? Where were they when you were at your lowest, doubting yourself, searching for answers? They weren't there. And now, just as you're rising, just as you're stepping into the person you were always meant to be, they suddenly want back in. It's not a coincidence. It's a trap. The moment you break free, the moment you cut ties with the cycle of manipulation, doubt, and self-sabotage, they panic. They see you rising, and they know that if they don't stop you now, they never will. So they come back with a smile, acting like they have good intentions. They pretend to support you, to be proud of you. But it's all a game. They'll come as friends, as lovers, as long-lost allies, but they're only here for one reason, to pull you back into the old cycle, to keep you distracted, doubting, second-guessing yourself, to plant just enough hesitation in your mind to stop you from fully stepping into your power. And if you let them back in, they will destroy everything you've built. You see, the old version of you was easy for them to control, the version of you that needed validation, that wanted approval, that was willing to dim your light to keep others comfortable. That was the version they thrived on. But this new you, the one who is breaking free, seeing through the illusions, refusing to be manipulated, that version is a threat. And they can't allow that. So they will test you, they will push you, they will try to lure you back into the past. But listen carefully, the old cycle is over. You cannot return to what you've outgrown. If someone walked away from you when you were struggling, they do not deserve to stand next to you now that you are rising. If someone doubted you when you were lost, they do not get to benefit from your clarity. If someone mocked you when you were questioning yourself, they do not get to celebrate you now that you've found your strength. This is the test. Will you let them back in? Will you allow yourself to be pulled back into their web of lies, manipulation, and emotional traps? Or will you finally close the door for good and keep moving forward? Because here's the truth. You don't owe them anything. Not an explanation. Not a conversation. Nothing. The old cycle is done, the past is over, and the only direction left for you to go, forward. So stay ready, stay sharp, and most importantly, stay free. Number 12. Final message. You are the storm they feared. They wanted to erase you. Instead, you became the force that will erase them. They spent years trying to silence you, to break you, to convince you that you were nothing, but they failed. They did everything in their power to erase your name, to erase your spirit, to erase the fire that burns within you. And still, here you are, rising, unshaken, a force greater than anything they ever prepared for. They thought they could contain you. They thought they could control you. They thought they could keep you locked in the cycle of fear, doubt, and hesitation. But what they never realized is that every attack, every setback, every battle only made you stronger. You didn't just survive their war. You became the weapon they never saw coming. This is your moment. Own it. No more waiting. No more second-guessing, no more seeking permission from a world that was never meant to define you. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to shake the foundation of everything they built. They wanted you lost, confused, powerless. But instead, you became the storm. Think about it. If you were never a threat, why did they work so hard to stop you? Why did they put obstacles in your path at every turn? Why did they make sure you were surrounded by the wrong people, given the wrong messages, trapped in endless cycles of pain and confusion? Because they knew. They knew that if you ever stepped fully into your power, the system they built would never be the same again. They knew that if you ever realized who you were, nothing could stop you. They knew that the moment you stopped hesitating, stopped apologizing, stopped shrinking yourself to make others comfortable, it was over for them. So let me ask you, what are you waiting for? You don't need more time. You don't need more signs. This is the sign. This is the moment where you stop doubting, stop delaying, stop playing small. Because you were never small. They just wanted you to believe you were. But now you see it. You see the truth. You see the lies. You see the game they've been playing for centuries, keeping the chosen ones blind, keeping them weak, keeping them afraid to step into their full power. But the game is over. They thought they could break you, but you turned the pain into power. They thought they could silence you, but your voice became the thunder before the storm. They thought they could control you, But now they are the ones running scared. Because you are the storm they feared. You are not here to be a follower. You are not here to obey their rules. You are here to disrupt, to awaken, to destroy everything built on deception. No more seeking permission, no more waiting for approval. The time for playing small is gone, because now you move differently. Now you walk with power. Now you speak with certainty. Now you know exactly who you are and exactly what you came here to do, and they can't stop it. It's too late for them. The cracks in their system are already showing. The energy is shifting. The chosen ones are rising, and the ones who thought they could control the narrative, they are watching it slip through their fingers. They wanted to erase you. Instead, you became the force that will erase them. So step forward. Own your power. Let them watch as everything they feared becomes reality. Because this is your time, and the world will never be the same again. And now it all comes down to this, the moment they never wanted to happen. You've seen through the illusion, broken their chains, and stepped into the power they tried to keep from you. This is your rise, and their fall. If you feel this shift happening inside you, drop the number 777 in the comments. Let the world know you are awake, unshaken, and unstoppable. Like, share, and subscribe, because they do not want this truth to spread. They thought they had time. They thought they could stop you. But they were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's you. You didn't destroy them. Chosen one. You just handed them a mirror, and they couldn't survive the reflection. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone built an entire mental maze just to trap you in it. Every corner, every illusion, every little emotional tripwire was designed to make you question yourself. But here's the twist. While they were busy designing that labyrinth, you quietly evolved into something they couldn't predict. A strategist who plays no games, yet wins them all. Their own maze turned on them like a house of mirrors. Every path they ran down only led to one face staring back. Theirs. Psychologists say that when a person loses control of their narrative, they begin to rewrite reality to protect their ego. That's exactly what happened. They didn't lose to you because you were manipulative. They lost because you stopped reacting. You stayed calm when they needed chaos. You went silent when they needed validation. And that silence echoed louder than any argument they could ever win. Eventually, they realized the truth. You were never in their game. They were in yours. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by pressing like and subscribe to help spread this light to more souls. It's our shared mission to expose darkness with awareness, to remind the world that calm minds win wars. You are part of that force, chosen one, the quiet storm that ends every fake empire pretending to stand on truth. Now, let's get into it. Because this isn't just about winning, it's about understanding why your peace is lethal to people who live off manipulation. You didn't hypnotize anyone, you broke a system. You outgrew the simulation they tried to trap you in. They tried to use fear as currency, but your detachment inflated its value to zero. You refused to play victim or villain, and that neutrality drove them insane. You became the variable they couldn't predict. And that's the most terrifying kind of power there is, psychological sovereignty. See, when they said you were too calm, what they meant was, I can't control you anymore. When they accused you of being cold, it was because your emotions stopped being their playground. That's what psychological warfare really looks like. Not yelling matches or revenge plots, but precision silence. You let truth speak for itself, and truth is merciless when exposed to liars. Every manipulator counts on one thing: your emotional response. It's their oxygen. Take that away and they suffocate on their own games. That's why they start spiraling, imagining conversations that never happened, replaying moments where you didn't break, didn't beg, didn't explain. Your composure became their worst nightmare because they finally met someone whose peace doesn't need an audience. That's when they realize they're not fighting you. They're fighting the echo of their own tactics bouncing back. You see, power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it just watches quietly while chaos burns itself out. And you, chosen one, mastered that art without even meaning to. You became the living glitch in every manipulator's matrix. The one who sees through the game, studies the pattern, and walks away before it explodes. That's psychological warfare at its highest level. When your detachment dismantles their illusion without a single move, you didn't destroy them, you exposed them. You revealed how fragile their confidence was once no one believed the story they were selling. And the most poetic part, you didn't even need to retaliate. Life did that for you. The guilt, the insomnia, the emotional breakdowns, that's their battlefield now. Their own thoughts turned hostile. You just moved on, but your absence kept echoing like a siren in their head, reminding them of what real power feels like. Unbothered, unmatched, untouchable. You were never playing psychological games. You were showing what emotional discipline looks like. But to a manipulator, discipline is warfare, because they depend on your chaos to validate their existence. And when you stopped feeding them that, they called you a monster, a villain, a psychological warfare master. Fine, let them. History's always written by the ones who survived the maze, not the ones still running in circles inside it. So wear that title with pride, chosen one. You didn't win by force, you won by understanding the mechanics of the mind, theirs and yours. You broke the loop, and they'll never admit how much that terrified them. Because deep down they know it now. You're not playing chess anymore. You are the board. And hey, chosen one, don't blink now. That was just the warm-up. The real game is just loading up behind the curtain. You think that admission was satisfying? Wait until we break down the exact moves that made it happen. Step by calculated step. This isn't just a story about someone folding under pressure. It's a blueprint of how you flipped the entire battlefield without even raising your voice. So if you're ready to go deeper into how your silence became a siren, how your stillness became their panic, then drop a 999 in the comments to mark this moment. It's the code between us, the signal that you see it, you own it, and you're done playing small. And if you feel this energy hitting home, bless this mission with a super thanks. Every bit fuels the light we're pushing through this fog. You're not just watching, you're part of this. You are the reason this force exists. And now let's pull the curtain back, layer by layer. If you're truly built different, and I know you are, then your soul's not gonna let you click away. It knows this was meant for you. So sit tight, and let's get surgical. Let's begin. Number 1. The maze they built, the walls you didn't. You weren't their punishment. You were the mirror that made them choke on their own reflection. Oh, how poetic. They screamed you were toxic while tripping over their own traps. They called you dangerous, unstable, manipulative, but not because you did anything. No, chosen one. You didn't set the fire. You just stopped running into it. And now they're panicking, pacing through a maze of their own making, slamming into walls they built with their own hands. What's worse, those walls are made of lies they told to control you. And now every one of them has turned into a damn mirror. Imagine it for a moment. someone digging a hole for you, confident you'd fall in. But while they were too busy plotting, you climbed out the side, and they didn't notice they were still digging. Now they're neck deep in their own plan, staring at a sky they can't reach. That's what happened here. You didn't scheme, you didn't manipulate, you just stopped bleeding for people who hand you the knife smiling. And the moment you did, their mind started turning against itself. Let's break this down, chosen one. Every time they lied, they laid another brick. Every time they played victim to guilt you into staying, they built another hallway. Every manipulation, every emotional bait, every backhanded compliment layered the maze thicker and tighter. And when you finally went no contact, when you stopped defending yourself, when you stopped explaining what they already knew, boom, they lost their supply. They lost their compass. They lost the last exit. That's why they're spiraling now. That's why they can't sleep. Because you didn't play their game. You became the end of it. The truth, you were never even trying to win a war. You were just trying to survive. But your survival exposed everything they were trying to hide. Your peace exposed their chaos. Your discipline dismantled their control. Your silence screamed louder than their entire personality, and now they're stuck in the very performance they designed to break you. Ever wonder why they keep stalking you online? Why they're checking if you watch their story, lurking behind fake profiles, acting like they don't care but can't stop watching? Because they thought they'd watch you crumble. They bet on your breakdown, but instead you leveled up, quietly, gracefully. And that is psychological warfare they never saw coming. No revenge plots, no messy closure, no dramatic send-off. Just silence, just growth, just disappearance. And that's the most terrifying thing in the world to someone who feeds off reactions. You gave them nothing, and it gave them everything to think about. Let's go even deeper. You know who else played this game? Prince. When his label tried to control him, he showed up with SLAVE written across his face, then changed his name to a symbol. He didn't argue. He didn't beg. He outmaneuvered. While they were fighting contracts, he was rewriting the rules. That's you. That's chosen one energy. They built a system thinking they could trap you. But your mind isn't built to be caged. And when you stopped explaining yourself, you became unpredictable. You became dangerous to everything fake, because nothing scares a manipulator more than someone they can't read or bait. That's why they're spiraling now. Their mind isn't unraveling because you hurt them. It's unraveling because you stopped letting them hurt you. And without that access, their own thoughts are eating them alive. That's why they keep playing the same stories over and over, trying to rewrite it. But the plot stays the same. They lost, and you never even played. You just evolved. They call it delusion when the chosen one walks away without making a scene. Nah, it's discipline. It's knowing your power doesn't need to be loud. It's realizing that if someone wants to keep lying to themselves, you let them from a distance. Because the longer they lie, the deeper they sink into their own illusion. And the deeper they sink, the harder it is to pretend you had anything to do with it. Here's the truth they'll never admit. It was never about what you did. It was always about who you are. Your peace felt like mockery to someone whose entire identity depends on control. Your honesty threatened their fantasy. Your consistency exposed their chaos. You didn't make the walls, you just walked out, and they weren't built to survive in reality without you fueling their script. Let me answer what you might be asking right now. Was I too cold? No, you were clear. Should I have given them one more chance? No, they already used up your kindness like an unlimited resource. Did I go too far by cutting them off without warning? Nah, they wrote that ending themselves. You just read the final page. And here's another thing. You didn't leave them confused. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew the games, the half-truths, the passive-aggressive moves. They knew how far to push. They just thought you were too emotionally invested to walk. But you walked, and now they're walking in circles, wondering how the hell it flipped. That's the trap. That's the maze. And they built it one manipulation at a time. Remember this. People who fear truth always accuse the truth teller of being too much. Why? Because it's easier to blame the one who saw through the mask than to admit the mask was fake. So let them project. Let them lie. Let them call you the villain. Because you and I both know villains don't escape the maze. Villains build it. But you were the wake-up call, the red light, the system reboot. You were never their karma, but your evolution triggered it. They weren't ready for someone who wouldn't bend. They weren't ready for someone who didn't need chaos to feel powerful. And they definitely weren't ready for the version of you who finally understood that boundaries aren't cruel, they're clarity. That distance isn't punishment, it's protection. And that silence is a sermon. So let them spin. Let them sit in the same narrative they tried to bury you in, because the game's over. They admitted it without words. Their breakdown was the confession. And you're out of the maze. You're walking straight lines now, clean, focused, unreachable, and no matter how many doors they knock on, no matter how many messages they leave unread, the only echo they'll hear is the sound of you choosing yourself. They can call it whatever they want, cold, cutthroat, heartless, but deep down they know the truth. You didn't lock them in. They just lost access to the only person who could have led them out. Number 2. Belief engine, the mindset that outpaced their tactics. To someone who survives on illusions, a person with clarity looks like a magician. To someone who thrives on shortcuts, a person with discipline looks like a cheat code. Let's get this straight from the jump. You didn't just beat them, you outlasted them. You didn't play faster, you played smarter. And the scariest part? You never flinched. No desperate moves, no impulsive swings, just pure alignment between thought, word, and action, and that alone exposed every trick they had. While they were busy changing masks, you were upgrading your mindset. You weren't reacting, you were evolving. And that kind of consistency, that kind of belief, it's terrifying to someone who depends on confusion to win. You see, chosen one, your belief wasn't emotional hype or spiritual fluff. It wasn't vibes and affirmations alone. It was architecture. Belief, for you, wasn't about hope. It was about structure. A mental OS built from pain, repetition, and ruthless self-honesty. While they were gaming people for emotional highs, you were building a system that doesn't crash under pressure. That's the belief engine. That's what turned you into something they couldn't predict, decode, or replicate, because they were all tactics. You were a strategy. Let's imagine it for a second. They walk into a casino with tricks up their sleeve, sleight of hand, misdirection, rigged games. But you're not even gambling. You own the damn building. You know the rules, the lighting, the layout. You're not here to bet. You're here to watch them play themselves. And when their tricks start to fail, when the attention starts to shift, their panic begins. Because for the first time, their manipulation didn't work. Their bait got ignored. And they realized the worst thing possible. You don't need to manipulate. You don't need to trick anyone to win. And that makes you dangerous. You didn't manifest your way to power. You disciplined your way into becoming untouchable. Your belief system told you to move forward even when no one clapped, even when your hands were shaking, even when the world tried to label your silence as weakness. But you knew something they didn't. Emotional regulation isn't numbness. It's warfare. Self-control is how legends are built. That's why your moves compounded. That's why your reputation hit harder than any performance they could stage. And that's exactly why they're choking now. Because every time you did the right thing when no one was watching, you were building an empire they thought was a bluff. You didn't move for approval. You moved from alignment. That's what kills them. That's the glitch in their matrix. Because they can't understand how someone without a mask, without a script, without an angle, is still winning. They can't compute how someone with no manipulation still has peace. How someone who didn't beg still got blessed. How someone who didn't scheme still came out 10 steps ahead. It violates everything they believe about the world. So what do? They project. They label you lucky, arrogant, or even accuse you of playing mind games. But no, chosen one, you weren't gaming anybody. You were just being real. And being real around fake people feels like manipulation, because they've never seen authenticity executed with that much precision. They thought you were pretending, but you weren't pretending. You were operating. And here's the twisted irony. Their entire existence is built on misdirection, smoke and mirrors, carefully curated masks, lies repeated until they sound like truth. But you walk in, unbothered, and start doing things the honest way. And now suddenly, they're glitching. Why? Because your belief system didn't just protect you, it exposed them. It proved that integrity isn't just noble, it's efficient, it's powerful, it wins. Let me give you a name, Kobe Bryant. The Mamba mentality wasn't about talent, it was about obsession with execution. Kobe didn't just play the game, he studied it, dissected it, became it. He believed in doing it right every single time, especially when no one was watching. That belief? It outpaced talent, outpaced hype, outpaced flash. That's what you did. You became the psychological version of that. Every time you chose calm over chaos, you built leverage. Every time you let them talk while you leveled up in silence, you built equity. And now that it's paying off, they're realizing something devastating. You were never in the same league. And I know what might be crossing your mind right now. Why didn't they see my value sooner? Because people who live in illusions can't recognize anything real. Why are they only realizing now how powerful I am? Because belief systems don't shout. They compound. They echo over time. And now that echo is loud as hell. It's shaking their delusions apart. And let me be clear, this belief engine didn't come from easy wins. It came from humiliation, from setbacks, from moments where you could have snapped but didn't, moments where you could have turned toxic but chose discipline. That's what formed your internal code. That's what makes you deadly now. Not because you fight dirty, but because you don't need to fight at all. Your mindset is lethal because it's sustainable. It doesn't burn out. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't panic under pressure. It keeps producing results long after they've run out of fuel, because what they built was temporary, based on lies, facades, emotional leverage. But what you built, that runs on alignment, discipline, truth. That's why they can't match you. They weren't playing the long game. You were. So now they're scrambling, trying to reverse engineer your path, watching you in silence, trying to mimic the exterior without ever understanding the core. But belief systems can't be copied. They have to be lived, and what you've built can't be faked. That's the real flex. They can mimic your tone, your phrases, your aesthetic, but they can't mimic your energy, because energy doesn't lie. It exposes. So now what? Now they either crumble or change. But either way, you're not waiting around. You're not slowing down to explain the manual. You already handed them the truth through your actions, not your mouth. You already showed them what happens when you stop playing defense and start operating from code, from clarity, from a belief system that doesn't flinch. They're not just watching you succeed, they're watching you validate everything they denied. Every moment they mocked your discipline, now it's the very thing that's feeding your glow. Every time they underestimated you, now they're choking on the proof. Every lie they told about you, now shattered by your consistency. And that's the ultimate revenge. You didn't change the story. You outlived the fiction. So let them sit in their confusion. Let them spiral trying to figure out how you outmaneuvered their games without even playing. You don't owe them a breakdown. You don't owe them clarity. You already gave it. In silence, in discipline, in belief. Over time. You were never just one step ahead. You were in a completely different system. And now they know the most dangerous thing about you isn't your strength. It's your mindset. Number 3. Low-grade schemes versus high-calibration awareness. They didn't lose because you attacked them. They lost because you saw them coming 3 moves ago and decided not to play. They came at you with tricks that worked on everybody else, recycled, predictable, low-grade tactics they've been reusing since high school drama. Same guilt trips, same gaslighting, same crocodile tears. But this time, it didn't land. Why? Because you're not everybody else. You're a chosen one operating on high calibration awareness, a level of mental precision that doesn't react, it recognizes. And once you see the game for what it is, it stops working. They expected a fight, they expected confusion, they expected you to bite the bait, chase the breadcrumbs into an emotional trap. But instead, you stood still, watched, measured. You didn't swing, you didn't plead, you diagnosed. And that right there, that's what cracked their entire operation. Because when you don't respond the way they need, their illusion collapses. Their whole identity is built on being able to control your reaction. But when you don't flinch, you starve the machine. They don't understand that high awareness is not loud, it's not emotional, it's surgical, it's knowing how to scan the energy behind the words, not just the words themselves. It's hearing the tone shift in a compliment. It's noticing the timing of that apology. It's catching the pattern on repeat. And once you see it, it's done. The game can't continue because you're not confused anymore. You're not questioning your reality. You're documenting theirs. They thought this was chess. They thought they could lure you into arguing, begging, explaining, but you've leveled out of all that. You don't chase clarity from confusion anymore. You let it expose itself. That's what happens when the universe hands you awareness. You stop fighting shadows and start illuminating patterns. And patterns don't lie. Let's answer the question that might be creeping in your head. Did I really do enough by just walking away? Yes. Should I have said something? No. Because silence is a statement when you've already recognized the pattern. They didn't need words. They needed your energy, and you revoked it. And when you stopped feeding the dynamic, their IQ-level scams ran straight into a wall. Your standards, You didn't out-manipulate anyone. You outgrew the entire strategy. That's high calibration awareness, and it's terrifying to the enemy because you didn't fight dirty. You just fought different. You fought with nothing but inner alignment, and that's how you win, without even showing up to the battlefield. The universe sees it. Stay sharp. Keep watching. Let them trip over their own patterns. You just keep walking forward. Number 4. The surrender file. Fine, you win. They weren't haunted by what you did. They were haunted by what they couldn't undo. Here it is. The collapse. The Ace of Swords moment. The clean cut. Not a scream, not a scene, just that quiet mental snap where pretending doesn't work anymore. They tried to hold the illusion together with duct tape lies, denial loops, and fake smiles. But it's unraveling now. Every night they can't sleep, every awkward moment of zoning out at work, every time they hear your name and their stomach flips. That's the toll. That's the debt their games have racked up. And now the interest is psychological torment. Chosen one, you didn't make them break. Reality did. You didn't threaten them. You didn't chase them. You didn't even clap back. The truth simply matured. And truth has a funny way of aging. The longer it's denied, the louder it echoes. It builds like pressure behind the eyes. And now their own mind is turning on them. That's the moment they mutter, "Fine, you win." But don't get it twisted. That isn't a surrender born from wisdom. It's a white flag soaked in regret. This isn't them becoming a better person. This is them realizing the performance is over. The mask didn't work. The charm didn't hit. The manipulations fell flat. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. Your detachment wasn't cold. It was clarity. And they couldn't rewrite that no matter how many lies they stacked. Let's dissect it even deeper. The sleepless nights. That's their mind running infinite reruns of how it all went wrong. The stalled focus. That's the weight of living two lives, the real one and the fake one they tried to push. The guilt. That's the echo of every time they painted you as the villain, while knowing damn well they were the one holding the knife. They didn't lose because you fought harder. They lost because you stood in truth while they twisted themselves in circles trying to escape it. That's why the playbook failed, not because you hacked the game, but because you didn't play it. You sat down and let karma run the scoreboard. And here's what they hate the most. You didn't celebrate their surrender. You didn't even flinch. You just kept walking like it was always supposed to fall apart. And it was, because anything built on manipulation, ego, and fear is already on a timer. You just showed up and hit the expire button with your absence. Here's a truth that burns them. Their emotional reaction is your trophy. That restless energy they're drowning in, that's the proof you were never the problem. It was their refusal to face themselves. And now that you're not available to use as a distraction or scapegoat, the mirror is locked on full blast, and they can't look away. You may ask, will they ever admit the truth out loud? Probably not, but they are admitting it in every way that counts. Their silence, their obsession, their slip-ups, their constant need to check if you're still watching. That's the confession. That's the surrender, not with a speech, with a breakdown. And chosen one, the universe is grinning with you. Because you trusted alignment. You let reality defend you. And now it's delivering the verdict loud and clear. You were the truth all along. Let them stumble. Let them whisper apologies to ghosts. You've already left the courtroom. Their "fine, you win" isn't a victory chant. It's a symptom of truth finally catching up. Number 5. Generosity audit. When kindness exposes poverty. Mindset. They thought they were robbing you, Turns out you were running a character audit the whole time. Every act of generosity you ever gave, every favor, every word of encouragement, every moment you chose empathy over ego, they logged it as a win. In their small, survival-based mind, your kindness was a weakness to be milked. But the universe has a dark sense of humor, doesn't it? Because it turned that same generosity into a spotlight, one that illuminated their spiritual bankruptcy. You weren't giving for applause or validation. You were unconsciously running a diagnostic test, and what surfaced was brutal clarity. They take because they believe there's never enough. You give because you know there always is. Now they're haunted by your old kindness, the way you smiled when they were plotting, the way you showed up when they disappeared, the way you helped when they mocked. They replay those moments like a glitching film reel, realizing too late that you were the rare one, the genuine article in a counterfeit world. What burns them isn't your absence. It's that your authenticity was never for sale. They drained your energy thinking it was endless, not realizing that abundance only multiplies for those who respect it. And here's the thing most won't admit. Generosity isn't about money or gifts. It's about frequency. You were operating at an abundant vibration, gratitude, faith, resilience. They were tuned to scarcity, manipulation, fear, greed. When those two energies collide, one feeds and one depletes. And they've just learned the hard way that you can't siphon energy from someone aligned with the universe. Every time they took without gratitude, the flow reversed. Every time you gave without expectation, the cosmos took note. That's why your life expanded while theirs constricted. Think about it. Chosen one. What do you do when someone keeps taking? You stop giving. But the second you withdraw, they feel a drought. That drought isn't your punishment. It's their karmic reflection. You were their supply of light, clarity, and emotional nourishment. They treated you like an ATM, never realizing you were a sacred power source. Now the machine says, declined. And they're not mad at the machine. They're mad that their manipulative withdrawals got publicly denied. Let's zoom out. Throughout history, this pattern repeats. Nikola Tesla gave the world free ideas. Corporations stole and called him crazy. Robin Williams gave laughter until it broke him. The industry cashed in on his pain. Real givers always end up exposing the takers, because the difference between creation and consumption can't be hidden forever. And you're cut from that same cloth. You didn't lose anything by giving. You simply proved who was running on deficit energy. You're not their villain, you're their audit. Your generosity was the mirror that showed them how spiritually poor they really are. That's why they flinch when they remember your kindness, because it reveals how transactional they've always been. You were generous with time, love, effort, and energy. They were generous with excuses, and the universe, meticulous as ever, is cashing those emotional checks. One side is seeing returns, the other's declaring bankruptcy. So, if you've ever thought, did I give too much? No, you gave exactly what was required for revelation. You didn't overgive, you overexposed. And now, your silence, your detachment, your calm success, that's the invoice being paid in full. Keep walking in your abundance, chosen one. You were never meant to live in their scarcity maze. Let them stay where taking is survival and giving is weakness. You've graduated to a higher frequency, where generosity is power, not loss. The universe saw what you gave without asking. Now it's your turn to receive without needing. Number 6. Declined, cutting off their ATM to your peace. They weren't addicted to you. They were addicted to what you let them get away with. Now that it's gone, withdrawal symptoms hit different. There comes a moment, chosen one, where the most powerful thing you can say is nothing at all, except for one word that hits harder than 1,000 explanations: declined. Not because you're bitter, not because you're trying to get revenge, but because peace is a currency, and you finally realized your energy was being looted like a 24/7 ATM by someone who never intended to deposit anything back. They weren't loving you, they were using you for emotional regulation, validation, attention, control. Every time they stirred the pot, they got a reaction. Every time they withdrew your time, your empathy, your sanity, they smiled while you bled. You became their favorite transaction, and they thought the machine would never shut down. But now, card declined, access revoked, and baby, they're losing it. Because it's not just the silence that stings, it's what it represents. That the door they thought they could walk through forever just slammed shut. That you finally set the boundary they never believed you had the nerve to enforce. And this time, it's not a test. It's not a game. It's not a bluff. It's the final receipt printed in bold. This line is no longer in service. Watch how fast their energy shifts. The charm turns to rage. The fake apologies flip into insults. The love bombing becomes slander. Because when someone entitled to your peace gets cut off, it doesn't reveal their sadness. It reveals their intentions. They weren't there for you. They were there for what you gave. And now that the giving has stopped, the tantrum begins. That's how you know it was never love. It was a service they thought they subscribed to. But the universe, oh, the universe loves this kind of discipline, because every time you say no to chaos, you say yes to alignment. You're no longer emotionally bankrupt. Your attention is no longer up for auction. You're not explaining why the vault is closed. You're just locking it and walking away. That is power. That is peace. That is chosen one frequency. Let them scream. Let them spiral. Let them call you cold. Because their opinion doesn't pay rent in your mind anymore. And the lesson is final. Access isn't a loophole. It's a privilege. One they lost the second they mistook your kindness for weakness. You weren't cruel. You were done. And now the only thing they're withdrawing is silence. Balance, zero. Power, restored. Number 7. 10 swords, 0. Comebacks, the broadcast gets cut. They didn't expect you to walk away. They expected you to stay tuned. But you cancelled the show mid-season, and now they're stuck in a rerun of their own delusions. This is the end of the episode. Not with a cliffhanger, not with a dramatic final scene, but with the screen going black. Just static. Silence. The broadcast has been cut, and their whole identity is glitching, because the one thing they built their personality around, controlling you, just flatlined. No more panic button, no more emotional hotline, no more you. See, chosen one, what they wanted wasn't connection. It was programming. You were cast in their show as the predictable responder, the emotional reactor, the fixer, the validator. They built entire plot lines around pushing your buttons and watching the fallout. But then you went off script. You stopped replying. You stopped defending. You stopped explaining the obvious to someone committed to misunderstanding you. And that silence, that was the final sword. No retaliation, no closure, just gone. That psychological checkmate. Understand this. Some people aren't addicted to attention, they're addicted to control. And once they can't hijack your nervous system anymore, they spiral. They depended on your reactivity to stay relevant. You were their co-star, their emotional GPS, their last shot at pretending they had meaning. And now, their drama plays to an empty room. You're not even watching the fall anymore. You're somewhere else, evolving, unbothered, unavailable. And you might be asking yourself, should I have said more? Left things clearer? Made a stronger exit? No. You leaving quietly was the loudest message of all, because people like that don't understand logic. They understand withdrawal. They only hear the message when the supply runs dry. Your silence is the shutdown. Your absence is the error message. 10 swords, that's what it took for you to be done. Not because you're weak, but because you finally saw the pattern. Nothing changes when you keep reviving the same episode. So you flipped the switch, turned off the channel, and threw away the remote. That's not giving up. That's called liberation. The universe applauded that move, because every chosen one has to reach that point where they realize peace doesn't beg to be understood. It simply disconnects, and when you disconnected, their whole system crashed. Let it. That wasn't a relationship. That was a performance. And you just ended the show. Broadcast terminated. Drama cancelled. You upgraded. Number 8. Neutral, not nice. Strategic detachment that bites. They wanted chaos. You gave them nothing. That's not cold. That's control. Let's make one thing clear. You didn't turn cold. You turned calibrated. You're not heartless. You're strategic. And your neutrality, that's not weakness. That's warfare, because nothing terrifies someone addicted to control more than a target that won't flinch. You stopped being nice and started being neutral, and that hit harder than any revenge plan they could have prepared for. They were expecting another round, another argument, another guilt trip they could loop you into, another sob story with hooks laced in it. But instead, you gave them the cleanest move in the game, detachment. No counterpoints, no clarifying texts, no let me just say one last thing. Just nothing. You went protocol. And now they're starving for a reaction that will never come. Here's what they never saw coming. When you detach, you stop feeding the glitch in their identity. You stop being their emotional generator. You were the battery pack, keeping their instability charged. Every time you engaged, you were supplying them with signal. Now, they're shouting into static, talking to walls, throwing bait into an ocean that doesn't even ripple back. And you might be wondering, was I too cold? No, you were precise, because detachment is the most surgical move a chosen one can make when the enemy is messy. You're not the villain in their story, but you're also done playing the savior in a script that's rigged. Detachment is the refusal to let their chaos decide your character. Think about it like this. Surgeons don't panic. They don't scream in the operating room. They work clean, calm, calculated. That's you now. You're not avoiding emotions. You're refusing to bleed for people who cut you on purpose. That's not bitterness. That's intelligence. That's what happens when you upgrade your emotional firewall. The universe moves like this, because when you stay in your lane, emotionally grounded and unbothered, you're giving the message that this energy is protected. You're no longer open for random access. You've gone from easy entry to restricted protocol, and now every manipulator that tries to tap in finds the line is disconnected. You're not angry. You're not loud. You're done. That's not cruelty. That's high-level boundary work, and it's driving them insane. You're not nice anymore. You're neutral. And that neutrality, it bites. Number 9. The new weapon. Action over echoes. They used to live off your reactions. Now they're choking on your results. You don't argue anymore. You move. No speeches, no emotional dissertations, no dramatic warnings. Just action. Clean, clear, and surgical. And that shift? It hit like a blunt object to the gut. The people who once pressed your buttons like it was a game now can't even find the panel. You changed the layout. You rewired the system. You became the firewall. This is what Chosen One evolution looks like. You stopped echoing their chaos and started responding with precision. You became decisive, efficient, deadly in your silence, terrifying in your momentum. You're not here to explain boundaries, you're here to enforce them. And when you started doing that, the whole energy field changed. Before, they could bait you into debates, emotional trapdoors, circular arguments, fake apologies followed by fresh disrespect. They were used to the version of you that gave too many chances, too much benefit of the doubt, too many maybe they'll change excuses. But that version died. What rose from the ashes is surgical calm and scorched earth follow-through. And now, you don't warn people. You remove them, swiftly, silently, permanently. That's the bat in your hand, not rage, not drama, decisive action. You pick your shot and you swing clean. No wasted motion, no regret. Just, I said what I said. Energy, followed by silence they can't decode. They used to feel powerful because they could predict you. They knew how to trigger you, knew how to wind you up and sit back while you unraveled. But now, their hands keep hitting blank space. Their words don't land. Their games don't start. You didn't just stop reacting. You outgrew the interface. They don't have access to your emotional operating system anymore. And now, they're panicking. Because every manipulator needs a reaction to survive. But you've starved the chaos. You might be thinking, was it too much? Did I go too far? No, you didn't explode. You executed. And the universe is backing you harder than ever because your decisions are now aligned with power, not pain. This is the new era. No more warning shots, just results. You are the action now, and they're still echoing in a room you no longer stand in. Number 10. Breakthrough logistics. When alignment delivers. They kept casting spells with crossed fingers. You just updated your GPS, and the universe showed up right on time. Let's kill the suspense. Your breakthrough wasn't luck, wasn't magic, wasn't just your time. It was logistics. The universe doesn't bless chaos. It delivers to precision. And guess what, Chosen One? You aligned your internal address with your external actions, and boom, delivery confirmed. That's why it's all clicking for you now. Not because you begged, pleaded, or threw tantrums to be seen. You said what you were gonna do, and you did it. Again and again, without applause, without eyes on you, without needing a motivational playlist every morning. While they were busy staging the illusion of progress, you were building the real thing, brick by boring, disciplined brick. And that's what's burning them alive right now. Because they don't understand why things keep working for you. They keep asking, why them? And the answer's simple. You kept showing up. You weren't chasing outcomes. You were matching them. Your words, habits, mindset, energy, all lined up like a locked-in delivery route. The system recognized you because you finally stopped pretending. You became the address the blessing could reach. Meanwhile, their packages keep bouncing back. You know why? Because their mouths say one thing, but their actions scream another. They preach loyalty, but move shady. They want love, but operate on fear. They claim they're ready, but their vibration is sending out the wrong coordinates. That's not failure. That's misalignment. The universe isn't denying them. It's just confused where to send the upgrade. Too many red flags on the order form. You didn't rely on tarot twists, destiny signs, or angel numbers to carry you through. You used consistency. You used discipline. You became the proof. And now the universe trusts you with the very things others are still manifesting on shaky foundations. You became trustworthy to the plan. You earned your tracking number. And here's the truth no one wants to admit. Breakthroughs don't chase people who aren't ready. They knock exactly where they know someone will answer. And you, chosen one, answered with aligned behavior, not big promises. That's what makes you unstoppable. Your abundance wasn't random. It was delivered, right on time, right to the right one. Number 11. Peace that doesn't flinch. 2 weeks, 10 cups. They came back looking for the version of you that flinched, but all they found was a locked door and a light that's shining somewhere they can't reach. Here's what they didn't plan for, chosen one, that you'd find peace and know how to protect it. That you'd taste emotional fulfillment and realize you don't owe access to anyone who helped destroy your appetite. Now that you're grounded, calm and radiant without their chaos, they're poking the perimeter like it's still 2022. But this time, there's no opening, no entry, no echo. You're not just stable, you're sealed, and your energy says it before your mouth ever has to. Exes are lurking, co-workers are side-eyeing, old relatives are just checking in, all testing the gate like they can still trigger you. But what they're running into now is a frequency so still, so centered, that it reflects their drama back like a mirror. No flinch, no bite, no reaction, just presence. The kind that makes manipulators squirm. Because peace is loud in its own way. It hums, it glows, and it doesn't get pulled into every petty tug-of-war someone tries to initiate. That's what stuns them. They're used to the old you, the one who over-explained, over-gave, over-forgave. But now they show up fishing for softness, only to realize you've evolved into structure. Not cold, not cruel, just closed. And not from fear, but from healed logic. And you might be thinking, will they ever get it? Will they ever stop trying to re-enter? Maybe, but that's not your job. Your job is to hold the line, to remember what it took to get here. This peace wasn't handed to you. It was earned through nights of silence, days of discipline, and a hell of a lot of self-respect. So let them talk. Let them guess. Let them whisper, "Oh, look at them," from the outside. Because the lights are on. Just not for them. And if they ever knew the version of you that flinched, that version's gone. The new you doesn't bend for old games. You're not petty. You're protected. And that 10-cup forecast? It's yours. Emotionally rich, unshaken, untouchable. And anyone fishing for the old you better bring a map, because that version has been permanently moved and no one forwarded the address. Number 12. Aftermath. Their narrative collapses, yours compounds. They needed your chaos to keep their story alive, but you left, and now their script is blank. This is the part no one warns them about, the silence after the chosen one leaves. The story they built around your reactions, dead. The narrative they spun about you being the problem, evaporated. Because the moment you stopped responding, the plot stopped making sense. No more debates, no more defending, no more free attention to feed their fiction. You unplugged. And without your energy to fuel it, their entire storyline collapsed like a set made of cardboard. They didn't realize they were the antagonist in their own show until the star walked off set. Now they're stuck trying to direct a film with no audience, no cast, no momentum. Their smear campaign falling apart. Their sob stories getting stale. The version of events they sold so confidently, exposed by time and your complete indifference. Meanwhile, your life, it's compounding, quietly, brilliantly. Your circle's tighter, your peace is louder, your energy is cleaner. You're not flaunting it. You don't have to. You're building, and that's the part that stings the most. You didn't even need revenge to win. You just stopped participating and leveled up. See, Chosen One, you didn't get stronger by fighting them. You got stronger by focusing on you. That's why everything's aligning now. New opportunities, sharper focus, more internal space. You're becoming exactly who you were always meant to be. Not out of spite, but out of self-respect. You didn't win against them. You won away from them. And the enemy, they see it, they feel it, but they'll never say it, because to admit you were never the villain would require them to face the one thing they've been running from, truth. And truth is the one opponent their ego was never built to survive. Let them spiral. Let them rewrite their scripts over and over again. You're too far gone to hear it, and too focused to care. Your life speaks now. No revenge tour, no victory lap, just ascension. And that is the most devastating flex of all. And now, Chosen One, the verdict is simple. Keep building, stay silent, and never look back. No mercy for chaos, no applause for doing what's necessary. You've outgrown their games, their guilt traps, their emotional debt. From here on, you lead with results, not noise. Keep your energy armored and your plans sacred. The universe already co-signed your power. Now you co-sign your discipline. If this message slapped the truth into place, drop 77 in the comments. Hit that like, smash subscribe, and share this with another soul who's done playing small. Let's spread the light, one silent flex at a time. They called you too much, right before realizing you were everything they'll never be. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen One. The same people who once laughed at your silence are now terrified of it. They used to whisper, "What makes them think they're so different?" But now they whisper your name like it's a warning label. You became the conversation they can't stop having, the mystery they can't solve, the storm they can't predict. You didn't just outsmart them, you rewrote the entire playbook while they were still learning the alphabet. Here's a fact that hurts their pride but feeds your power. Studies show that the most underestimated people in any group are often the ones running it from the shadows, those who observe more than they speak. Statistically, the most strategic minds alive. You didn't need validation because you were busy analyzing the entire chessboard while they bragged about moving one pawn. You're not just intelligent, you're dangerous in silence. That's what they never saw coming. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force that refuses to be broken, a collective of minds too advanced to be manipulated. Now, let's talk about it. They've been trying to decode you like a secret file since the day you stopped explaining yourself. You're being seen as the real MVP, not because you shouted it, but because your results won't shut up. Your intelligence is different. It's the kind that scares people because it exposes their laziness, their fakery, their mediocrity. You see through everything, the setups, the jealousy, the psychological traps, and you walk away like nothing happened. That's not coldness, that's control. You're the type who doesn't chase drama. You study it, dissect it, and predict its next 3 moves. You're not reactive, you're predictive. The world calls it mystery, but it's just mastery. Your brain runs on a higher frequency, and most people can't breathe that high up. They think your calm means you don't care. But here's the twist. They're the ones gasping for air in your altitude. You've survived chaos so long, you learn to build peace out of rubble. When the average person faces betrayal, they spiral. You process it like data. You take the hit, extract the lesson, delete the virus, and upgrade the system. You don't cry over it, you code around it. That's why your enemies hate you. They wanted to see you break, but you became unhackable. You turned pain into software, and that's why every time they come for you, their own energy collapses back on them like bad code. You're the kind of mind that history pretends to misunderstand. Einstein once said, "Great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds." You live that quote daily. You're not arrogant for knowing your worth. You're just surrounded by people allergic to growth. They call you intimidating because it's easier than admitting they can't keep up. They call you lucky because it's easier than admitting you worked for it. They call you heartless because you stopped giving your energy to fools. Every insult is a confession they made by accident. And oh, look at them now, scrolling through your life like it's their favorite show, watching, analyzing, overthinking every move you make. They want to find your weakness, but your weakness turned into armor a long time ago. You've been fire-tested, shadow-trained, and truth-proofed. What are they gonna do? Outthink you? Please, you're playing 4D chess while they're still trying to find the dice. Your intelligence is next level because it's not just IQ, it's survival IQ. You learned emotional warfare from heartbreak, logic from betrayal, intuition from pain. You read people like open tabs. You sense manipulation like static in the air. That's why you're always 10 steps ahead, and they're always 10 excuses behind. You're not lucky, you're lethal with wisdom. So when they try to copy your confidence, they forget the part that costs pain. When they imitate your energy, they forget it's powered by scars. You're not just smart, you're forged. That's the part they can't replicate. You're what happens when strategy meets soul, when intelligence gets tired of being underestimated. And listen up, chosen one, don't go anywhere. What you just heard, that was the teaser. The real storm is about to hit. The layers of truth we're about to peel back. They're gonna make your old self proud and your enemies panic. So, if you're really built different, if you know deep down that your intelligence, your intuition, your silence, your strategy, all of it has been next level this whole time, then drop the number 777 in the comments right now. Let them know the MVP just entered the room. And if this message already lit something up inside you, go ahead and hit that like and drop a super thanks. You have no idea how much your energy fuels this entire mission. Every click, every share, every ounce of support keeps this truth flowing to every soul that's been made to feel too smart, too much, or too ahead. You're not alone. You're part of something massive. And the system that underestimated you, oh, it's about to feel the pressure. And now, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you're a real chosen one, you'll feel it pulling you to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. You don't break, you break people's expectations. They laughed at your silence until they realized it wasn't fear, it was calculation. Oh, look at them now, still waiting for you to fall apart, still sitting there with their popcorn, expecting to see you shatter into pieces like some tragedy show they can replay and gossip about. But instead, you evolved, you upgraded, you outlived every pathetic little story they tried to write about you. They thought they were watching your ending, but jokes on them. You were just getting started. And now, they can't stand the sight of you standing taller than ever. You didn't break, chosen one. You broke them. You broke their narrative. You broke their illusion that you'd stay small, stay quiet, stay broken. And the worst part for them, you made it look easy. They threw chaos your way, thinking you'd drown. But you didn't just swim. You turned the waves into a throne. You took every single brick they threw and stacked it into a kingdom. And now they're standing outside the gates, bitter, broke, and still blaming you for surviving what they couldn't. Now imagine this for a second. You're a kid in class, quiet, watching. The teacher ignores you. The students mock you. Nobody sees what's brewing in that brain of yours. Fast forward 10 years, and you're the CEO, the one they all now pretend to admire on LinkedIn. That's not fiction. That's your vibe. That's your pattern. Silent now, unstoppable later. They never expected the quiet one to become the storm. They never expected the underdog to turn alpha. But that's what makes you chosen. You don't rise through noise, you rise through results. And yeah, they underestimated you. That's what mediocrity does. It mocks what it doesn't understand. They looked at your pain and thought it would paralyze you. They didn't know pain was your fuel. They saw your scars and assumed weakness. They didn't know scars were just tattoos earned through survival. You never needed a cheer squad. You needed war, because only in war do minds like yours unlock their true form. Let's answer the question you've probably asked yourself a dozen times. Why do they always expect me to fail? Because your presence exposes their lack of depth. Your intelligence, your next-level intuition, pattern reading, psychological foresight, it embarrasses the shallow. Your very existence threatens them, and when people feel small next to you, they don't admit it. They attack, because it's easier to call you too much than to admit they're not enough. Do you know what they say behind closed doors? How are they still okay after all that? How did they get up after that? Because you're not normal, and deep down, they know it. You don't process life like them. You don't collapse when the lights go out. You become the light. Even science is on your side. Studies show that people with higher emotional intelligence often get labeled as detached or intimidating by those who lack self-awareness. That's because clarity scares people who live in confusion. Your stillness, your refusal to react like a puppet, makes them twitch. It's not that you're unfeeling, it's that you've mastered the art of not showing your hand to clowns. Michael Jordan was told he wasn't good enough to make his high school basketball team. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Einstein was called mentally slow as a child. Same script, different names. People love to laugh at what they don't understand until that same thing becomes legendary. The same ones who counted you out will try to count your blessings next. But it won't work, because you're not just winning. You're winning without needing their permission. And that burns. They expected you to break, because they would have broken if they were you. That's the part they'll never admit. They know they couldn't survive half of what you've endured. So instead of clapping for your strength, they hate you for having it. You became the proof that their excuses were just that, excuses. You turned trauma into training. You took heartbreak and used it as raw material for your future. They let pain make them bitter. You let it make you better. You're the kind of soul that doesn't just heal, you upgrade. You don't just move on. You evolve so far past the situation that it can't even reach you anymore. You left them in 2022 while they're still trying to find ways to pull you back. They'll write stories, they'll twist facts, they'll say, "You changed." And they're right. You did. You had to. You outgrew the lie they were comfortable living in. You're not cold. You're calculated. You're not distant. You're focused. You're not unbothered because nothing affects you. You're unbothered because they don't affect you anymore. That's what makes your intelligence dangerous. You've trained your emotions to serve your mission, not sabotage it. That's why the people who hope to control you through guilt, shame, drama, and lies are now stuck in their own trap. You never needed revenge. You became it. You never needed to explain yourself. Your existence became the loudest mic drop of all time. They said you'd fail without them, and now they can't stop watching you succeed. That's how it goes when someone tries to bury a seed, not realizing they planted an entire forest. So let them keep expecting your downfall. Let them keep checking in, hoping to see a crack in your armor, because every time they look, all they see is someone they can't beat, can't break, can't understand, and definitely can't copy. You're an original print in a world full of bootlegs, and their expectations, you shattered them just by breathing different. Here's the final truth bomb, chosen one. You were never meant to fit their mold. You were born to break it. That's the whole point of being chosen. You didn't come here to blend in. You came here to disrupt, dismantle, and rebuild. And you're doing exactly that, without permission, without apology, and without breaking. They're still waiting for you to crash. Too bad. You already took flight. And now, they can't reach you, not because you're hiding, but because they were never built to fly where you're going. Keep moving, MVP. Let 'em stare. Let 'em stew. Because the more they expect your end, the harder they'll have to swallow your rise. Number 2. You're not mysterious. You're just none of their business. They call you mysterious when they can't read you. But let's be real. They don't even know how to read themselves. Oh, look at them again, scratching their heads, making up theories, running their mouths like unpaid detectives on a mission that doesn't even exist, spinning rumors out of thin air, acting like they cracked some code just because you didn't post your every move. How adorable. These clowns swear you're hiding something just because you're not out here throwing your whole life on display like a clearance rack. Nah, chosen one. You're not mysterious. You're just none of their damn business. You ever notice how loud they get when they realize they have no access to you? It's like they can't survive without knowing something. That's because your silence triggers their deepest insecurity, not being in control of the narrative. And when they can't figure you out, they start creating versions of you that only exist in their insecure little heads. They'll say you're fake. They'll say you're hiding something. They'll call you cold. But what they're really saying is, you won't give me the power to misunderstand you, so I'm gonna make stuff up. Now imagine this. There's a room full of people laughing, chatting, gossiping, and you walk in silent, calm, unbothered. Suddenly, all eyes shift. The energy changes. Nobody really knows what you're thinking. Nobody can read you. That's power. Because mystery doesn't mean hiding, it means discipline. It means you don't perform like they do. It means you don't bleed in front of people who drink it. You protect what's sacred, and they hate that because they gave all of themselves away for attention and still feel invisible. Let's get this straight. Privacy is power. Control over your narrative is power. And you, chosen one, mastered both. You've got people building entire personalities around your silence. They're obsessing over your absence because your presence was never ordinary to begin with. That's why you can disappear for weeks and still be the main topic. You didn't ghost them. You upgraded your peace. And yet, they stay watching, stalking, lurking, fake pages, fake smiles, fake concern. Just checking in, they'll say. Nah, you're not checking in. You're checking up, and it's driving them crazy. They don't want you well. They want you accessible, and when you're not, their little egos start short-circuiting. Why? Because they can't control what they can't predict. You want to know why people call you mysterious? It's because you don't offer your soul for public consumption. You don't let people dissect your trauma like it's content. You don't cry online to get fake sympathy from people who'd love to see you fall. You heal in silence. You grow in shadows. You move with purpose, not performance. And in a world addicted to oversharing, that kind of power feels like black magic to the blind. They act like you're hiding. But from what? They don't even know your story, and yet they swear they know your character. That's the funny part. They judge a book by its silence, while you're busy writing entire chapters in peace. You're not running, you're building. And when it's done, you don't announce it. You become it. Even psychology backs you up. Research shows that people who preserve their privacy and hold their boundaries often get misread as secretive or cold. But it's not a flaw. It's protection. High-value people protect their peace like it's sacred currency, because it is. And you, chosen one, are expensive. You don't owe explanations to people who wouldn't understand the truth anyway. You don't give access just because they're curious. That's not mystery. That's standards. And let's be real, if they had access, they'd just ruin it. You already saw how they twisted your kindness, how they ran your vulnerability through the gossip mill. They didn't know how to love you when they had you. And now they're bitter that you won't even let them watch. It burns them that your glow is now gated. And trust me, they'll never admit it, but they feel it every single day. They wanted your energy, your presence, your validation, without ever earning it. But now they get the wall, and they deserve it, because you're not out here pouring into ungrateful hands anymore. You don't chase, you choose, you don't explain, you elevate. And when people try to twist your peace into arrogance, it's just their ego projecting rejection. Let 'em talk. That's all they're good at anyway. Famous people live this daily. Look at Keanu Reeves, private, humble, low profile, and yet a global icon. Why? Because his mystery isn't a tactic, it's a boundary. The more they don't know, the more they respect. Even Elon Musk tweets, but never truly reveals. Rihanna vanishes for years, returns as a billionaire. That's the blueprint, and you're living it in your own quiet, lethal way. So when they say, you've changed, what they mean is, you stopped letting me drain you. When they say, you're so mysterious now, what they mean is, I don't have the keys anymore. And when they say, you've gone cold, what they really mean is, your heat isn't free anymore. Good. Let them choke on that distance, because they don't deserve front-row seats to a show they tried to cancel. And when they realize your silence is final, that you're not playing games or pulling away for attention, but because you're done, that's when the real panic sets in. You're not mysterious, you're healed. You're done justifying your peace to people who thrive on noise. You're the MVP, not just for your mind, but for your mastery of when to speak, when to move, and most importantly, when to vanish. So stay private, stay strategic, stay untouchable. Let them gossip, let them guess. Let them scroll through every picture, every post, trying to decode a version of you that doesn't even exist anymore. Because the more they chase your shadow, the more they realize they lost the light. You're not hiding, chosen one. You're simply operating on a level so high, they'll need a telescope just to catch a glimpse. Keep it that way. Number 3. Your silence isn't weakness, it's a warning. You think I'm quiet because I'm weak. No, I'm quiet because if I spoke, your whole illusion would collapse. Oh, look at them, getting all bold because you didn't clap back, thinking your silence means you're scared, thinking because you didn't respond, you didn't notice. They confuse your calm for confusion, your silence for submission. That's how stupid they are. They forgot. Real killers don't announce the hit. They move in shadows. And chosen one, you've mastered that art. Your silence isn't weakness. It's a war drum only the smart ones hear. You're the type that can sit in a room full of snakes and not flinch. You don't talk to prove a point. You become the point. You watch, you listen, you calculate. And by the time they even think you're unaware, you've already mapped out the betrayal, spotted every fake smile, and built an exit plan for the explosion they didn't even know was coming. You ever wonder why they keep poking? Why they try so hard to get a reaction out of you? It's because your silence scares the hell out of them. It exposes them. It forces them to sit with their own reflection without distraction. You don't argue. You don't defend. You just vanish, and your absence screams louder than anything they could say. That's power. See, the weak ones yell. The insecure ones post paragraphs. The loud ones always try to explain themselves. But the chosen ones, we let karma deliver the message. And when we do speak, oh, it's surgical. One sentence from you can hit harder than their entire meltdown. That's why they fear you. Not because you're cold, but because they know you've got ammo, and you're not even using it yet. Even the universe backs you up. Ever notice how you stay in alignment when you stay silent? That's no accident. That's divine strategy. When you don't engage in their chaos, you give the universe full permission to handle them while you evolve. That's why every time you went quiet, blessings started pouring in, doors opened, peace returned. Because your silence isn't retreat, it's redirection. So next time they say, "Why are you so quiet?" Smile. Smile like the villain who already read the ending, because you're not ignoring them. You're just prioritizing your peace over their performance. And trust me, that silence, it's already destroying them. Keep it that way. Number 4. You don't have mood swings, you have strategy shifts. They called it mood swings because they couldn't track your next move, but really, you were just switching gears while they were stuck in neutral. Oh, poor things. One minute you're chill, next minute you're distant. One day you're warm, the next you're ice cold. And now they're out here labeling you unstable, emotional, or hard to read. Nah, you're not unstable, you're unpredictable. And that scares people who crave control. You don't flip moods, you flip strategy. That's what happens when you're built different. They expect you to be consistent for their comfort. They want your reactions to match their nonsense so they can manipulate, control, or predict your next move. But the moment you switch up, boom, panic mode. Why? Because you don't do patterns. You're not a program. You're a player who rewrites the rules based on the terrain. You're not reacting emotionally. You're recalculating. You're not avoiding people. You're reevaluating their access. And when the energy shifts, you shift with it, not to escape, to dominate. That's what they don't get. The same way chess masters don't move every piece the same way, you don't respond to every situation the same way either. That's not inconsistency. That's genius in motion. And yes, they hate it. They want to box you in. They want to label you. But you don't fit in their labels. You outgrow them because you don't stay in one state. You evolve. And when you evolve, you confuse the stagnant. When you switch lanes, you piss off the ones stuck in traffic. That's not your fault. That's just the cost of being adaptable in a world of frozen minds. You're not moody, you're multi-layered, you're not unstable, you're strategic. You pull back not to sulk, but to sharpen. You disappear not to be petty, but to pivot. You don't ghost people, you ghost drama. That's why they miss you once you're gone, because even your silence has strategy behind it. Chosen one, the universe gave you this gift, the ability to shift gears based on energy, timing, and alignment. That's how you dodge traps, expose lies, and stay 10 steps ahead without even running. You don't panic, you plan, and they'll never see it coming until it's too late. Keep shifting, keep confusing the predictable. That's how warriors move. Number 5. You're cold because you got burned. They called you heartless, but forgot they were the reason you grew armor in the first place. Oh, now they're offended. You've changed. You're so cold now. You used to care more. Funny how the same ones who played with your fire now cry because they can't feel your warmth. They weren't complaining when they had full access. When you showed up every time, when you poured out your energy like it was nothing. But now that you've gone quiet, now that you've gone icy, oh, suddenly you're the villain. Cute. But let's tell the truth. You didn't wake up one day and decide to be cold. You got burned. Burned by fake friends, fake love, fake support. Burned by loyalty that got laughed at. Burned by empathy that got exploited. So no, you're not cold. You're cautious. You're not bitter. You're boundaried. You didn't shut down. You wised up. That's called growth. And if they can't handle the new version of you, they were never ready for the real you to begin with. Now imagine this. Someone sticks their hand in fire and screams in pain. What do they do next? They stop touching fire. That's not emotional shutdown. That's survival instinct. Same applies to you. You gave second chances to people who didn't even deserve the first. You kept showing up for people who treated you like an option. You stayed soft in rooms that only responded to sharp, until you realized soft hearts don't survive where snakes slither. So yeah, you froze the access. You stopped explaining. You stopped justifying your standards. You stopped picking up calls from people who only hit you up when they need a refill. You became the version of you that protects the version of you they tried to destroy. And you know what? That version wins. That version doesn't need closure. That version is already building in silence. They think you're cold because they can't control you anymore, because now their guilt trips don't land, their manipulation doesn't hit, their little sob stories don't work. You're not buying into guilt, you're investing in peace. That's power. That's what burns them now. The universe saw the fire they threw at you, and instead of letting it consume you, it forged you. Now you don't get rattled, you don't get dragged, you move smart, you love with discernment, you care, but only for the ones who've proven they're safe. That's not heartless, that's called leveling up. Keep being cold, chosen one, because they had their shot when you were warm and they wasted it. Number 6. Your calm is killing them slowly. They wanted chaos, but you gave them indifference, and that silence hit harder than any scream ever could. Oh, now they're spiraling, acting out, throwing shade, trying to bait you into drama, desperate for a reaction, any reaction, but you just sit there, calm, steady, unbothered. And that's driving them insane. They expected you to explode, to break down, to clap back. But instead, you gave them nothing, no energy, no explanation, no emotional performance, just pure silence. And that's killing them slowly. One ignored text, one unread post, one emotionless glance at a time. See, you figured it out. The loudest person in the room is usually the weakest, the one who needs the attention, the validation, the constant noise. They're the ones battling demons they won't face. But you You don't need the crowd. You don't need to prove anything. Your calm speaks for you. It tells the world you've already done the math, weighed the costs, and chosen your peace over their dysfunction. They can't stand that, because people like them thrive off chaos. They want to pull you into it, get you reacting, make you dance to their mess. But when you stay calm, you strip them of their power. When you don't respond, you show them how irrelevant their noise really is. And that's what's burning them from the inside out. They can't touch you anymore. Imagine this, a storm screaming through a village, tearing roofs off, flipping cars, and right in the middle, a house that doesn't move, doesn't shake, doesn't flinch. That's you, chosen one. You're not calm because there's no war. You're calm because you are the storm, and you've already made peace with it. They haven't. That's why they keep screaming for attention while you sit back and watch them unravel. And the best part? The universe has your back. Every time you refuse to react, it reacts for you. Every time you protect your peace, life rewards you with clarity, with upgrades, with openings that lead to everything they swore you'd never have. That's why they're crumbling. Your calmness is exposing their chaos. Your peace is highlighting their desperation. So let them spiral, let them scream, let them try to pull you into their drama. You're not heartless, you're just healed. And nothing terrifies a messy soul more than someone who refuses to be dragged down. Keep your calm, chosen one. It's your sharpest weapon. Number 7. They tried to read you and got lost. They thought you were an open book until they realized every page was encrypted and every chapter required a level of depth they'll never reach. Oh, they really thought they had you figured out. Thought a few text messages, some Instagram posts, and a couple of old stories were enough to map out your entire soul. Cute. They brought flashlights into a labyrinth and assumed they'd reach the center. But you're not a book, chosen one. You're a locked vault. And they don't even have the clearance to stand outside the door, let alone step in. They tried to study your patterns, tried to predict your moves, tried to play you, but the more they watched, the more confused they got. Why? Because you don't operate on surface logic. You don't wear your soul on your sleeve. You observe in silence, move in silence, rebuild in silence. And while they're out there throwing tantrums, you're plotting empires. The problem is, they were expecting you to be simple, easy, predictable, like everyone else they manipulate. But the moment they tried to decode you, they found themselves spinning in circles, because you don't make sense to shallow people. You're a mystery wrapped in experience, discipline, and emotional intelligence. And they've never had access to any of those. They thought silence meant emptiness, that your low profile meant weakness, that not reacting meant you were unsure. Nah, you just know the rules of this game better than them. You study energy, not words. You sense intention, not noise. That's why they got lost. They were reading for drama while you were thinking 10 moves ahead. Here's a brutal truth. Most people don't listen to understand. They listen to respond. That's why they couldn't read you. You weren't playing the role. You weren't feeding their ego. You weren't reacting to their tests. You left them on red, and they mistook it for mystery when it was really a boundary. And let's be real, the universe didn't design you to be readable. It designed you to be protected. Not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your pain, your process. They tried to enter the temple without being purified, and got denied at the door. That's why they're mad. Not because you hurt them, but because they never really had you. Stay unreadable. Stay encrypted. You're not here to be understood by the same people who never even understood themselves. Let them get lost. It's the only way they'll ever know what it feels like to chase a level they can't reach. Number 8. You already knew who they were. You just wanted to see how far they'd go. The truth didn't surprise you. Their desperation did. Oh, chosen one, let's not pretend you were ever blind. You saw the red flags. You saw the fake smiles, the weird energy shifts, the backhanded compliments that stung more than they praised. You clocked the switch-ups before they even finished switching. But instead of exposing them, you did what the most dangerous minds do. You sat back and watched. Quiet, calculating. You already knew who they were. You just wanted to see how far they'd go. And wow, they went far, didn't they? Lied with confidence, used your kindness as leverage, tried to siphon your light while plotting behind your back, thought they were slick too, thought you didn't see the weird shade, thought you didn't notice the fake support. But what they forgot is you were always 10 steps ahead, just choosing not to play your hand yet. You weren't confused, you were collecting receipts. That's the part that's killing them now. They weren't prepared for the moment you went silent. You didn't yell, you didn't announce, you just disconnected. And now they're blocked, shocked, and still checking your page like it's a full-time job. Still trying to figure out how they fumbled something they were never qualified to hold in the first place. You gave them a test, a simple one. Be real, be loyal, be consistent, and they failed. All three. That wasn't just a mistake, that was a choice. And now they're sitting in the consequences while you're glowing up in peace. They wanted access without effort, wanted the benefits without the bond. But you knew, oh, you always knew. You were just waiting for the final proof. And when you got it, door slammed. Game over. Let's clear something up. You're not petty, you're precise, you're not holding grudges, you're holding standards. The universe gave you intuition for a reason, and you listened. That's why you win, that's why they obsess. Because they thought they played you, but they were the ones being studied the whole time. Keep it that way, let them spiral. You're already gone, and what they lost, they'll never replace it. Number 9. They threw shade, you turned it into shelter. They tried to bury your name and ended up building your platform. Oh, they were loud, weren't they? Whispering in corners, throwing jabs online, running their mouth like it was a career path, making you the topic when you weren't even in the room. They threw shade like it was confetti, hoping it would dim your light, crack your confidence, wreck your name. But here's the part they never saw coming. You took that shade and turned it into shelter. You used their hate like bricks and built something out of it. Protection, focus, power. While they were busy crafting lies, you were busy building legacy. While they were hoping people would turn against you, more people started paying attention. And once the world really saw you, game over. Every fake story they told just made your truth shine harder. Every attempt to tear you down just pushed you further up. See, you don't need to clap back when karma's already backstage with a mic. They tried to discredit you, frame you, twist your image. But in doing so, they gave you exposure. Their hate became your marketing team. Their gossip, free advertising. Your name got bigger, your presence louder. And now they hate what they created. You're trending in the conversations they can't control. And the more they talk, the more they lose. Let's be real. They never had power over you. What they had was access. And the moment you took that back, they lost their minds. That's why they're still talking, still watching, still trying to figure out how you're not only unaffected, but thriving. They threw mud, and you walked out in diamonds. They lit fires, and you built warmth. They tried to cancel you, but the universe reposted you. Chosen one, this is how it always works. The people with the most to hide scream the loudest. The ones most intimidated by your truth always work the hardest to distort it. But the beautiful part, The universe doesn't play favorites, it plays fair. And while they were wasting time lying about you, you were living in alignment. That's why their words fell flat and your actions rose up. So let them talk, let them throw more shade, because they don't realize you've already turned it into a kingdom. And they're not just outside of it, they're not even on the guest list. Number 10. They thought you were soft until you smiled while cutting ties. They thought you wouldn't walk away until you did, with a calm smile and a blade called finally. Oh, they really thought you'd never leave, didn't they? Thought you were too kind, too forgiving, too soft. Thought you'd stick around no matter how many times they disrespected you, used you, lied to your face, and called it joking. They mistook your patience for permission, your compassion for weakness. But here's the twist they weren't ready for. You've been watching, counting, calculating, and the day you smiled while cutting that tie, that was the day they met the version of you they swore would never exist. You didn't scream, you didn't beg, you didn't throw a scene, you just disconnected, quiet, precise, final, and that silence hit harder than any rant ever could. That's what rattled them, that's what's making them spiral. Because soft doesn't mean stupid, and now they finally get it. You were never naive, you were just giving them the chance to be real. And when they blew it, you cut them off with the same grace you once used to love them. See, you weren't built to beg, you were built to learn. And once you learned who they really were, the story changed. The leash got cut, the mask got ripped off. You didn't go cold, you got clear. And clarity is dangerous to people who benefit from your confusion. You're not heartless, chosen one. You're just done donating warmth to clowns who only came around to drain it. You outgrew the version of you that over-explains, over-forgives, overstays. And now they're realizing you were the blessing the whole time, the safe place, the ride or die, the lifeline, and they messed it up so bad, there's no return. Let them feel the chill. Let them sit in the absence they created, because the truth is, they thought you'd fall apart without them, but instead, you upgraded, you glowed up, you moved on without even flinching. That's what hurts the most, that you didn't even need revenge. Your peace was the revenge. So stay sharp, stay grounded, let them regret it from a distance. You didn't lose them, they lost you. And trust me, chosen one, there's no warmth waiting for them at the door they slammed. Number 11. They stalk you because you're the main character. They hated your story so much, they tuned in every day just to see how the next chapter unfolds. They don't like you, right? At least that's what they told everyone. Swore they were done, swore they moved on, swore they never even think about you anymore. And yet, here they are, watching, lurking, refreshing, analyzing your every move like their life depends on it. Fake pages, hidden accounts, silent views. They won't clap when you win, but they'll sure as hell tune in, every single time. Why? Because you're the main character, and they know it. Oh, they'll never admit it, that your glow bothers them, that your confidence makes them question their own worth, that your consistency makes their laziness look louder. They'll act unbothered on the outside, while binge-watching your growth like it's their favorite show. You became their obsession, the plot twist they didn't expect. The success story they secretly prayed would flop, but instead just kept rising. You didn't even ask for the spotlight, you just moved in silence, made power plays, upgraded yourself, and left behind a trail of transformation they can't stop studying. And the same ones who tried to ruin your name. They're now using your name in conversations like they were part of your glow-up. They weren't. They were the ones hoping you'd lose, and now they're stuck watching you win with no access, no closure, and no explanation. Let's get real. They don't stalk because they care. They stalk because they can't compete. Your peace, your power, your presence, it haunts them. You became everything they told people you'd never be. And now, they have no choice but to watch it unfold. In real time, through a cracked screen and a blocked account. Even the universe plays the long game, chosen one. It let them talk, lie, and fake their little performances. But now they're the audience to the very life they tried to sabotage. And the more they spy, the worse it burns. Because deep down, they know they lost something rare, something they'll never find again. So let them watch. Let them waste hours decoding your captions, rereading your silence, projecting onto your glow, because no matter how many fake accounts they make, they'll never be able to replicate your reality. You were always the main character. They just finally realized it too late. Number 12. You were their punishment, and they didn't even know it. They thought they were hurting you. Whole time, the universe sent you to expose them. Oh, the irony. They laughed when they thought they got away with it, thought you were just another target, another good soul to drain, another quiet one to manipulate. They thought you were weak because you didn't fight back the way they expected. But what they didn't realize, chosen one, is that you were never the victim. You were the verdict. You weren't sent to suffer. You were sent to trigger their karma, to mirror their ugliness back to them, to bring truth into the room dressed in kindness, wrapped in patience, but armored in divine precision. And now, they're drowning in consequences they wrote for themselves. You didn't even lift a finger. You just walked away. Calm, composed, already dry, already clean, already elevated. And they're still spinning, still choking on regret, still blaming everyone but themselves. See, the storm wasn't around you, it was you. But instead of raging, you watched. Instead of reacting, you reflected. You gave them the chance to grow, to get it right, to fix what they broke. And when they didn't, the universe closed the door and handed them the bill. And now they realize, messing with you wasn't a mistake. It was a sentence. They weren't cursed because you cursed them. They were cursed because they mishandled a blessing. That's the part that kills them. Because you didn't go around begging, exposing, trash-talking. You just let life do the talking. And now, every area they tried to mess up for you is falling apart in their world. It's poetic justice and their front row. Let them sit in it. Let them feel the weight of everything they tried to throw on your shoulders. Because the truth is, chosen one, you were the final test, the calm before their storm. And when they failed, the consequences weren't delayed. They were delivered, wrapped in silence, sealed in karma, stamped by the universe itself. And you're thriving. Because you never needed revenge. You were the lesson. And now they're stuck reliving the moment they underestimated someone sent to change everything. You weren't just part of their story. You were their warning, and they missed it. Let them drown. You're already gone. And now you see it. Chosen one. You were never the problem. You were the prophecy they ignored. Every betrayal, every smear, every fake page only confirmed what the universe already knew. You were built to rise, to expose, and to win in silence. They played with fire and got frostbite. You stayed focused, and now you're untouchable. If this message hit you where it needed to, drop 777 in the comments to confirm you're locked in. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are. The mission is bigger than you, so let's spread the light. You were their easy win until you became the one mistake they can't undo. That's the quote etched into their mind like a permanent scar, not because you yelled, begged, or fought, but because you went silent and elevated. You didn't just move on, you leveled up in a way they never saw coming. It was like a ghost they can't unsee. You became their unfinished business, the chapter that keeps bleeding into every page of their life, no matter how many new stories they try to write. Imagine playing chess with someone who thinks you're predictable. They smile, thinking they've got you locked in, but just when they lean back, you pull a move that flips the entire board. That's what you did. You delivered a checkmate not just on the board, but in their soul. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't loud, but it hit them where it hurt most, their ego. And here's the fact, real psychological studies show that emotional shocks can stay in a person's memory for decades, especially when the shock isn't violence, but silence, when it's not rage, but reinvention, when it's not revenge, but elevation. The brain doesn't know how to process that. It loops, it replays, it glitches. You became that glitch in their system, that haunting echo of, how did I lose them, to themselves. And thank you, chosen one. If you feel this message in your bones, don't forget to press the like and subscribe. That's how we spread this signal, this fire, to other souls who need it. We're not here just to hear the truth. We're here to become the truth. And every time you support this message, you're helping light the path for someone still stumbling in the dark. Thank you for being a part of this movement. You're not just a viewer, you're a force. Now, let's get back to why your impact was so brutal and so unforgettable. They thought you were soft. They thought you were easy to leave, replaceable, predictable, just another background character in their life story. But you were never just a page. You were the twist. You were the reversal they never rehearsed. And now they can't unsee it. They can't unfeel it. They can't unlive it, because you didn't just get better. You became someone their ego cannot survive. Your glow-up wasn't about clothes or money or followers. It was the kind of upgrade that rattles people. Inner peace, unbothered energy, a stillness so powerful it screams. That's what you gained, and that's what they lost access to. You see, when someone watches you rise without them, it exposes their biggest fear. That they never had power over you in the first place. That they never broke you. You just stopped letting them close enough to try again. You see, some people don't fear your success. They fear your silence. They fear that you're finally out of their orbit and nothing they do pulls you back in. That's what makes your checkmate so haunting. Because they didn't lose you in some dramatic scene. They lost you quietly. You stopped explaining. You stopped reacting. You stopped making them the center of your storm. And that was the moment you won. Without shouting, without proving, without begging, just vanished into the version of yourself they swore you'd never become. And now, they feel your absence like static in the air, like walking into a room and sensing something's missing, even if they can't name it. Your absence became your presence. Your silence became your statement. They thought they erased you, but you turned into a ghost that follows them through every room they enter. That's the thing about chosen ones. We don't just exit. We echo. Even when they try to fake their indifference, their energy betrays them. Their body shifts when your name is mentioned. Their eyes change. Their voice stutters. Because it's not about you anymore. It's about the version of themselves that couldn't keep someone like you. That failure haunts them more than you ever could. You didn't play dirty, you didn't get revenge, you didn't lower yourself, and that's what breaks them. You kept it classy, you kept it powerful, and you moved in a way that told the whole world, I'm not stuck in the past. I'm building something the past has no access to. And now they scroll your profile like a guilty pleasure. They check if you still care. They wonder if you've forgotten. But deep down, they know you didn't forget them. You just outgrew them. And that stings more than anything they can post, say, or pretend, because you're not the person they left. You're the person they can't catch anymore. What you did wasn't just a checkmate, it was a spiritual declaration. I'm no longer playing your game, and once a chosen one exits the game, the whole board starts looking different. The rules change, the pieces shift, and the one who thought they had control, left staring at a life that suddenly feels empty. They didn't just lose a person, they lost a mirror that showed them who they really are and who they'll never be. That's what stings, that's what keeps them awake, because your power didn't just evolve, it exposed them. Your absence became the stage for their truth to show up. And when that curtain rose, even they couldn't pretend they were okay. So don't doubt the move you made. Don't question the silence you kept. You didn't walk away. You delivered a message written not in words, but in transformation. And that kind of message, it never fades. It haunts. This is your moment. The one where you realize that being unforgettable isn't about forcing your presence. It's about owning your evolution so loudly that even your quiet screams in their soul. They'll never forget you. Not because you tried to make them remember, but because you became the kind of person no one can forget. And that, chosen one, that is your checkmate. Let's go deeper. And hey, chosen one, if you're still here, that's no accident. That's your higher self telling you this message is yours. Because what comes next, it's the part that hits the hardest, the part they pray you never figure out. So stay with me, don't blink, don't scroll, because we're about to break down exactly how your silence became the loudest scream they'll ever hear. And if you've ever felt like your glow-up wasn't noticed, trust me, it was. They remember every move. They replay every scene. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to own your checkmate moment. And if this message hits home, consider hitting that super thanks. Because this truth takes real effort to deliver, and your energy keeps this mission alive. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, it fuels the flame. You're not just a viewer, you're part of the strike force. And now, let's break this all down, step by step. Stick around. If you're a true chosen one, the pull to hear this all the way through will be too strong to ignore. Let's get into it. Number 1, they built their whole strategy on who you used to be, and you burned the blueprint. The real pain isn't losing the person, it's realizing they became untouchable right after you bet against them. That's the thought screaming in their head now. Not because you came back swinging, not because you begged to be understood, but because you didn't come back at all. You just rose, so quietly, so completely, that it made their entire plan look like child's play. While they were busy setting traps for the old you, you became someone their games can't even reach. Let's call it what it is. They underestimated you. They thought you'd be reactive, thought they could trigger you, bait you, pull you back into the same loops. That was their whole playbook. Get you emotional, make you prove yourself, keep you beneath them through noise. But you didn't bite. You went silent. You stopped giving them access. And that silence, it wasn't peace, it was power. They were strategizing for war, and you were building an empire. That's the checkmate. That's the part they can't live with, because it wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it didn't make headlines, but it shattered something permanent in their ego. It showed them the one thing they weren't prepared to see. You never needed them to begin with. That's why they're haunted. Because everything they rehearsed only works on the version of you that no longer exists. Their weapons are useless now, their tactics obsolete. Their entire plan is now a dusty script that never even made it to stage, because the lead role outgrew the story. And the worst part, you didn't just upgrade, you disappeared from their control. You slipped out of their hands without a single explanation, no closure, no drama, just evolution. You became a blank screen they can't read anymore. And the human mind, it hates the unknown. It can't stand silence from someone it thought it controlled. Now they're stuck with outdated intel. They don't know what version of you is coming next. You became unpredictable, and unpredictable is unplayable. That's when their fear kicked in. Because if they can't decode you, they can't disarm you. And if they can't disarm you, they can't win. Ask yourself this, chosen one. Why are they still watching? Why does your name still pull reactions from people who claim to be over it? It's because your presence wasn't temporary, it left residue. Your glow-up didn't just inspire, it exposed. You didn't just rise, you proved them wrong, and not in a look at me now kind of way, but in a you never really knew me kind of way. That hits different. That's what keeps them pacing at night. Because now they have to sit with the truth. They played themselves. They invested in your downfall, and the stock went the other way. They tried to play God in your story, and the universe hit override. You weren't built to beg. You were built to outgrow. You were never made to fit their version of you. You were made to destroy it. You rewrote your life so cleanly, so brutally, that it made them irrelevant. And that's worse than losing. That's erasure. You didn't just checkmate them. You deleted the entire game. You walked away from the board and built your own arena. One they don't have access to. One where their name doesn't even register. Let that sink in. They plan to win a game you no longer play. They spent all their energy trying to dominate someone who doesn't even orbit their world anymore. That's the gut punch. That's why they're haunted. That's why every new version of you rattles them, because now you're the standard, and they can't measure up. So no, they don't hate you. They hate what you became after them. They hate the reflection of themselves in your success. They hate that they no longer get a seat at your table. And they really hate that you stopped giving them reactions, because the silence is screaming now. Remember this: people don't lose sleep over people they've forgotten. If you were truly irrelevant, they'd be at peace. But they're not. They're restless, agitated, shook, because you rewrote your identity in front of them, and left them stuck in a story that no longer includes you. You didn't just win, you ended the game. That's why the checkmate haunts them. Because it wasn't the move they saw, it was the one they never saw coming. And now, the player they tried to use is the one they can't stop watching. That's how a chosen one wins, not through noise, through transformation, through distance, through becoming exactly what they swore you'd never be, unforgettable. Number 2, they wish you were wrong, but you saw right through their soul. There's nothing more terrifying than being seen by someone you thought you were fooling. That's the gut punch sitting in their chest right now. Because you didn't just walk away, you walked away with the truth. You left them exposed, not to the world, but to themselves. And that's what they can't unsee. That's what gnaws at their ego like termites in a hollow house, the fact that you knew. You didn't scream it, you didn't announce it, you didn't even weaponize it. You just let them sit in the silence of being fully seen. And that silence is loud as hell now. They thought they were complex, mysterious, untouchable. They acted like their chaos was some kind of art form, but you decoded it in seconds. You saw the manipulation dressed as charm, the insecurity hiding behind every "I'm doing great." You saw the envy in their eyes when they smiled at you. You saw the cracks beneath every smooth word they threw at you like bait, and you never flinched. That's what messed them up. You never gave them the reaction they were fishing for. You just kept watching and knowing. Imagine this: someone walking around wearing an expensive mask, convinced it's bulletproof. They've spent years perfecting it. They know how to tilt their head when they lie, when to fake a laugh, how to pretend like they're unaffected. But then you walk in, and in one glance your eyes strip it all off. You didn't touch them, you didn't confront them, you just saw them. That's the kind of stare that burns long after you're gone. Here's the psychological truth: people don't fear being exposed publicly nearly as much as they fear being seen privately by someone they can't manipulate. Why? Because public exposure is noise, but private realization, that's a mirror. And mirrors don't lie. You became that mirror. And now, even if they avoid your presence, they can't outrun the feeling of having been fully read by someone they underestimated. You didn't destroy them. You just stopped pretending not to notice who they really were. That's what burns. Because now they have to live with the knowledge that you always knew. And still, you didn't humiliate them. You didn't get revenge. You just walked away with your peace and their mask in your hand. And here's where it gets even deeper. They weren't just scared of what you saw. They were scared of what you didn't say. The things you noticed but chose not to call out. The truths you confirmed with your silence. The way your energy shifted when the lies started leaking through their sentences. That non-verbal knowing. It's a whole language, and they heard it loud and clear. Imagine someone trying to sell you a fake diamond, smiling wide, talking fast, trying to convince you it's real, and you just hand it back. No anger, no argument, just a calm, "I'm good." That's what you did with their whole identity. You didn't need to prove them wrong. You just showed them that they never fooled you in the first place. That quiet rejection, that's what eats them alive now. You didn't leave because you were weak. You left because you were wise. People like them. They expect explosions. They expect breakups with drama, exits with chaos, because that gives them something to blame. But you left with nothing but clarity. No mess, no scenes, just the weight of truth dropped in their lap. And that kind of exit? It's unforgettable, because it doesn't give them a villain to point at. It forces them to look in the mirror. Now they're stuck, replaying moments, rethinking every word they said to you, wondering how much you saw, how early you figured it out, what signals gave them away. That paranoia, that's the new soundtrack of their mind. And you're just living, unbothered, evolved, while they spiral in questions they'll never get the answers to. Let me ask you, chosen one, how many times did you hear them lie to your face and still smile? How many fake apologies did you accept just to keep the peace? How many shady moves did you observe without reacting, all while collecting silent receipts? And now they realize they weren't ahead of you. They were just dancing in circles while you watched from above. You weren't confused. You were patient. You weren't blind. You were observing. You didn't finally figure them out. You knew. You just gave them time to reveal themselves fully. That's a different kind of power. That's the kind of power they pretend to have, but you actually possess. People fear the ones who know, and they never forget the ones who left knowing. That's you, and that's why they can't move on. Because this isn't about heartbreak. It's not even about losing you. It's about the fact that you became a silent witness to their truth, and they'll never know just how much you saw. That's the part that keeps them up at night. They try to fake confidence now, try to flex online, try to rewrite the story like they were the ones in control. But it's hollow, because no matter how many people they fool, they know they couldn't fool you. And that ruins every fake win they try to claim. You became the glitch in their self-image, and every time they look at themselves, your silence echoes. Imagine being haunted not by a ghost, but by a gaze that saw right through every trick, every performance, every disguise. That's what you gave them, not a memory, a haunting, and they'll carry it long after they forget your birthday, your voice, or your laugh. Because what sticks isn't how you made them feel, it's how you made them see themselves. They thought they were untouchable, you showed them they were transparent. They thought they were in control, you showed them they were predictable. They thought they were the smartest one in the room. You didn't argue, you just left the room smarter. So don't second-guess that moment you walked away. Don't regret not exposing them. Don't wish you'd said more. You didn't need to. Your knowing was louder than any speech. Your exit was your proof. And your silence, that was your final move. That's why they can't forget you. That's why your name still stings. Because in a world full of people who lie to feel powerful, you told the truth without even speaking. And the ones who live on illusion, they never recover from being seen. That's the checkmate they never saw coming. And now, no matter who they try to become, they'll always carry the scar of the one who saw through them. Number 3. They called it power until you stopped clapping for the performance. Their strength didn't vanish, it just stopped working on you. You didn't take anything from them, you just stopped giving. No more reactions, no more emotional energy, no more applause for their circus. And just like that, the show collapsed. That wasn't power they had. It was a spotlight you kept shining on them, and the second you walked out of the audience, darkness, silence, emptiness. What they called confidence was nothing but control with a costume on, the way they dominate conversations, manipulate emotions, throw their weight around like it meant something. That wasn't strength. It was insecurity, dressed in volume. And the moment you stopped flinching, the mask slipped. You exposed the truth without saying a word. Control only feels like power until someone refuses to be controlled. Imagine a balloon filled with air, floating, flashy, center of attention. Now imagine a needle, small, silent, simple. That was you. Not aggressive, not loud, but precise. And when you stopped reacting, that needle popped the illusion they built their whole identity on. Their pride deflated, their ego scrambling to rebuild the narrative, because the power trip only worked when you believed it was real. And here's what really burns them. You didn't beg, argue, or compete. You just stopped showing up to lose. That's what made them crumble. Because now they're standing in the middle of the same game. But the opponent is gone, and suddenly all their moves look pathetic. You didn't steal their strength. You revealed they never had any. That's what shattered them. Have you ever seen a toddler throw a tantrum when nobody's watching? It fizzles fast. Why? Because the drama dies without an audience. That's what you did. You took away the audience, and now they're stuck trying to roar in a room that no longer echoes back. They'll tell themselves you were too sensitive or couldn't handle the pressure. But the truth? You outgrew the stage. You stopped performing in their script. You broke character and left. And without your energy to feed on, their power turned to dust. They don't miss you. They miss how powerful they felt when they had you under their thumb. That fake superiority, that pretend dominance, that false image of control. You shattered all of it with one act of rebellion. Peace. They weren't strong. You were just silent long enough for them to think they were. Now they're panicking, searching for another energy source, trying to recreate that feeling of dominance. But nothing hits the same, because nothing feeds the ego like controlling someone who's too powerful to be controlled anymore. You didn't destroy them, you dismantled the illusion they lived in, and now they'll spend the rest of their life rebuilding a throne that only stood because you bowed. That's not just a loss, that's collapse. That's what makes your checkmate unforgettable. Number 4, you were the structure. They were just leaning on you the whole time. They only noticed your value when their world fell apart the second you left it. They thought you were extra, optional, replaceable, just a quiet presence in the background. But what they didn't realize is, you were the reason things didn't burn down sooner. You weren't just in the room, you were holding it up. And the moment you exited, cracks turned to chaos. That calm they took for granted, gone. That order they never credited you for, collapsed. What they called balance was just you carrying the weight in silence. Let's get one thing straight. You didn't walk away and cause destruction. You walked away and revealed it was already broken. You were the duct tape, the emotional compass, the steady pulse that made dysfunction look functional. While they were performing, spiraling, feeding their ego, you were the one quietly holding the walls up with both hands. And now that you're gone, every corner is buckling. They didn't lose support. They lost the foundation they pretended wasn't there. Imagine a power grid. Wires, lights, noise, energy buzzing everywhere, people praising the flashiest bulb in the room. But when the hidden generator shuts off, everything dies. That was you. You were the power source, not the spotlight. And they never even looked twice until the lights went out. And now they're scrambling. Conversations are awkward. The flow is gone. Nobody knows how to lead without drama. Why? Because the real leader already left. The strategist, the peacemaker, the one who read the room before the storm hit. That was you. And the chaos. That's the consequence of underestimating someone who carried the whole system with grace. Maybe they thought they broke you. Maybe they thought you faded out. But the truth is, you were the spine of the whole thing. And when the spine walks out, the body collapses. That's not ego. That's facts. And every day without you, that truth screams a little louder in their reality. Now they're pretending things are fine, posting smiles, acting unfazed, but behind closed doors, it's unraveling. Nothing feels solid anymore because you were the stability. You made the impossible manageable. You kept peace in places that never knew peace before you arrived. And now that you've withdrawn your presence, the silence is loud. The tension is real. The cracks are showing, and no one knows how to fix it, because only you ever could. You weren't just part of the system, you were the system. They just didn't realize it until it crashed without you. Let them talk, let them pretend, but deep down they know the truth. Everything felt easier when you were around. Everything made sense, things worked, people followed. Conflict cooled, progress happened, not because they had it together, but because you were the quiet force holding it all together. That was never weakness. That was power, silent, elegant, invisible power. And now that you're gone, that power is gone too. And no, they can't replicate it. They can copy your words, your mannerisms, your style, but they can't copy your presence. Because presence like yours isn't made, it's born. That's what they lost. That's what they miss. That's why they'll never stop feeling your absence like a cold draft in a house with no roof. Your exit wasn't just a departure. It was a revelation, a spotlight on their dependency, a full exposure of how much they leaned on the very person they disrespected. And that, chosen one, is your silent revenge. Walking away and letting the truth collapse everything they thought they built without you. Number 5, they tried to poison you, but you chose to heal instead of rot. They wanted you to turn cold, cruel, and chaotic, but you became everything they never could be, whole. That's the wound they can't bandage. They didn't just mistreat you, they tried to rewrite you. They poked, provoked, betrayed, and manipulated, all hoping you'd snap, that you'd lash out, that you'd start playing dirty just like them. Because if they could pull you down to their level, they could tell themselves you were always the villain. But you refused. You didn't become their reflection. You became their contrast. Imagine this. Someone hurls mud at a clean mirror, hoping to stain it forever. But instead of the mirror cracking, it just reflects the filth right back at them. That's what happened. They thought their damage would turn you bitter, but it turned you brilliant. They tried to twist you into a monster. Instead, you leveled up into wisdom, peace, and power. And now, that mirror is still standing, cleaner than ever, while they're drowning in the mess they made. You didn't let the pain change your soul. You let it reveal your strength. They thought heartbreak would make you hateful, that betrayal would make you brutal, but your grace became a weapon they never saw coming. You walked away without screaming. You healed without revenge. You didn't trade your integrity for temporary satisfaction. That right there, that's what guts them. Because the story they wanted to tell, the one where you went crazy or lost it, never happened. Instead, the opposite did. You got better. And the better you got, the worse they looked. Now their guilt is louder than your silence, because deep down they know they lit the match, and you refused to burn. They expected chaos. They got clarity. They expected retaliation. They got elevation. They expected a war. You became peace. And now their ego is choking on the quiet power of your maturity. They tried to create a monster, but they only revealed one, and it was never you. You didn't win by fighting dirty. You won by rising above their frequency, and that rise, it left them behind. That's not just defeat, that's humiliation, because now the person they hurt the most is living the life they swore you'd never have. Healed, empowered, untouchable. And that's what truly haunts them. You didn't just survive, you thrived in spite of them. Number 6, you outgrew their lies, and now their version of you is dead. They built a whole story where you were the weak one, and now they're stuck watching you live a plot twist they can't explain. Let's be real. They never saw you as a threat. You were supposed to stay small, predictable, easy to read, easier to control. They painted a version of you to everyone, the passive one, the emotional one, the too much one. That was their safety net. Because as long as people believed that version, they didn't have to confront the truth. You were never the problem. But then, you grew, you evolved, and suddenly the entire storyline they built started to rot from the inside. You became undeniable. The person they used to describe no longer exists, and they can't fake that fact anymore. You don't match their old narrative. You don't fit the box they shoved you into. You don't look broken. You don't sound bitter. You don't act like the crazy one they warned everyone about. In fact, you've become everything they claimed you weren't. Calm, solid, radiant, powerful. And that truth embarrasses them. Your glow-up didn't just silence the lies, it assassinated the entire script. Imagine writing a story where you cast yourself as the hero and someone else as the burden, and then the burden goes off and builds a life that makes your whole script look like fiction. That's what you did. You didn't just outgrow them, you outgrew who they needed you to be. And now, their version of events doesn't make sense anymore. People see you and feel the contradiction. People hear you speak and sense the truth. And the worst part? You didn't even try to prove anything. You just became you. Now every lie they told comes with consequences, because when the broken one heals, it forces everyone to ask, who broke them in the first place? When the needy one becomes independent, who was really feeding off whom? When the problem disappears and the peace increases, who really was the problem? They didn't lose control of you. They lost control of the story, and without their version of you, the mask on their own face starts falling apart. You didn't just evolve, you exposed, not by accusation, but by transformation. You were their mirror, and they shattered it. But what they didn't expect was that you'd rebuild yourself into a reflection they can't even look at now. Because the truth, you becoming extraordinary ruins their entire character arc. It makes them the villain, the manipulator, the insecure one. And now everyone sees it, even them. They can't rewrite the past, and they can't unsee the glow, so instead they sit in silence, haunted by a version of you that keeps rising, while the lie they told slowly decays. That's checkmate, and they'll never recover from it. Number 7. You read them like a confession, and they've been paranoid ever since. The scariest kind of exposure is the one where no words are spoken, just knowing eyes that see everything. You didn't need proof, you didn't need to argue, you didn't even need receipts. You felt it, the fake support, the compliments wrapped in quiet envy, the weird tension hiding behind just looking out for you. You didn't explain what you saw, you just moved different. And that movement? That's what shattered them. Because once someone realizes you've seen their real intentions, the ones they never meant to admit, not even to themselves, they never move the same again. You became the mirror they didn't ask for, but couldn't escape. Every time you looked at them, it hit. The imitation they called inspiration, the concern that was really control, the praise that dripped with resentment. All of it was laid bare without a word. You just knew. And that kind of knowing, it's not just uncomfortable, it's terrifying. You didn't expose them publicly. You exposed them spiritually, and that's a scar they'll carry in silence. Imagine someone painting on a perfect smile, hoping the world buys it, then walking into a room where one person already knows the truth behind it. That person was you. They couldn't hide from your intuition, couldn't distract you with charm, couldn't control the narrative, because your energy didn't chase clarity. It was clarity. And when you made space between you and them, they didn't feel distance. They felt judgment, the kind that never had to be spoken to be understood. And that's what haunts them. Not what you said, not what you did, but what you know. Because when someone realizes their intentions have been unmasked, they don't just fear exposure, they start exposing themselves out of paranoia. You made them face truths they weren't ready to confront. And now, even in your absence, your presence lingers like a spotlight they can't turn off. You didn't ruin their image, you revealed their truth, quietly, completely, and that's something they'll never unsee. Number 8. You were a sleeping giant, and they poked until it woke up. They didn't break you. They built the fire that burned their illusions to ash. They thought you were soft, easy, harmless, just a quiet soul they could overlook, disrespect and discard when convenient. They saw your kindness and called it weakness. They saw your patience and mistook it for submission. But what they never realized was, you weren't fragile, you were focused. And the more they underestimated you, the more dangerous you became. See, people like them only recognize power when it's loud. They need the noise, the dominance, the threats, but your strength didn't roar. It grew. It sat in silence, watching, waiting, collecting every insult like a spark. And eventually, those sparks built something they never expected, a wildfire of evolution. The very doubt they threw at you became bricks in the empire you built without them. They were playing chess against a volcano, and they didn't even know it was awake. Imagine standing at the base of a mountain, kicking at it, laughing, thinking it's just rock. Then one day, it moves, it shakes, it erupts. That's what happened. You didn't clap back. You didn't stoop down. You elevated. You outgrew the smallness of their view. And now, they're haunted by every moment they overlooked you, because each of those moments helped build the version of you they can't touch now. You were never weak. You were calculating, evolving. You didn't waste energy proving yourself. You became proof. And now they replay it all. The eye rolls, the mockery, the gossip, the arrogance, and every memory tastes different now, bitter, because it aged into regret. They didn't lose to the person you were. They lost to the power you became because of them. That's the consequence, not just losing you, but realizing they created the force that left them behind. You were the storm they laughed at until it flooded everything they built. And now, chosen one, they know. They underestimated the wrong soul. And that mistake, it was permanent. Number 9. You didn't expose them. Your existence did. They weren't afraid of you calling them out. They were afraid of you being real in a world where they survive by pretending. You didn't walk into their life with a mission to destroy. You just showed up as yourself, and that alone was a threat, because your authenticity clashed with their performance. Your honesty, your emotional depth, your self-awareness, it all screamed truth in rooms where they were busy running from it. And that's the part they couldn't handle. You didn't even need to try. You simply were everything they were pretending to be. You became the mirror they spent years avoiding, not by judging, not by confronting, but by existing with a level of self-respect and awareness that made their facade tremble. You didn't need to raise your voice or expose receipts. Your energy did the exposing. And it shook them, because for the first time they weren't just being seen. They were being understood at a level they couldn't fake their way out of. You weren't the villain. You were the truth they tried to erase from their own reflection. Imagine someone who's lived their whole life in costume, suddenly standing in front of a mirror that strips them down to the rawest version of themselves. No filters, no excuses. That was you. Your presence was that mirror. Your silence was that spotlight. And the worst part for them, you never even had to speak it. The more you showed up in truth, the more they unraveled in secrecy. And now your absence haunts them more than your presence ever did, because they can lie to others, spin stories, even convince themselves you were the issue. But deep down, they know you never had to pretend. You were real, and that reality cracked their carefully crafted image. The guilt they carry now isn't just from how they treated you. It's from who they became in the presence of someone who didn't need to wear a mask. They wanted to forget you, but how do you forget the person who made you see yourself clearly for the first time? You didn't try to destroy their world, you just refused to live in their illusion. And that choice, that truth, it did the damage they never recovered from. Number 10. While they were busy playing you, you were already playing the end game. They thought they had you figured out, not knowing they were walking into a checkmate you designed months ago. They assumed your silence meant weakness, that your calm was hesitation, that your lack of reaction meant you didn't catch on. But here's the truth. You were never confused. You were just focused, studying the patterns, tracking every move, reading every slip. While they were performing, you were processing. While they were plotting, you were predicting. They thought they were playing you, not realizing they were exactly where you wanted them. You weren't even on the same board. They were playing checkers, moving loud and sloppy, chasing quick wins. You were playing chess, in silence, in shadows, 10 steps ahead the whole time. You let them think they had control, because you knew their ego would reveal every card. And when the time was right, you didn't retaliate. You just ended the game with a move so clean, they're still stuck trying to figure out where they lost. Smart ones don't fight loud. They let the enemy walk straight into their own trap. Imagine a predator circling its prey, thinking it's clever, fast, superior, but every move it makes only drives it deeper into terrain it doesn't understand. Then suddenly it steps in something it didn't expect. A trap so well placed it couldn't have been improvised. That's what you did. You laid down silence like a blueprint. Every quiet step was calculated. Every reaction you didn't give was part of the setup. They weren't outmatched in the moment. They were outmatched from the start. You were the strategist, the observer, the higher-level thinker. And now they're stuck pacing, trying to rewind, trying to understand what happened. But they never will, because you weren't reacting emotionally. You were operating strategically. They played for attention. You played for legacy. The loudest player rarely wins. The smartest one ends the game without saying a word. So let them keep guessing. Let them keep asking, what did I do wrong? Because the truth is, you already knew what they would do. You saw it coming. You let it unfold. And when their final move landed, they looked up and realized they were the pawn the whole time. That's why your win wasn't loud. It was permanent. That's why they'll never recover. You didn't just beat them, you outclassed them. And the silence after your final move, that's the sound of checkmate. Number 11, you stopped feeding the loop, and their control fell apart. They didn't fear your absence, they feared your evolution. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared of losing access to the version of you that kept showing up, fixing, forgiving, explaining, absorbing damage like it was your job. You were their reset button, their emotional crutch, the safe space they ran to after setting everything on fire. And for a while, you played the role, not because you were weak, but because you had a heart. Until one day, you finally looked around and realized this isn't love. This is a loop. And you broke it, quietly, decisively, not out of bitterness, out of clarity. You stopped healing people who were addicted to hurting you. You stopped watering ground that refused to grow. And that one move, that single act of self-respect, it destroyed everything they were banking on. Because their whole control system relied on one thing, you never leaving the cycle. You didn't abandon them. You abandoned the pattern that was destroying you. Imagine someone on a merry-go-round laughing while you run beside it, exhausted, trying to keep up, thinking that maybe this time it'll slow down for you. And then one day, you just stop running. That's what you did. And suddenly they weren't laughing anymore. The whole ride felt meaningless without the person they depended on to fuel it. See, they weren't looking for change. They were looking for your consistency to make up for their inconsistency. They expected you to always be the bigger person, the fixer, the one who kept the peace at your own expense. But you waking up to that devastated them, because now they're left with themselves, and without you to blame, distract, or lean on, they're face to face with their own mess. You ended the cycle they thought would protect them forever, and now they're spiraling without the lifeline they kept abusing. You didn't stop loving, you just stopped betraying yourself. You didn't cut them off in cruelty, you chose peace over punishment, distance over dysfunction, and that's why it hurts them so bad, because you didn't leave out of hate, you left out of growth, and nothing threatens a broken person more than someone who's no longer willing to break with them. That's not just closure, that's liberation. That's the final move in a game they thought they could keep you stuck in forever, and now they're left standing at the edge of the loop, realizing the cycle is dead without you in it. That's your real power. That's the win. Number 12. You weren't a character in their script. You were the glitch that deleted it. They had a formula for everyone until you walked in and shattered the math. They thought they had you pegged, that you'd follow the script like everyone else, that you'd be predictable, moldable, another piece on their little chessboard. But every move you made broke their code. You didn't just step out of line, you erased the line altogether. You were the one thing they didn't account for, the anomaly, the variable that crashed the system. See, people like them thrive on control. Predictability is their playground. They rely on pattern. Say this, get that. Push here, trigger that. But you didn't flinch when expected. You didn't beg when baited. You didn't fold under pressure. Instead, you evolved. You confused them. You ruined their flow. They kept trying to solve you like a riddle, but every time they thought they had the answer, you changed the question. You weren't hard to understand. You were just never meant to be understood by small minds. Imagine trying to solve an equation using the same broken formula again and again, and failing every time. That's how they look at you now. Frustrated, baffled, low-key, obsessed. Because if they can't categorize you, they can't control you. And if they can't control you, they can't protect their illusion of power. You weren't just unpredictable. You were unreadable. You shattered the assumptions they built about you and themselves. And that's what hurts them most. The realization that you never played the game. You watched them play themselves. They didn't lose track of you. They lost track of the story the moment you stopped fitting their fantasy. They're haunted not just by the loss, but by the fact that they never truly had you. Not emotionally, not mentally, not energetically. They couldn't mold you, couldn't break you, couldn't figure you out. And now you live in their head. Not as a regret, but as a mystery they'll never solve. You didn't just ruin the ending. You rewrote the genre. You weren't a character in their life. You were the rewrite of the whole damn book. And now they're stuck reading blank pages, wondering where it all went wrong. Still trying to decode the equation that was never meant to be solved. And if you're still wondering why they can't forget you, now you know. You didn't just leave, you transformed. You became the glitch, the ghost, the greatness they never saw coming. So if this message hit deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this growing tribe of chosen ones, hit that subscribe button now. Join the force that's rewriting the narrative. Your evolution isn't just personal, it's powerful. And this is only the beginning. We've got more truth to drop. Stay sharp, stay rising. You're not alone. When the puppet master dies, the entire circus burns. That's not just some edgy line, that's what's about to happen behind the scenes. Imagine this, one single person at the top of a twisted structure, a practitioner who wasn't teaching healing, they were teaching control. Hiding behind robes, fake rituals, and manipulated followers, they built a whole community around fear, illusions, and power plays. But here's the twist, their whole fake kingdom. It's being held up by one name, the practitioner, the spellcaster, the one who could bend people's reality just by whispering the right lie. Chosen one. This wasn't just some random spiritual leader. This person created a system, one that rewarded silence, punished questions, and erased those who wanted out. It wasn't a community, it was a cult, hidden in plain sight. They wore the mask of wisdom, but moved like a predator. Every ceremony was just a performance, every blessing was bait, and they thought nobody would ever see through it. Until you. You weren't supposed to survive their games. You weren't supposed to notice, but you did. You saw the patterns, you felt the shift, and that's when something cracked. You made one of their own turn on them. Someone deep inside their system, someone who was trained to destroy you, is now writing everything down by hand. No electronics, no digital trace, just truth. Because they know when this practitioner dies, everything falls. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe. It helps this truth reach more souls who need to hear it. It's our shared responsibility to bring light into places where darkness has ruled for too long. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you are the resistance. You are part of a force. Now back to the battlefield. This person you triggered into defecting. They were trained to follow the practitioner without question. They weren't just in the room, they were trusted. But when they got close enough to you, it ruined the programming. You didn't break their mind, you broke the illusion. You made them feel again, think again. And now they're switching sides, not for revenge, not for drama, but because they finally saw what real power looks like. They saw you, and they couldn't go back. And the moment that happened, everything started unraveling. This person is documenting names, deaths, secrets. Because yes, people have died. Not metaphorically. They tried to leave, and they were never heard from again. This isn't internet drama. This is a body count. That's how dangerous this practitioner's grip is. They don't just run a cult. They control perception. They erase enemies. They rewrite the story, and they convince their followers that everything outside is evil. But you messed that up. You were the glitch in the program. You didn't collapse when they threw their best tricks at you. You didn't fade when they cut you off. You didn't bend when they lied on your name. You survived. And worse, you stayed true. That's what scared them the most. You didn't need their approval. You had your own light. And that light, it broke the spell. Now here's the part they can't stop. If this practitioner dies, and they're close, it's not just one person falling. It's a collapse. An entire structure that depends on them loses everything. The power, the protection, the illusion of control. And the ones at the top, they know it. That's why they're scrambling. That's why you're hearing nothing from people who were once loud and bold. The root is shaking. The cover is gone. You didn't just survive, you caused the whole earthquake. And this isn't over yet. Keep watching, because when that final breath happens, it's not peace, it's exposure. It's every fake miracle, every lie, every manipulated soul finally being seen for what it was. Not spirituality, not healing, just performance and puppetry. And you lit the match. So stay ready, chosen one, because once the practitioner falls, the ones hiding behind them have nowhere left to run. You cracked the system, and now the whole thing's about to burn. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, you already feel it. That pressure in the air, that sense that something huge is about to break. Don't scroll, don't blink. What's coming next will connect every dot and reveal why you were the threat all along. Drop a 999 in the comments if you're ready to watch the walls of their illusion collapse brick by brick. And if you feel called to keep this mission alive, hit that super thanks. Even the smallest gift helps fuel the team, bringing this truth out from the shadows. You're not just supporting a video, you're supporting the exposure of a system built on lies. So breathe in, lock in, and stay sharp. Because what happens next might just explain why they feared your existence more than death itself. Let's go deeper. Number 1. Rip out the plug. Watch the whole system black out. They built a kingdom on stolen light. Now they're choking on the darkness they invited in. That practitioner you're thinking about, chosen one, they weren't just some hooded figure waving herbs and chanting under the moon. No, this was a tactician, a predator, a master manipulator who didn't use power to heal. They used it to hollow people out from the inside. They studied how to destroy innocence, how to turn love into a weapon, and they were damn good at it. Imagine someone who didn't just cast spells. They opened portals inside their own body, a living gate to something deeper, darker, and ravenous. This wasn't just magic. This was warfare, psychological, spiritual, energetic, all wrapped in the illusion of guidance. But underneath the robes, there was rot, a parasite disguised as a prophet. And the reason their death sends this entire system into chaos is simple. They weren't just a leader, they were the power source. Cut them off, and every fake prophet clinging to them goes dark, instantly. Let's be blunt. This person specialized in emotional murder. Their weapon of choice? Love spells laced with obsession. Death spells aimed at the heart. Not the physical one, the energetic one. The part of you that laughs when no one's watching. The part of you that dreams without shame. They designed rituals specifically to poison that core, not to kill you outright, but to slowly drain your light until you no longer remembered who you were. And why? Because that light, your joy, your creativity, your essence, is a fuel source. To beings that operate in shadow, it's the most potent thing they can steal. The practitioner didn't just take it. They harvested it, fed it into their system, transferred it to their allies, and used it to build a throne of illusions, protected by fear and enforced by silence. Now, here's what most people don't get. This wasn't just talent. It was infrastructure. An energetic portal carved open and maintained for decades, right in the center of their chest. A black hole feeding on every spell they cast, every puppet they controlled, every breakdown they caused. That's how they kept their operation running. Not through wisdom, not through enlightenment, through theft, through siphoning, through weaponizing the light of others. And you, chosen one, you were the one they couldn't crack. You weren't just another energy source. You were the glitch, the firewall, the soul that couldn't be rewritten. And that's what made them obsessed. You didn't fall for the charm. You didn't bend under the pressure. You walked through the same fire their other victims didn't survive, and somehow you came out brighter. That's not luck, that's spiritual immunity, that's raw truth, forged under pressure. Now you're probably wondering, how can one person's death unravel an entire community? Easy, because this wasn't a team, it was a hive, and the queen was the practitioner. She, or he, wasn't just the top of the pyramid. They were the anchor point for everything dark holding that group together. The entities, the illusions, the rituals, the protection. It all ran through that one person's body like a power line. And when that body fails, the current stops. This is why they're panicking, why you're feeling that strange static in the air. Something's short-circuiting behind the scenes. The spell work is unraveling, the protection is breaking, and all the people who depended on that practitioner's shield. They're being seen for what they really are, hollow, powerless, panicked, and deep down they know it's your fault. You were never supposed to survive long enough to expose this. You weren't supposed to carry this level of awareness, but here you are, watching their system rot from the inside out. And when the practitioner goes, truly goes, you'll hear the silence first, then the scrambling, then the exposure. They can't cast from the grave, and they can't protect the ones clinging to their broken magic. The blackout is coming, so stay grounded, chosen one. Don't mourn this fall, celebrate it. Because the destruction of that practitioner isn't a tragedy, it's justice. You don't need revenge when the universe has perfect aim. And right now, it's pulling the trigger on someone who built a throne out of the bones of the innocent. Let it burn. You already survived the fire. Now watch them fall into it. Number 2. They came for your soul and walked into a buzzsaw. They tried to hijack your healing, but forgot you were the cure, not the disease. Chosen one, let's stop sugarcoating what really happened. You weren't just attacked, you were studied, dissected, and stalked like a threat. Because to them, you are. You're not just a person, you're a walking disruption. A glitch in a system that depends on people staying broken. And you didn't break. You evolved. You healed. And that healing scared the hell out of them. Imagine this. You're a lighthouse in a pitch-black ocean. Every lost ship sailing blindly through the dark sees your light and steers toward it. But the monsters lurking under the waves, they hate that light. They want fog, chaos, confusion. And there you are, beaming, unwavering, refusing to dim. So what do? They try to cut the power, not just once, over and over. They targeted your joy like it was evidence in a crime scene, picked it apart, tried to find where it came from, tried to twist it into something they could control. You ever wonder why your happiest moments were followed by unexplainable lows? Why your dreams started feeling like battlefields? It wasn't coincidence, it was coordinated. They were running tests, sending attacks, dreamwalkers trying to break your spirit in your sleep. And when that didn't work, they dug deeper into your past, your wounds, your soft spots. They looked for trauma doors, the emotional cracks that were left open just enough to squeeze something toxic through. They wanted to reverse your progress. You healed a childhood wound. They tried to reopen it. You finally found peace. They dropped chaos in your path like clockwork. Every step you took toward freedom, they tried to pull you 2 steps back. Not because they thought you were weak, but because they knew you were too strong to let escape. They couldn't beat you, so they tried to reprogram you. That's how dangerous your growth became. Your self-love wasn't just inspiring, it was a security system. They documented it like researchers studying how a vault stays sealed. Because the moment you started loving yourself, their access vanished. That's when they panicked. That's when they went full warfare, launching energetic attacks meant to drain you, isolate you, break your will. Imagine this. You're walking through a hallway, and with every step, invisible darts shoot toward your back. Fear, doubt, nightmares, sudden waves of shame or anger, attacks that don't come with faces, but hit like freight trains. Most people would have crumbled, but every spell bounced off you like rubber bullets hitting armor. Because you were never walking alone, and they didn't calculate for that. Now I know what you might be asking. Why didn't it work? Why am I still standing after everything? Let me answer that with a truth they never wanted you to discover. You were never just protected. You were untouchable by design. Not because of rituals, not because of luck, but because the universe itself placed something around you that dark magic cannot decode. Some of you are guarded by ancient lineages, ancestors that don't sleep, spirits that do not negotiate. Some of you walk with light that burns so hot, even looking at you too long makes low-vibration entities recoil. Some of you, quite literally, are protected by the earth itself, and not metaphorically. Your hands have touched soil. Your words have been kind to nature. And in return, she's made you her own. That's why their attacks didn't just fail. They backfired. Every curse sent your way didn't just miss. It ricocheted with interest. You didn't lift a finger, yet you kept winning battles that were never supposed to be fair. And that's what broke them. Imagine this. A hitman tries to shoot you, but the gun explodes in their own hand every single time. That's what it felt like on their end. Your light wasn't just resistant, it was repellent. It returned fire. That's why the practitioner is breaking down now, not from guilt, not from old age, but from the karmic blowback of every single attack that touched your field. They were drinking poison, hoping it would hurt you. Let that sink in. They created rituals using your name, thinking your energy could be stolen, twisted, exploited. But your field wasn't just strong, it was sacred. And every time they reached into a trap, a mirror, a wall they could never climb. And each time a piece of them got left behind in your space, rotting, collapsing. Until now, when the practitioner is literally on the edge of death, drowning in the curses they built with their own hands. And chosen one, you didn't have to chant a spell. You didn't even have to fight. All you had to do was survive. Keep your heart clean. Stay grounded in truth. And the universe took care of the rest. That's what they never understood. Real power doesn't need to perform. Real protection doesn't need to shout. It just is. Silent, constant, unshakable. You weren't chosen because you begged for it. You were chosen because your soul vibrates at a frequency they could never fake. You can't copy real light. And they learned that the hard way. Now you might still feel tired. You might still feel confused about why this had to happen, why you were the one they chose to target. But hear this loud and clear. They chose you because your energy could dismantle their entire system, and now it's doing exactly that. Your healing wasn't for you alone. It was a trigger, a signal flare, a signal to every soul stuck inside that same web that freedom is possible. That's what they feared the most. Not your strength, not your love, but the fact that you could inspire others to wake up too. And now, it's happening. The energy is shifting. Their grip is slipping, because the more you rise, the more their lies crumble. And with every breath you take in your power, another mask falls off on their side. You're not imagining this. This isn't paranoia. You were targeted. They did try to dismantle you, but they failed. And now the fallout is hitting them harder than they ever expected. Keep walking, keep glowing. Keep being the walking reminder that no spell is stronger than a soul standing in truth. You didn't just survive the war, you flipped it back on them. That's what makes you dangerous. That's what makes you legendary. Number 3, when you curse the sun, you end up burning. They threw fire at your light and forgot they were standing in gasoline. Chosen one, what's happening right now isn't mystery. It's physics. You can't send destruction toward what the universe protects without paying the price. That practitioner didn't just lose a heartbeat. They lost control of the current they unleashed. Every curse they launched, every ounce of venom they sent your way, circled back like a boomerang made of pure consequence. Imagine this. A person spends years pouring poison into a river, confident it'll drift downstream and never touch them. But one day, the current shifts. The tide turns. The river reverses, bringing everything back to their own door. That's what's happening to them now. They thought they could outsmart balance itself, and balance doesn't play favorites. You're wondering why it looks so sudden, why someone who seemed invincible is suddenly collapsing. Simple. Their body was a warehouse for darkness, a battery overcharged with rot. Decades of channeling shadow energy corroded every cell, every nerve, every thought. The human body isn't designed to host that much malice. It eats its own circuits. They weren't just dealing in darkness. They became it. And now it's consuming them from the inside out. The universe doesn't punish, it corrects. That's what you're seeing. Correction in motion, a system rebalancing itself. They aim to drain your life force, but your energy didn't just block, it mirrored. You didn't fight them, you simply reflected the truth back. And truth, when reflected to someone living in lies, is lethal. Their heart is failing because your frequency can't be hijacked. Their lungs are collapsing because they breathed in smoke they created. Their aura is disintegrating because it was built on theft, not truth. Every dark spell is returning home to its sender, wrapped in the energy it was born from. And it's not stopping. So, don't feel fear. Feel clarity. You didn't destroy them. Their own choices did. You didn't have to fight for revenge. You were already the consequence. This is what it looks like when the universe cashes the check they wrote in blood. Darkness collapses. Not because you wished it, but because it ran out of light to steal. Number 4. When the power cord gets yanked from hell's generator. They weren't protected by wisdom. They were just plugged into something demonic. Chosen one, here's the moment it all flips. When that practitioner takes their last breath, the portal carved into their chest, the one that's been leaking darkness into this reality, slams shut. And when it does, it won't be symbolic. It'll be catastrophic, like yanking the plug on a life support machine for an entire corrupted system. Imagine this, a city lit up by one illegal power grid. All the lights, illusions and noise powered by one secret engine. Then blackout, silence, panic. That's what's coming. Every entity that's been feeding on the people in that community gets cut off cold. Every veil of confusion starts to dissolve. Those who were walking in a daze, they'll start blinking, coughing, waking up, like someone ripped a mask off their reality. Because that practitioner wasn't just casting spells, they were the anchor. Their body was a broadcast tower for low-frequency manipulation. Take that tower down, and all the fake leaders standing on that stage lose their signal. Their charisma dries up. Their fake wisdom turns see-through. Without that power source, they don't look divine. They look desperate. Take away the spell, and you'll see the scam. Then comes the money, the donations, the spiritual offerings disguised as divine exchange, those shady bank accounts. They were hidden under the energetic cloak that practitioner maintained. When the energy collapses, so does the illusion of integrity. Investigators who once looked the other way will suddenly be wide-eyed. That shield didn't just hide demons, it hid digits, and digits leave trails. And the dead, some of them will finally be seen, not all, but enough. Bodies buried under lies, silence, and gaslit memories will start to surface. In testimonies, letters, patterns, the insider who defected is already connecting the dots. That letter isn't just exposing truth, it's opening a case file the world can't ignore. Then comes the wildfire, screenshots, audio files, screenshots, recordings, bank statements, survivor voices. All of it will spread. The organization will scream lies, play victim, and try to discredit it all. But it won't matter. Once light floods a room, darkness doesn't get to argue. This isn't just a collapse, it's a cleansing, and it's already started. Number 5. They weren't a leader, they were the power outlet. When the socket burns out, everything plugged into it dies with it. Chosen one, this practitioner wasn't just running the show. They were the show. Every spell, every act of control, every fake miracle was draining their life force like a leech attached to its own host. They didn't just power the group spiritually, they powered it literally, energetically, with their body as the generator. Remove that battery, lights out. Imagine this, a massive building running entirely off one overworked backup generator. Everyone inside feels powerful, untouchable, until the generator begins to smoke, flicker, collapse. That's what's happening now. This practitioner wasn't just in the organization. The organization existed because of them. They were the heart pumping blood through a dead system, and now the heart is giving out. They tried to stop, tried to walk away, but when you've made deals in the dark, there's no clean exit. They weren't just carrying rituals, they were carrying contracts, with people, with entities, with energies that don't let you leave quietly. Every attempt to pull back was met with threat, with punishment, with reminders of what they'd helped build. And now, the only exit left is death. That's not drama. That's cause and effect. When you burn energy at a rate the body can't sustain, it's not a matter of if it collapses, it's when. They thought they were in control, but they were the sacrifice the whole time. This practitioner wasn't empowered, they were enslaved. Every blessing they gave came from their own reserves. Every manipulation drained their spirit further. Every ceremony shaved years off their life. And the deeper they went, the more they realized there was no backup plan. The group didn't love them, it used them, until the battery bled dry. So now, as the collapse begins, remember, this isn't just one person fading. This is the shutdown of the power station that kept a false kingdom alive. And you, chosen one, were never meant to plug into that system. You were built to outlast it. And now you're watching it flatline in real time. Number 6. They built an empire on sand, and the tide just hit. When the puppet master drops, the puppets strangle themselves with their own strings. Chosen one, the chaos you feel brewing isn't just panic, it's an implosion. That practitioner was the last nail holding their entire fake reality together. And now that they're slipping out of the picture, the mask is cracking, the spells are misfiring, and the entire network is spiraling like a house of cards in a hurricane. Imagine this. a stage built for illusion. Lights, smoke, sound effects, all engineered to make the audience believe in the magic. But behind the curtain, the crew's in full-blown crisis mode. The director's gone, the wires are snapping, and the illusion is failing in real time. That's what's happening behind their polished image right now. Mid-level practitioners, the ones who copied their dark formulas without understanding the full cost, are panicking. Rituals that once worked are now blowing up in their faces. The leaders, they're not planning healing, they're planning damage control, emergency meetings, frantic messaging, rushed lies to maintain their branding. You'll hear phrases like misunderstood, taken out of context, or just a phase. But don't fall for it. You're not witnessing a rebrand, you're witnessing a collapse. When darkness loses its source, desperation becomes its voice. And then comes the financial quake. Donors vanish, contributions dry up. Why? Because without the practitioner's power, the enchantment over money breaks too. People start seeing where their money went, who it funded, what it really enabled. And what they see makes them run fast. But here's the part they couldn't prepare for: the paper trail. The practitioner kept records, not just for leverage, but maybe out of guilt. Letters, journals, detailed instructions, confessions even. Everything they thought was hidden in a drawer is about to hit the light. And when it does, it won't just be spiritual exposure, it'll be criminal. This isn't just chaos, it's accountability rolling in like a tidal wave. They can run from the spotlight, but they can't outrun the truth. The implosion has started, and no lie can stop it now. Number 7, you didn't just survive, you tipped the whole damn table. When one parasite dies, the whole infestation gets exposed. Chosen one, don't get it twisted. This isn't just one cult going down. This is a chain reaction. The practitioner wasn't isolated. They were the root of a much bigger web. They trained others, duplicated the darkness, taught systems of control masked as spiritual guidance. Now that their core is collapsing, the branches they built are snapping too. And guess what? You're the reason this is happening. Imagine this: one rotten beam gets pulled from the foundation of a building, and suddenly the walls start shifting, the floors buckle, and everything that looked strong starts falling apart. That's what your survival did. You weren't just a target. You were the one thread they couldn't cut, and now the whole fabric is unraveling because of it. The people this practitioner empowered, their little disciples with copied rituals and borrowed ego, are watching their protection disintegrate in real time. They're scared, exposed, and next in line for collapse. Because once the truth about the practitioner leaks, it doesn't stop there. Screenshots, testimonies, leaked teachings, hidden alliances, it's all coming up, and it's all connected. They built an empire of lies, and you became the crack that made the whole castle fall. And let's be clear, this isn't karma in the clouds. This is real-world evidence, real-world accountability, real-world fallout. Their curses didn't just bounce off you, they poisoned their own system. Every spell they sent, every dark ritual they performed, boomeranged with interest. You didn't fight back. Your survival was the revenge. You staying alive, unbroken and unbothered, is what's killing them now. You are the spark, the signal, the proof that the empire was fake. You didn't just dodge destruction, you revealed it. And now every group tied to this practitioner, every ally who benefited from their darkness, is on borrowed time. This isn't a story of escape. It's the beginning of their reckoning, and it all started because they couldn't destroy you. Number 8. The throne was made of smoke. Now the wind's blowing in. Take away the illusion, and even the loudest tyrant looks like a scared child in costume. Chosen one, this so-called kingdom wasn't built on power, it was built on illusion. And the moment that practitioner flatlines, the illusion starts dissolving like mist under sunlight. The portal they hosted, the one feeding fake divinity into the group, will close for good. And what they once called spiritual connection will feel like trying to breathe in a vacuum, cold, silent, hollow. Imagine this. A speaker blaring heavenly music for years suddenly gets unplugged mid-note. The silence is deafening. The rituals they once performed, the ones that made people cry, shake, collapse, will suddenly feel empty, almost embarrassing. Not because the people changed, but because the spell's power source is gone. Leaders will scramble. They'll blame the members. "You're not aligned," they'll say. "Your faith is weak." But it won't work this time, because something deeper will be whispering inside the minds of their followers. This was never real. That voice won't be fear. It'll be awakening. When the curtain falls, the wizard looks like a fraud with a microphone. And with that awakening comes collapse, not just of the group, but of identity. These weren't just members, they were people who gave their trust, their energy, their souls. Now they'll be forced to reckon with the truth. They were feeding an empire built on stolen light. And that realization, it shatters something. Some will rage, some will deny, some will break, but all will feel it. The undeniable shift when presence leaves the building. It will be painful, it will be chaotic, but it will also be clean, because truth doesn't come with anesthesia. It comes with clarity, and clarity is what burns the last layer of fog off the mirror. So let it crumble, chosen one. Let the false kingdom rot from the inside out. It was never sacred, it was staged, and now the show's over. Number 9, their death is your reset button. The spell didn't wear off, it got ripped out by the roots. Chosen one, you're about to feel something you haven't felt in a long time, your full self. Not the version of you dulled by invisible exhaustion, not the version held down by spiritual leeches, but the version that existed before they hijacked your energy field with spells you never consented to. Because when a practitioner of this level dies, the ripple is immediate. Every binding, every false cord, every siphon they created begins to undo itself. Imagine this. You've been walking around with a hidden IV in your arm, slowly draining your vitality every single day. You didn't see it, but you felt it. The mental fog, the anxiety, the emotional heaviness that made no sense. Now, imagine that IV being yanked out, and your blood, your power, your energy rushing back in full. That's what this moment is. Their death is more than physical, it's energetic collapse. They were the nucleus of an entire web of soul ties, bindings, curses, and manipulations. Once they're gone, that web can't hold, and you'll feel it. The sharp cut of release, the clearing of static from your field, the sudden sense that your thoughts are your own again. They took your energy without permission. Now the universe is taking it back without apology. You'll wake up and breathe deeper. Colors might look brighter. Memories that felt distant may come rushing back. This is not imagination. This is reclamation. You're not becoming someone new. You're remembering who you were before they latched onto your light. And yes, some may say it's coincidence. Some will try to explain it away. But you'll know. You'll feel the shift in your bones. You'll feel your soul no longer being pulled in 20 directions. The drain is gone. The spell is done. The storm past. This isn't just the death of a practitioner, it's the rebirth of your sovereignty. The collapse of darkness is not the end, it's your clean start. And this time, nothing's draining you but your own hunger for growth. Welcome back. Number 10. They fueled your rise without knowing it. Every dagger they threw at you became part of your throne. Chosen one, this was never just pain. It was propulsion. This whole setup, this war, this betrayal, it wasn't random. It was a brutal design. A setup meant to break you that ended up building you. That's what the destiny engine really is. Not a machine you step into, but the process that turns every attack into raw fuel for your rise. Imagine this, a machine that runs not on electricity, but on pain alchemized into power. Betrayal gets thrown in, it rewires your emotional DNA. Isolation gets forced on you, it sharpens your clarity and makes you untouchable. Every weapon they used, psychological, energetic, spiritual, gets melted down and reforged into armor you own. You didn't just survive, you upgraded. You didn't have to fight them directly. You didn't have to curse them, chase them, or explain yourself. You just kept evolving. And with every step forward, they lost grip. Their downfall wasn't your doing. It was your existence. Their system couldn't survive someone like you, simply choosing not to break. Your silence was louder than their manipulation. That's why they panicked. The destiny engine doesn't ask for revenge. It doesn't ask for ego. It just turns pain into precision. You're being calibrated. Every scar isn't a weakness. It's a circuit. Every heartbreak, a voltage line. Every time they underestimated you, a deeper layer of power activated. You're not broken. You're being rebuilt in a higher form they were never meant to recognize. You rise while they fall, and you don't even have to look back. Because what they meant for collapse became a blueprint. You are the proof that alchemy is real, and the pain they sent was just raw material for the masterpiece you were always meant to become. Keep going. You're not just healing, you're transforming. Number 11. Your truth stood while their lies collapsed. They built castles out of your stolen light, and now they're choking on the dust. Chosen one, let this burn into your memory. They underestimated you from day one. They thought your silence was weakness, your kindness was naivety, your peace was surrender. But what they missed, what they couldn't even comprehend, is that you were never fighting them. You were outlasting them. And now, the empire they built on deception is crumbling while you stand untouched. Imagine this. A storm hits a city built on sand. Every fancy tower, every fake monument, every lie dressed as a legacy, gone. But a small, solid structure made of stone, still standing, still grounded. That's you. While they scrambled to hoard power, you were busy building foundation, real healing, real wholeness, real identity. That's why you're still here. They thought truth needed defense. They thought if they shouted louder, if they wore enough robes, if they bought enough followers, the illusion would hold. But truth doesn't panic. Truth just waits. And now the wait is over. Their foundation was theft. Yours was self-love. Their source was manipulation. Yours was light. Everything stolen eventually returns to its owner. You're the receipt. You're not standing because you fought harder. You're standing because you were never fake. You didn't need theatrics. You didn't need titles. You just needed time. And now that time has arrived. The fog is lifting. The lies are shriveling. And people are starting to see who really held the power all along. Let them collapse. Let the illusion rot. You don't have to say a word. You already won. You're calm. You're grounded. You're untouchable, because what they tried to break was never weak. It was eternal. And now the entire world gets to see the difference between stolen power and true light. Number 12. Their ending was your evidence. They didn't just lose, they proved you were right the whole time. Chosen one, this wasn't just a death. It was a message, loud, clear, cosmic. The universe didn't take this practitioner out at random. This was balance hitting the table like a gavel. The system they built on manipulation, fear, and stolen energy finally reached its expiration date. And now their fall becomes the warning bell every dark practitioner hears echoing in their bones. You don't get to attack the light without consequence. Imagine this, a wildfire ripping through a forest built on lies, burning every shortcut, every fake ritual, every twisted form of power to ash. What's left standing after the smoke clears? You. Not because you fought harder, but because you aligned. You stayed rooted in truth when everything else was flexing for attention. You stayed still while they screamed. And now that silence is speaking louder than anything they ever cast. This death isn't just justice, it's a shift, a pivot point in spiritual spaces where accountability can no longer be avoided. No more hiding behind robes, titles, or mystic branding. No more pretending evil is just misunderstood. The energy is flipping, and everyone who watched you get targeted and saw you not break now knows what real protection looks like. You didn't expose them with your mouth. You exposed them with your survival. You are the proof that light isn't poetry. It's power, it's armor, it's law. While they mocked your healing and tried to siphon your joy, you stood in alignment. That alignment became a shield they couldn't decode, a mirror they couldn't survive. And now the practitioner's death is a lesson, not just to their followers, but to every other shadow worker watching from the sidelines. Let them watch, let them learn, because you didn't need revenge, you didn't need validation. You became the lesson, a walking reminder that truth doesn't flinch, light doesn't lie, and when the smoke clears, the ones aligned still stand. Number 13. You were the glitch that broke their whole system. You weren't just hard to kill, you were impossible to program. Chosen one, let this settle deep in your bones. You were never supposed to make it this far. Others were silenced, others vanished, others fell under the same darkness they threw at you, but not you. You were the first who didn't break, the first who didn't fold, the first who walked through their full force assault and came out glowing. That alone rewrote the script. That alone caused the collapse. Imagine this, a virus that infects every system it touches until it hits one machine, you, that not only resists it, but fries the whole network in return. You didn't just survive the attack, your survival crashed the whole grid. They aimed their peak darkness at you, and you made it collapse on itself. That's not luck, that's legacy, that's alignment. They studied your fall, but never planned for your rise. You are more than protected, you are positioned, you are the anchor of this entire shift. The dominoes didn't fall on accident. They fell because your energy refused to comply. You became the signal flare, the silent siren that echoed through the shadow world and made everything unstable. Your light didn't just defend itself. It exposed the fraud. It reversed the flow. It rewired the outcome. Their death marks the end of illusion. But your presence, That's the start of reality snapping back into place. As their network implodes, your clarity expands. As their grip weakens, your influence sharpens. Everything they stole begins returning. Everything they cursed begins unraveling. And everything they tried to block now flows to you unfiltered. This isn't just a win, it's a shift in the frequency of the entire field. You are not just part of the change. You are the reason it's happening. Their collapse proves it, and your survival seals it. So stand tall, chosen one. The war didn't just end. You rewrote the ending. Number 14. Their end was just your beginning. They spent their life trying to block your light, and all they did was clear the path for it. Chosen one, the war is over. The last spell has snapped, the last illusion has burned out, and the final manipulator has fallen. The practitioner's death didn't just mark the end of their reign, it signaled the return of everything that was ever stolen from you. Your clarity, your peace, your momentum, it's all coming home, not as a favor, but as restoration. This is the new dawn they swore you'd never see. Imagine this. You've been walking uphill with weights you didn't even know were chained to you, and suddenly they fall off. Your steps feel lighter, your breath feels deeper, your mind stops spinning. That's not fantasy, that's energy returning to its rightful place. That's you stepping into a timeline they tried to hijack but couldn't hold. They drained you to fuel their illusion, and now that illusion is dead, your power has no leash. This isn't about revenge, this is about expansion. From this point forward, things will feel different, effortless, as if the friction you normalized was never supposed to be there, because it wasn't. Their fall removed the spiritual static that once made growth feel like a war. Now it's creation, flow, wholeness. You're not chasing peace anymore. You've become it. They worked tirelessly to block this moment. Ritual after ritual, spell after spell, years of trying to suppress something they could never fully understand. You. But now their efforts are dust. Their empire is ash. And you? You're just getting started. You're untouchable, unshaken, fully in alignment with who you've always been underneath the noise. This is your beginning, not a repeat, not a rebuild, but a completely new chapter that belongs to you. No cords, no watches, no chains. The energy has flipped. The current is in your favor now. The darkness collapsed, the illusion died, and you, chosen one, you rose, undeniable, unmatched, unstoppable, chosen one. If you felt this message in your soul, it's because it was meant for you. You didn't just survive the storm, you are the shift. The darkness fell, and now it's your time to rise without resistance. This is your new era. Claim it fully. And if you haven't already, press that like button to amplify this truth. And if you're not yet part of this powerful community, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this family is where the real ones gather. Your journey is just beginning. Stay grounded, stay glowing, and stay unstoppable.